and the big red button, and I'll pass on to Final Fantasy XIII.
Let's go!
Hey.
Okay. So immediately off the bat, obviously you can see that we have cutscene skips, and that takes like 7 hours off the run, so that's probably why it's a lot shorter than you were expecting it to be. Battle system in this game is pretty different to a lot of the other games. You kind of queue up attacks, but you queue up like abilities, and at the moment we can queue up 2 at a time. Gain more ATB segments, as we call them, later in the run. And then they're executed kind of in like a single chain. So there's a lot of kind of manipulating timing and when we want to execute abilities.
But this first battle is mostly just mash X.
Yeah. Like, the first couple of chapters, nothing too interesting happens in the battles, but there's a couple of like timing tricks we use. So just here I'm gonna do a single attack, and then my ATB will be recharging when I get hit by wave cannon. Normally if you just try to do only attacks, you would get hit by wave cannon and you would lose a segment because your attack would be interrupted, but it also wouldn't start recharging.
So to note, in this game you can choose either auto battle or select abilities manually. Usually when you just want to have it easy and just a lot of the time auto battle will do what you need it to when it's just attacking, but especially later on when you especially like synergist stuff, buffs,
109 bad fight,
stuff like that, you'll want to input manually.
Okay, so another big part of this run is dodging. Since enemies appear in the game, and if you run into an enemy you get into the encounter and you have to fight it, we don't want to get into any encounters. So we're immediately doing something here by putting the camera at the ground. We call this camera tricking, and this manipulates a lot of enemies into either being really dumb or just completely not seeing us. It's like here I can run pretty close and they don't see me until really late, so I can run straight past them.
It's cute, like we try as children, like, if you can't see me, I can't see you.
Pretty much, like, that's pretty much how it works, and it's kind of silly.
Oh wow.
Rip.
That dodge is supposed to work if you just run on the right.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. The enemies don't always do what we expect them to do. So like there's a lot of dodges that are like 90% consistent.
Yeah, like here we're gonna run on the left, but then if this guy doesn't run out, okay. Sometimes he just doesn't run out and he just stays there, and then we can't get past because he's blocking the gap. Like for the most part, for a dodge that's hard and we're likely to fail, we have like a backup strat on the retry, so it's not too bad. And even if you get into an encounter, you can retry out of it, so a lot of the times if we get into an encounter that we don't want to fight, we'll just nope out and carry on. Okay, this dodge is kind of interesting.
Yeah, this one's a little bit tricky because here you have the Panthers, they're pretty fast. And then the guy in the back.
But enemies will only chase you if you're inside their battle zone, which is when the minimap goes red in the corner. But here, there's a little dead spot in the stairs, so we can run into the stairs and run out again. And the enemies don't immediately continue charging at us, which gives us enough time to run out before we get caught by anything. Ooh, wow. That's odd.
Yeah. So, because in this chapter, most of the battles are pretty quick, well, I have no idea what to do on the retry here. I've
Yeah,
never
I think I'm just
seen
gonna
this
fight.
fail.
I gotta fight him, I think. That's annoying.
Yeah. So, because in this chapter, most of the fights are really, really easy. It's viable to actually fight them. But later on, we will pretty much not have that option.
Yeah, well, I mean, even here, it's significantly slower to fight the battle than it is to retry the dodge, but
Right.
I'm not gonna sit here retrying it for minutes.
Usually, when you fail a dodge, the enemies will be in a different position than what they were before. And because we really pretty much never fail this dodge, we're kind of not used to this position.
That
so
one, that's happened to me once ever before, but if it happens to me at home, I just reset, so I don't actually have a strat there. Like, chapter 1 is probably one of the more annoying chapters when doing attempts and speedruns, because it's all this kind of dodging, and obviously, you know, speedrunners, we have high standards about the start of our runs.
Yeah. Chapter 1 resets are quite common.
So something we can do is also manipulate where our allies attack. So here we're attacking the Pantheron, and I'm going to do a single attack on the soldier. and then I'm going to wait for Saz to start attacking before moving back to the Pantheron. So at the moment, our allies will target whoever we're targeted onto. That changes slightly later on, but we can still manipulate what we target to change the enemy that the allies are targeting. Also, I guess we should try and explain chain like very quickly.
Oh right,
Yeah.
that's a thing.
Yeah, so like a major mechanic in this game is the chain gauge and stagger. And basically in the top right corner when we're targeting an enemy, you'll see a percentage bar. And as we do like attacks against the enemy, that'll go up. And that is the enemy's chain gauge. Sas, get out of the way. No.
Sometimes he does this. It's so stupid. Sometimes Saz just decides to get in your way there.
Yeah. Basically, like when you fill the chain gauge, when you fill it all the way up, the enemy becomes staggered. They gain 100% onto their chain gauge, and they become very easy to interrupt. And some enemies do like different attacks. I don't think a lot of people kind of realize how this works as well. Like, a lot of people are just kind of like, you stagger an enemy and you do double damage, which if you pay attention to your damage numbers in like Chapter 1, that's pretty much what happens, but it's actually because the chain gauge acts as a damage multiplier as well. So if you chain up to 500%, you're doing 5 times damage. If you chain up to 999.9%, which is the maximum, you actually do 10 times damage. It like jumps a little bit.
At this point, you don't really have anything that does a lot of chaining, but the enemies have generally pretty low stagger points, so you can still stagger them.
Yeah. So here the Marauders at 209%, so we're actually doing 2.09 times base damage. Okay.
Credit chip.
That's pretty nice. Well, it's guaranteed, so whatever.
Oh, is that one guaranteed?
Yeah, that's
I can
the
never
guaranteed
remember.
Yeah, at some point in the first 2 chapters I want to get a Phoenix down drop, just to make a menu in Chapter 3 slightly faster, but it's not too bad. Guild management in this run isn't too tight, it's just, there's a couple of places where we'd like to have more guild earlier, rather than later. But we can always make up for it. Okay, so we have 2 more dodges here that are pretty straightforward, and then we have... Oh no, okay, never mind.
You don't run through the middle there.
No, I always run to the left.
Speaking of straightforward, we have a straightforward $5 anonymous donation saying, "Good luck, Maelstrom, happy dodging, and make Bart 2 look like a sucker." Also, hi Bram, from K-Rob.
Nice. Okay. So this dodge, if you fail the first one, you can't do this normal strat on the second one. You have to retry it to set up the enemy position. The fact that I know that means I failed that first dodge way too much. Okay, there we go. So then this next dodge is called the legendary dodge, because it's stupid, basically.
Yeah.
If you get the dodge, it's legendary, but if you don't, it's kind of like, whatever. No. No. Yeah. So there's 2 Panthers run through, and the gap you can run through is basically 1.5 times the size of a Panther, but Snow is like also about as wide as a Panther. So if there's a Panther in the middle there, you can't run past. You pretty much have to lure the Pantherons all the way down, like get them to run past you, and then hit them. But luckily the fights in this area aren't too slow. So we have hand grenades, which do AoE damage. But it's also fire elemental, and Pantherons are weak to fire. So they kind of melt. Which is convenient. Oh, no. I was trying to duke it out, but it was too close. I mean, especially here, like, we're pretty much willing to fight these fights if we fail the dodges, because they're just really obnoxious on a retry, and the fights are really fast because hand grenades. Unfortunately, we don't get to keep grenades through the whole run. That would be great. But they disappear.
They're unlimited here, but then once you turn into a Lassie, then oh, I dropped my hand grenades.
It's not even then, it's before then. Yeah, he loses them at the ghoul fight.
Well, I think it's more that you don't get to play at him afterwards.
Anima.
I mean, he has to run out eventually.
He just I like to think he just chooses not to use them for that fight. This dodge is also stupid. I can almost never get this one.
Yeah, this one is crazy random.
Just soldiers in general are pretty unpredictable, and most of this chapter is soldiers, and when it's not, it's the Pantherons, which are
Or
really
flying
fast.
soldiers, which are also bad.
Yeah. So, like, when I was learning this game, and I think that's pretty much everyone's experience when they learn this game, they do chapter 1 and they're like, man, this dodging is super hard.
Yeah.
It does get a little bit easier.
It gets significantly easier.
Like,
We have like no tools to really manipulate dodges in chapter 1.
chapter 4 is also really bad.
Yeah, this is true. But everyone finds chapter 4 bad. Like, that's not just like a beginner thing.
Yeah, everybody hates chapter 4.
Chapter 4 is
Otherwise,
ass.
it's not too bad. Again, he's camera tricking here to manipulate the enemies in the back from not coming out.
Yep.
Like, you could see on the radar if you looked that there were enemies there. Those were supposed to run forward.
Yeah.
But they didn't, because camera trick.
There's nothing we can't do!
So there's a subtlety to this fight. The behemoth will do swipes every now and again, and we can kind of dodge the swipes if we time our attacks correctly. Should be good. Nope, too late. So dodging the swipes doesn't matter too much, but as soon as we take 2 swipes, we'll go into yellow health, and then Lebro will use a potion, which just wastes like 5 seconds. Especially because Lebro actually does like decent damage. Should be good. Oh, come on.
It's not a huge deal. This is a pretty short fight anyways.
Yeah, it's just annoying. There we go.
There.
That's what's meant to happen.
Yeah. The idea is to time it so that you just jump back just as he does the swipe. Speaking of jumping back, this guy likes to do that.
Yeah.
This guy is a master at dodging your attacks. Like, this game doesn't really have random misses in the sense that other FF games might,
like,
where there's just a random chance of your attack just failing for whatever reason.
If an attack connects, it always hits. It always does this, like, full damage. There's no criticals and there's no misses based on random chance.
It's all positioning. But positioning RNG is very much a thing.
Okay. So, once an enemy's staggered, it's a lot easier to keep them interrupted, so effectively stun locking Myrmidon by just timing the attacks correctly. Because his animation when he gets back up again takes quite a while. There's just enough time for Saz to start doing his attacks with Toon Lightning. Cool.
I hope everyone's alright.
So first menu of the run, we're going to pick up the Power Circle, which is a weapon for Snow that gives him more strength, and we're going to equip it. Nothing too interesting. I mean, the menus are all pretty short in the early game for quite a while until we get some more complicated things going on. Oh!
Those aerial guys are faster than you, so you just kind of have to hope they don't chase you.
It's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Dodging the Panthers is skill. Dodging the aerial guys is kind of random.
And see there, like, I was getting interrupted by missile burst, so my grenade didn't go off. I mean, all of that comes under a mechanic called cut and keep inside the game, but well, we won't go into like we won't go into like the technical details, but it basically means that like if an enemy can resist getting interrupted more when they're doing an ability than if they're just standing still. And the same thing goes for you. You can resist more things if you're doing an ability rather than standing still. But if an enemy interrupts you when you're doing an ability, you lose that ability, the ATP spent on that ability, and your ATP isn't recharging.
Look, there they are.
And then
almost out of chapter 1.
Yep. Just one more fight. Here we're just using hand grenades and the fact that AoE to just kind of speed things up a bit. If I can find the other enforcer, there he is. Oh wow, he took like no damage. That's annoying.
Okay, he's supposed to die when Godot shoots him.
Yeah, I got really bad positioning for the grenades. It's pretty rare, but it happens.
So a couple more cutscene skips and then we're on to chapter 2.
There's a bit of a buzz on the headset. Yeah, it's still on the cable or anything. Okay, so now we're in chapter 2. Chapter 2 is kind of the only real farming section we use in this run. Because once we get into chapter 2, we can start getting items called shrouds as random drops from battles. And shrouds are pretty helpful. Like, that's super helpful. So we're going to use the fights in chapter 2 to kind of farm shrouds. Shrouds we're getting is 3 Deceptor Souls and 3 Forder Souls. And these first kind of couple of fights have a 50% chance of dropping a Deceptor Soul. And kind of Shroud drop chances are manipulated by, well, they're not manipulated, but like every area has a base chance, and then the chance is multiplied by a factor which is based on your battle score, or like your battle stars. Since we're doing this fight fast, we get 5 stars, which means we get the base, nice. We get the base chance, which is 50% in this area. A little bit later in the chapter, the chance drops to 24%, but we start getting 0 stars, which means... No, is it 24?
It's 12.
It's 12.
I'm telling you, it's 12.
Okay, yeah, it's 12. But then getting 0 stars times that by 8, so we get a 96% chance of a drop. I mean, we could do these fights somewhat slower, using slow battle speed, and then it becomes like a almost 100% chance of getting a Deceptor Soul, but menuing the slow battle speed isn't worth it. Okay,
nice.
2 for 2, that's pretty sick.
Okay, so that's already 2 out of the 3 he needs, and the last one should be almost guaranteed.
The third one is a 96% drop, but there's still a couple of extra fights we can get one from as well.
Yeah.
We have another $10 donation from Lord Arlo saying, "Hey Maelstrom, best luck on your Final Fantasy 13 run. May the dodges be with you. Also, someone keep Dragonfang's company."
Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, still quite alone on the couch, right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
He's fine. Okay.
You can bring a
Well,
chair
that's
over here
good
if you
then.
want.
No, it's okay.
Oh, I see how it is. Okay, fine, stay there then.
Couch is more comfortable, most likely, huh?
Yes. The couch is great. I
Also,
can see in the projector, it's a bigger screen, it's fine.
also reminding you that you can donate for the costume choice in Tales of Xillia, which is scheduled for, I think it's tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow morning.
Yeah, tomorrow morning. And yeah, currently I'm still a bit disappointed because Schoolgirl is so far behind. So you have the choice between Schoolgirl swimsuit or Bunny Girl.
So here's a really good example of how camera trick just kind of breaks enemies. So there's a lot of Pantherons that run down the stairs, and they normally see you and catch you, but by camera tricking, they just kind of run straight past us. See you later.
More specifically, they don't run to the battle zone as soon as they're supposed to.
Yeah.
So they only do it when you
hello?
when you are already past the battle zone.
Yeah.
So when they were running past them, they were running to the battle zone.
And since we're not in the battle zone, they can't aggro us.
Exactly.
Good. And there's time here for anything if you got something. So like I said, I need to get a 0 star time, well, a 0 star score on this battle to get a 96% drop chance, and that basically means that Sad solo. I'm just gonna sit here.
The score is exclusively based on time, right?
Yeah, the stars are based on time. We actually do a bit of battle time.
It's a function of your stats versus how long you take.
Yeah, so we do a bit of battle time manipulation nice later by changing equipment to make it easier to get shroud drops on some fights.
Should we explain what the shrouds do?
Not yet. So yeah, so the 2 sets of shrouds we're getting are Deceptor Souls and Forder Souls here. A Deceptor Soul you use, well, so all the shrouds you use in the world map, and they have an effect when you go into a battle.
Yep.
Deceptor Souls make it so that enemies cannot see you, which means you get a guaranteed preemptive strike if you enter an encounter, but we mainly use it for just running past things. We do use it a couple of times for preemptive strikes, but not as often. And then Forder Souls is a like offensive buff shroud. It gives you bravery, faith, and haste. Haste, you know, if you've played kind of any Final Fantasy game, haste is kind of fairly obvious, but in this game it makes your ATB recharge faster. And then bravery and faith buff strength and magic respectively. Like you do more strength or magic damage. Frame drops, man. So like right at the moment we're kind of switching between parties quite a lot, and that's just
Story reasons.
yeah, I mean we end up switching between parties for like the entire first half of the game. Just because in the speedrun, by the time we have access to everybody, we can then just run straight to the end pretty much.
Seriously. Somebody is trying really hard to call me on my phone. I'm watching Speed Games, guys.
It's pretty Seraph.
He doesn't even have my phone number.
Okay, it's not Seraph. Whatever. Okay, so here I'm just going to set the belt speed to slow for the next area just to get a higher drop chance on the shrouds. Mainly because if we do the fight without saying slow battle speed, then even without doing any attacks whatsoever, we still won't get 0 stars. But setting it to slow battle speed just puts us over the edge. I already have all my D-subs, right? I'm gonna have to get another 4.
Yeah, you got 3.
I just need to get another 4 from somewhere. So, slow battle speed just decreases the rate at which the ATB charges for you and for enemies.
It's actually... I think the star ratings are adjusted for slow battle speed, but for whatever reason, if you don't have slow battle speed, it's impossible to 0 star this fight. Like, hope will kill.
Yeah, the times are...
you
the times are like multiplied by a factor for slow battle speed, but that factor is based on the ATB recharge rate, but the animations go at the same speed.
Right, exactly.
Come on, Hope, do it, Hope, please.
Getting the shrouds in this chapter is really the only, well, almost the only grinding that is done in this run.
Yeah, we do like one optional fight later on for some CP, and a couple of times we fight things we don't need to for chests, but for the most part, this run goes straight the way through. Well, for pretty much the entire thing, this run goes straight the way through. There's very little detours we do. Okay, so let's run to the side there and then relieve the battle zone so the Pantherons can charge to the left. Just to get them out of the way. You can straight fast these guys. They don't actually aggro you. They just kind of guard the chest. They kind of run at you when you get in the battle zone, but the battle zone is very small and it's only around the chest, so you get out of it before they'll get to you. And this is the last fight where we get hand grenades. Rip hand grenades. This is okay positioning, maybe. Not sure. That was an okay fight. What? Nice. Yeah, like if you attack an enemy and then the enemy dies before the attack hits, sometimes things get a bit strange. Especially for Vanilla Hope and certain spells.
So you got all your shrouds right now?
No, I need more Forta Souls. I need an extra 4, I'm doing 3-3.
Oh, 3-3, right.
So I just need to like get one more Forta Soul, which means I'll just have to grind a fight a little bit later on, but that's like the Forta Soul isn't technically necessary, but the strat that skips it is incredibly sketchy. And I haven't been having a good time with it in practice, so I'm not gonna bother doing it. Whatever. The ghoul attacked the other ghoul. That's not gonna be able to happen, but it did. Forta Soul, okay, we're good. Sick.
that is just that
Nice.
That 12% drop chance.
That's
like,
sick. Yeah, so here we equip the Gladius and the Power Wristband, which gives us a lot more strength. It also manipulates battle times so it's easier to get 0 stars. Not that I actually need it anymore, but we also want this set up for Anima, so I may as well do it there. And Anima's the boss coming up.
That's all the shrouds that we grind. Any others we get during the run, we call them bonus shrouds.
Go away.
This dodge here is
Well,
tricky.
nah.
I ran into her.
That's fine. I don't have to get the shroud from him, so I can just kill him. So
Right.
normally, if you're behind by 1 Deceptor Soul, you would do this fight differently, which gives you a decent chance of getting a shroud drop, but since I don't need it,
96%.
yeah, since I don't need it, I'm just going to do the fight, and I might get a bonus shroud from it anyway, but we'll see what happens.
Any bonus shrouds he gets, he will use them, but they don't save enough time to be worth grinding for.
Yeah, so like a bonus shroud will save like 20 seconds somewhere, but it takes like 35 to 40 seconds to get a shroud. So it's not worth grinding them intentionally, but if you get a bonus one, it saves time. And since they can drop in almost every fight in the game, they're like 3 times save if you get them. And it makes some fights pretty kind of cool if you get bonus shrouds in certain places. So here are the guys we would grind if we needed a couple extra shrouds, but I'm actually already good, so I don't need to. And then this dodge is all kinds of weird.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, that works.
It does work. Okay, so I'm just popping a Forta Soul here for Anima. I did it before the cutscene because shrouds persist through cutscenes, which is helpful in a couple of places. But here it just means that because you can't move when activating a shroud, we just do it on the elevator just before we move off the elevator. And we're not wasting any time. It's kind of a bit of a camera trick here because this flying guy can catch you otherwise. And then you know how you have to retry the fight, you have to reactivate the Force Soul, so it wastes more time. So this is the first kind of boss, and this is the last kind of boring fight because we get all the cool stuff after this fight. And so for Anima, we just kind of aggro Saz and Snow onto one manipulator, and then blitz Anima in the face a couple of times.
And the idea is to hope your blitzes hit the left manipulator.
That one missed.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Okay, whatever. Should be good. Yeah, okay, we're in there. Once that happens, Anima will start doing, initiating regeneration. So we can then just pummel. And they will regenerate just before we kill, but they won't be around long enough to do anything annoying, really. And you can see now that because I have haste, my ATB bar is red and it's refilling at twice the speed. I think it's twice speed.
It's perfectly possible to do this fight without a Force Soul.
It's slower.
But it's slower.
It works out like 2 seconds faster to grind the Force Soul and use it in this fight than it does to do it with that one. So it's like really close. There's like a slightly different route you can do, which gives you a lower chance of getting an extra Force Soul.
So this game's story gets a lot of flack for introducing a lot of jargon early on. Yeah, we're gonna do that with the game mechanics.
Yeah, so now we have all the C powers. We have access to the Crystarium, the roll system, the paradigm system, and all kinds of lovely stuff. So there's a lot to explain in like the next 6 minutes. So first off, now you can see in the in the bottom right corner where the health bars are, we have things that say Com for lightning and Rav for snow and vanilla. There are the characters' current active roles. Com is Commando, Rav is Ravager. Ravager is kind of elemental spells. They're kind of based on building the chain gauge. They give high chain percentages but not much duration. Commando is obviously the kind of like quote-unquote main damage dealing role, but yeah, that's slightly inaccurate, but it's like a good enough description for now. They do high-powered damage. Their roll bonus increases the damage they deal, and they add small amounts of chain percentage but large amounts of chain duration. For now, we have access to those two roles. We also get Sentinel and Medic from people, but I'll explain this properly in a bit. And then later on, we'll get access to Saboteur and Synergist, but I'll explain those in Chapter 4 when we get hold of them. So this is the Crystarium tutorial, but I don't want to so all the tutorials in this game are like skippable, which is actually really nice. Because like if you played Final Fantasy X, like the Sphere Grid tutorial, that takes like 5 minutes, whereas this time we can skip it. So we're gonna do our like first menu here. I guess do you want to explain what I'm doing while I'm doing it?
He needs to sell some stuff, but he doesn't have 2 Phoenix Downs, so he needs to sell that credit chip as well. And then buys a Magician's Mark, which is a magic enhancing thingy. And then as he is setting up his paradigms for the upcoming boss fight and doing some really fast Crystarium. Crystarium is actually a lot faster on PC than it is on console. Oh, it's quite nice. Although it slows down a bit in later levels, I guess.
Yeah, my last input didn't go through there on the optimize, so I had to redo it. But basically we give Vanilla Magician's Mark, which boosts up magic.
I'm turning off this phone.
Yeah, so we gave Vanilla Magician's Mark, which is increased on magic. We gave Saz the Doctor's Code, which increases the amount of healing you get from potions, which is useless on an AI character, but we're setting it up for later. And we optimized Snow so he regains his Wild Bear of the Power Circle, because we want Snow to have more balanced stats. Like, the Wild Bear just works out a better weapon, especially since we can upgrade it pretty quickly. Like, it doesn't take many ingredients to, like, components to upgrade. And so we can get high stat gains from that. And now that we set things up, this fight's gonna be very short.
Full fight.
2 seconds.
Pretty much.
So, yeah.
There's actually a really interesting subtlety with that fight, that if you execute Lightning's command string as soon as possible, Snow gets confused because you kill the soldier he was going to attack before he attacks it, and then the AI has to wait for the ATB to recharge before attacking again. Whereas if the AI kills an enemy, it'll auto-target onto the next one. So by waiting slightly, you kill the soldier around, like, you kill all of the soldiers except for the one that's left in the back that you're targeting, so Snow will run and kill the other one for you. So by waiting like half a second, you get a 2-second fight instead of a 4-second fight.
That dodge is great too, we're just running a circle.
Yeah, so
and all the enemies get
That dodge is not great, I hate that.
It's like hard to keep explaining all these dodges, because there's lots of cool stuff, but I just kind of do it at this point. It's like, don't really notice what the cool ones are. But like, yeah, so the Gust is kind of in the corridor and we can't get past him, but by running in a circle, we've aggroed all the enemies in the battle zone, so they start running towards us. So the Gust runs out of the corridor, but he's running towards where we were, so in the previous cycle, and then we can just run past who's loading out the way. Also here, the cutscene, like, this is a bit of a cutscene starts, and Snow starts talking, and if we run away from him, we can skip the cutscene faster, and it warps us forward. If you run forward, it's about 10-15 seconds slower. There's a couple of times that happens in the run. Yeah, these Pantherons are annoying, but this looks like a good pattern. Oh, maybe not. Oh, come on! The jukes. Whatever, I'm just gonna redraw it. I don't want to fight this. So, in this chapter, with an older route we use, it used to be if we got caught by any fights in chapter 3, we would just fight them, but with this route, I'm pretty much just not gonna bother, although I might, because these Pantherons are being really obnoxious right now. I'll give it one more try. Like, there's a lot of kind of risk-reward in dodging, because it's like, you can keep retrying the dodge until you get it, but then at which point are you just wasting time and could have fought the fight. But that worked in the end, so that's fine.
Later on, fight the fight will be replaced by Decept it, but...
Yeah. Well,
we'll explain that
a
when we
couple
get
of fights are replaced by Decept. All these guys don't understand how hard Pantherons are. Pantherons are legit
they're just
hard
slower
to dodge,
Menagamers.
Yeah, but Menagamers are hard to dodge. Okay, so because of all the setup we did, this becomes a really cool fight. So right off the bat, we're going to use Libra, which reveals enemy information. And we're going to do some attacks. And basically, the idea with this fight is we want to stagger it before it does an attack called Crystal Rain, because if Crystal Rain happens, it will kill our party. But something you can do is a lot of enemies, when they're charging up an attack, if you stagger them, it cancels the attack. So we call that a stagger cancel, obviously. So there, we stagger before Crystal Rain starts, and he goes back to his neutral animation. And here we use Snow Sentinel, and he uses Provoke, eventually, which then takes the aggro off of Lightning and onto Snow. And since Snow has like crazy amounts of HP, he can just take everything.
Snow is the only character who will get hit for the rest of this fight. So even though Lightning's really low, it's actually not dangerous at all.
Yeah, you can go down, like, I've had fights where I've gone down to like 4 HP Lightning before. That's all kinds of sketchy, but it works. And you see Vanilla's just spamming arrows because that's the only ability she has in Ravager right now. This guy is weak to water, and you could get water beforehand, but because we don't fight any extra fights, we don't have the CP for it. So yeah, so the fights give you CP, and then you use that to spend in the Crystarium for abilities. And since we know what we want to get, we optimize our Crystarium pretty tightly.
I'm not happy about leaving the kid on his own, but we gotta keep him.
I'm like disappointed at the speed I'm doing these menus. I'm not very warmed up right now. So the second half of chapter 3 is just a lot of dodging. There's a lot of kind of optional fights, but we don't want to do them. There's like, what, 3 more fights left in the chapter? Behemoth, Garuda, and the confusing one.
Oh, and Shiva.
Yeah, yeah. But there's a lot of interesting dodge tech though, so... Frogs are annoying. I shouldn't have run to the side, I should have gone through the middle. What? What? No.
Don't do
Whoa.
that.
Whoa, calm down.
Okay, well fine, don't worry about it.
I still have never seen a run end by a runner just hitting quit by accident.
But it's come very close.
It's come very close a number of times.
I think everybody's come close but never actually quit. Okay, that was a really nice pattern for those Pantherons. So a lot of dodges are kind of random based on like the patterns the enemies are, and they'll move around randomly. And some dodges are like scripted to either like appear at a certain time. So here, there's a little frogs that are going to jump over from the left. So if I run down like this, nothing's going to hit me. He says. Okay, yeah, we're good. Sometimes that last frog can just stop, and then sometimes he'll see you and jump straight into you. But most of the time, it works like that. Okay. Just hit a thing here because we have to. And then this is Brokerage. Yes, I said that right, don't question it. This dodge is stupid random. I mean, you can do this without Deceptor Soul, but it's even worse because the frogs aggro onto you, so you have to deal with the randomness and the fact that if you stay still too long, they'll catch up to you. Whereas with a Decept, you have a slightly better chance of getting through with it, but you have to cancel it on the back.
That was the first Decept cancel of the run, right?
Yeah, okay. Do you want to explain that attack while I do Behemoth?
So, okay. The idea of the Deceptor Soul is you activate it and the enemies won't see you. But if you just keep on running, the Deceptor Soul will eventually expire and you'll lose it. if you enter a battle with a Decepticol, you'll get automatic preempt. But then if you do the fight, you will also lose the Decepticol. But in this game, the game is really nice about letting you keep the shrouds if you retry a battle after using one. So you can kind of exploit that by using a Decepticol to get past the difficult to dodge encounter. Then once you are past the battle zone, running back in, getting into the fight, retry it immediately. And then because the game automatically respawns you at the last point you entered the battle zone, which in this case is past the dodge, you'll respawn past it and get to keep your Decepticol as well. So you can pretty much dodge everything ever in this game using only one Decepticol, because you can just keep it in.
Yeah. So this fight was pretty straightforward. You just chain it to stagger and then hit him a few times. He has a really high stagger point, which is nice because by the time we stagger him, he's at 600% chain, so we're doing 6 times damage on our attacks.
Look at that. They're sending in cruisers.
And also, I guess it did happen there. Like, we can explain ATB refresh, I guess, because we used it already a couple of times.
Oh, right.
Like, there's so many things to explain in this chapter.
Yeah.
So, basically, if you shift after 12 seconds between paradigms, you will shift into a paradigm and you will have a full ATB bar. You won't have to wait for it to recharge. So we can kind of, that's why we set up a lot of 2 sets of the same paradigms, because we can shift every 12 seconds and get a full ATB bar on the same paradigm, and usually that's something we want to do. But more importantly, what we can do is if we shift when an ally is near the end of their string, or like on their last cast, then they won't do their ready animation, which you normally get when you shift, and they'll continue doing spells or attacks or whatever it is they're doing. And we call that an ATB refresh.
These watch drones are terrible, so you're going to see some more deset cancelling here.
Yep.
Basically, you could deset cancel everything, but because you do need to do a retry, it's only really worth it when it's hard enough to where you think you would fail it more than once.
Yeah, we have no consistent strat for that watch drones, so it just works out better to deset cancel there. Okay, I didn't get weird camera. So for some reason there's like 2 camera angles you can get here. One, this is like the normal one, and the other one is like pointed down from the top, and it's really hard to see where you're going, and it's just generally terrible.
So just enjoy the view here, I guess. I love how this area looks. It's like the best looking part of the game.
Yeah, it looks so much better on this computer than on your PS3 as well, right?
This guy.
So proud.
Yeah, if you want to laugh every now and again, just keep an eye on the dialogue in the bottom left corner. Some pretty great lines come up. And yeah, so... Oh, come on!
Even with the decept.
Yeah, so that's why we use a decept here, is getting past there. But
it's way more impossible without it.
It's more impossible if he does that.
Dude, these drones.
Oh, come on! What?
This is such a tight corridor, and usually they just stay to the right and let you run past, but right now...
Having none of my shit. And killing these guys is really hard. Like, they're like surprisingly strong.
There we go.
Yeah, so these guys are like really weak to water, but they're pretty resistant to everything else. And since we don't have anyone with water, that's like not really a good thing to go into. Okay. MLG watch drones.
And now this section is pretty much just run to the end, do a couple dodges.
Yep.
And then you get to fight stuff.
Yeah, all the chests here are pretty useless. I mean, they're either like mostly gil or organic components, but we don't really need either, so we don't pick them up. Or like we could use them, but it works out slower to pick them up. Like I said, gil management isn't too much of an issue in this run. We're usually pretty safe. I mean, there's a couple of places we can kind of get screwed over, but it works out. It always works out in the end, being fine. You just end up getting some sketchy moments in like mid game if you don't have enough potions. So yeah, camera trick there means the behemoth will never attack you. Oh, come on!
All the watch drones, man.
Such marathon luck.
I made someone mad apparently. computer doesn't like me.
Yeah, that's right. Blame it on the computer.
I actually will. Thanks for the like.
You should blame it on Flicky.
Everything's like it's all.
But like on a serious note, even the PC version of this game is like not consistent across PCs, and there's some dodges I can do on my computer, but I can't use the same setups here. So I've had to relearn some stuff in practice. I'm not sure like what it is, if it's like variations with frame rate or just the game being weird, but there are some things that are like inconsistent. Okay, that's fine. So jumping down there saves 10 seconds if you're perfect, but failing the dodge makes it basically lose like a second, so whoops. So right now we're just running to the next boss fight, which is Gruda Interceptor. Again, like it's a pretty straightforward boss fight. Like although we have access to Crystarium and stuff, things don't really start getting interesting until the next chapter, when we get access to Saboteur and Synergist. Then we can start doing some really cool stuff. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay. Sometimes those guys just run to the left, which is fine, you can still get past them, but if they run to the left, they tend to run into you. And we're gonna pick up 2 chests here. One of them has Phoenix Downs in, for the obvious reason that we want to revive people if they die. They also sell for 500 gold, which is pretty nice. And we want to get a Libra scope, which works like Libra. It actually works on multiple enemies at a time, so if you have like a 5 enemy fight, you can use a Libra scope and it'll do Libra on all the enemies, and it actually reveals more information than Libra does. It reveals full information, whereas Libra reveals full battle information, but not like drop information. Okay, so normally when you do your first paradigm shift, you get like an animation, but if you don't shift on the ground, you don't get that animation until your first shift on the ground. So we'll just shift in midair when lightning's falling down.
And actually never get that long shift. In this battle. Or at least this part of the battle.
Yeah. So this is like a 2-part fight. This is the second half. You get some cutscenes in the middle. And so here we can't really avoid the paradigm shift animation because we have to shift on the ground. Because we want to stagger this guy before he does an attack called Hellstorm Bolt, which does pretty silly amount of damage. Like it will one-shot us at this point. So there's the first paradigm shift animation. It goes through everybody and it shows the paradigms. I mean, this is the first time you actually see it, because every other time we've used an enemy attack to interrupt it. Because if you're getting interrupted by an enemy attack, it doesn't play either. Okay, I didn't get the ATB refresh for Saz then. Oh, this is kind of bad. We're fine, okay. That was a little bit closer than I would have liked, but it works out. Just did an extra attack there just to let Saz and Vinil start doing spells to keep them interrupted. Like, a lot of enemies you can pretty much stun lock in this game if you set it up right. Okay.
Part where I get really jealous of these load times for this part. Because when you run on PS3 like I do, these load times are ass.
Save first.
It's still kind of long here.
Yeah.
It's so much worse.
Like, that cutscene is like 15 seconds to load on PS3. Okay, so you're just gonna kill some soldiers. We have access to snow again, and we'll actually use Sentinel like intentionally coming up soon.
You're actually supposed to fight more guys here, but if you kill these two like right after each other, the others won't show up.
Yeah, so basically like the last soldier will summon more soldiers, but if you kill them all fast enough, they don't. So this is an Eidolon battle. You do these to get your summons, and they don't work on damage, they work on chain. So instead of doing a lot of damage, we want to chain. And you can see the purple bar. Like, underneath where it says ATB charge now for Nyx. That bar is the guest star bar, and that's what we want to fill. And when we fill that, we win the fight. Unfortunately, I got launched there because I timed things slightly wrong, so the rest of this fight's going to be a bit weird. Okay, we're good.
Generally, for most of these Eidolon fights, chaining is the best way to raise the Gestalt. In this fight, actually, there's one other thing that's pretty important, which is whenever she goes into that ATB charge, she'll eventually do a move, either wheel grind or pirouette.
Yeah.
And if you tank that in Sentinel, it actually gives a big boost to the Gestalt as well.
Yeah, so these fights are set up kind of weirdly. So it's pretty much almost chaining, almost like exclusively chaining, but there's a couple of things that are set up slightly differently. So if you guard certain attacks in Sentinel, you get Gestalt. If you buff with certain buffs in Synergist,
Fight, nice.
if you... Oh, really, was it?
Yeah, it was 59.
Sick. It never happens. If you debuff an enemy using Saboteur, but also if you heal people using Medic, like you will get Gestalt points from there. And this fight, like this Gestalt fight's kind of... Like the first two are almost the most annoying because we only have 1 and 2 people respectively for them. So we can't like do a lot of like chain duration or anything. So like especially for Snow, you drop chain a lot in that fight. Okay, now we're in chapter 4. And also now we won't see Snow for like an hour. So sorry if you like Snow.
Like, even if I've seen speedruns of this for a while now, it's still really confusing when the setting just changes instantly because the cutscene skips.
Yeah, you get used to it.
You should have watched Lude's no cutscene skip run. He did one the other day.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, I think he PB'd on it. It
was
was
like
like 12 and a half.
Yeah, 12:45.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that gives you an idea of how long the cutscenes are in
Yeah,
this.
it's pretty much 7 hours of cutscenes in this game. Just in any percent. There's actually more, but we don't get all of them in a normal speedrun. Okay. So now we have a little section with Lightning and Hope, but don't do anything in this section. I mean, so chapter 4 introduces the Synergist and Saboteur roles, and that little kind of prompt we got was telling us about Hope's Synergist role, which is like, he has like a kind of defensive Synergist role. He has things like Protect, Shell, Vigilance, Veil, which are all kind of like defensive buffs. More watch drones. No, no, no. Okay. I was waiting that time, I didn't trust it.
Yeah, no, there probably wasn't room earlier. It's kind of hard to judge hitboxes sometimes.
Yeah. And like we said, because you can cancel like on the back of an enemy, but here we can just do it on the front because the soldier moves really slowly and he can't catch us.
Yeah, dodging these guys is trivial.
Like we mainly wanted to use for Deceptor Cell for the drones earlier. Just drop down.
Okay, that was Lightning. Back to Saz.
Pretty much. Oops. Oh. Okay. What? Nope.
So, like MLSTRM was saying, Hope is more or less a defensive synergist, at least for as far as we develop him in the speedrun.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets the offensive stuff later.
Yeah.
Saz is offensive, so he has, right now, he has Faith, which raises magic. So we're going to use that here. This is a fight where the enemies are fighting each other, which means you get an automatic preempt.
Yeah, so I picked up Vanille's water because these enemies are weak to water.
If you don't know what a preempt does, by the way, it puts enemies into a near stagger state.
It's like between 90 and 95% of the chain gauge, depending on the enemy.
So you can chain them, or stagger them right at the start.
I think I have D-shot on like everything, actually. It's pretty nice. Okay, so really we want to kill the soldier before the stagger runs out, but that's not going to happen because Vanille got D-shot on the second cast, which is unfortunate. But luckily D-shot doesn't run out, so we can do decent damage still.
Yeah, these guys don't take nearly as much damage when they're not staggered.
Yeah.
Kind of their thing.
Watch and learn, kid.
And
Nice
they all
electric.
kick nothing. Shame none of them got stuck in the ground.
Yeah, like sometimes you can get a watch drone stuck in the ground if you stagger them at just the right time. And it not only looks really stupid, but it's really convenient because they can't come and attack you.
Oh, it's actually useful as well.
Yeah, they actually
Wow.
get fully stuck, so they can't electric kick you.
I thought it was purely visual.
Nope.
Too nice. So, okay, this section is awful. We call this the RN gutter.
Yep.
There's
kind of where runs
3
go down the
dodges. This
drain.
first one's not too bad. But all these enemies are fighting each other, and they're just jumping all over the place.
Yeah,
Using a decept here doesn't work at all. because they already don't see you. They're just busy fighting each other.
This first two were sick though.
Yeah, that was really good luck on that one. And this is the last one.
Oh, let's go, let's go. Go away.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, that's really good.
That was sick.
Like that can take, if you get trolled there, it can take like minutes to get past that section. It's
actually
so bad.
minutes. Okay. Please no weird camera. Okay, we're good. So again, here you can get a weird camera angle, but we didn't, so it doesn't matter.
Just fighting this for the chest.
Yeah, so a lot of enemies kind of guard chests, as in the chest is in the battle zone, and you can't open the chest until you kill the enemy. Even with a Deceptor Soul, like, the game just doesn't let you.
Time to pull the old switcheroo.
Shift a bit late though.
Bobbing and weaving.
Should be fine. So something to mention as well is that when you do your first paradigm shift, you also get a full ATB bar. So we can use that in a lot of places.
He shifted really quick into Vanille Saboteur there just to get D-Shell on. Because debuffs in this game are more or less, they are random. But the chance of landing actually increases a lot depending on chain. So
yeah, the chance of a debuff landing and the duration it lands for increase with chain.
Right.
So for a high chain, we're more likely to land a debuff.
So once he staggers, it's guaranteed to land.
Yeah, in that fight it is, because he has a really low resistance. Later on, there's enemies where we'll stagger and then like we should land debuffs, but it can still like take forever.
So these are birds, and they're jerks.
Yeah, welcome to birds. Welcome to chapter 4.
Every single runner hates this chapter because there's just so much that can troll you. The annoying thing about these birds too is they start off like up on the debris when you first try to dodge them, and then you jump down. But when you then fail because birds and have to retry, they start out on the ground and it becomes much more difficult.
Yep. There's also like a subtle difference between the PS3 and PC versions. They aggro you a lot faster on the PC version when they land.
Yeah, I was gonna say that never seemed as hard for me.
Yeah, like a few of us have confirmed that now. Like there's lots of like really weird changes that don't really seem like they would actually be changes. It's just kind of like, no, you're just being bad. But we've like verified a few of them as actual differences. So when that guy lands, he runs in a random direction, but he unfortunately ran towards me. If he runs to the right, you can make it through though. So now I'm just going to deset the rest of this area and just cancel it on the back of this enemy.
Get lightning back.
Yep.
Which is good, because lightning's strong and we're about to fight stuff.
So here we're going to get Bravery and Vigilance for Saz. Bravery buffs Strength and Vigilance basically makes it harder for people to interrupt you. I mean, it's more intense than that, but it's like hard to explain. We're going to get Lightning, some Strength, and Water. We're going to give Vanille Deprotect, and we're going to start investing in a medic. And then we're going to give Snow just a little bit of stuff in his rab, but he doesn't really need it for now. This is more setting up for like a decent amount later. Because we have the CP for it now, so we may as well.
So now we can get to pay these birds back for trolling us earlier.
Well,
or they might troll us some more. But
yep. So again, this is a forced fight because we want to get to the switch to open the bridge.
You want to take out the guy in the back first because he lands debuffs on you.
Yeah, so by targeting and then shifting, okay. It means that lightning will automatically aggro onto that guy, and she gains control. And then we're going to use the lever to expose the fact that they're water weak, so that Vanilla will use water and not arrow, because arrow does less chain as well. Like, normal RAF spells do 10% chain at base, but arrow only does 9. That doesn't really make too much of a difference, but if we can stop the AI from using arrow, then it's always beneficial. I mean, the only benefit to arrow is that it stuns enemies for a small period of time. And the other advantage for using Libra is that lightning will actually do only attacks instead of ruin attack, because she has almost matched stats. And the AI will, until you find out if an enemy is like resistant to magic or physicals, the AI will always do whichever one they have less stats off first, and then the rest of the chain will be the one they have more stats off.
Birds, man, the birds.
Yeah, I got the first one though, so that's nice. Let's see what happens. Try this. No, okay. Cool.
So now we're coming up on a pretty neat boss fight. This is where, when I was learning the game, I was kind of going through this and okay, battles, Okay, and then I got to this boss and it's like, okay, stuff does get kind of complicated with the battles.
Yeah, so this fight is Dreadnought. The first phase is pretty straightforward, and the second phase is much more complicated. But even the first phase has quite a few things to it.
It's like, there's so many little timing subtleties in this run with the fights, it's great.
Yeah, it's really fun. So we're going to do a bit of Smart Bomb, partly for Vanilla to land debuffs because he has really low resistance here, and also we're going to then let Lightning do things, and then we're going to shift into Try Disaster. And Lightning gets control like really quickly, so she can do free spells. And then because she doesn't need to be refreshed when we shift into Bully, we can buff her with Bravery and then shift back to Try Disaster and she'll do spells. So like, there's a very small window in which we can kind of abuse the ATB there. Okay, so now he's doing Steam Clean, but we can cancel this. Which means he doesn't get Steam Clean off, which removes buffs from him. I don't think it actually heals, I think it just removes debuffs.
I think on this guy it only removes the last debuff you inflicted as well.
Yeah, it does.
Follow the old guy's lead.
It's like, if, so you can kind of see ATB refreshing in action if you try and keep track of lightning, but my menu keeps getting in the way, so it doesn't really help. Whatever. So that was a like pretty bad first phase. My like shift timing was way off, for whatever reason.
Okay.
So the second phase is kind of more important to get correct because he has a move called Wrecking Ball, which does like a pretty high amount of damage, which like it's fine on its own, but it has a random chance to double hit.
When he says pretty high, he means it almost kills you in one hit.
Yeah. But then it can also double hit, which is a guaranteed wipe, and you can't get it back away from that. There's nothing we can do against it. Okay.
Yeah, it just seems to be. It
Crap.
just seems to be whatever. That sometimes hits twice. But basically, you just don't want to get hit by it. So he's gonna try to time the stagger so that he doesn't get hit by that.
Maybe? It might be a bit below.
Coming. Coming.
It should be fine. Oh.
Okay, it just
Whatever.
didn't hit Saz.
It works. So like, what you can do actually is if you fail it, if you shift into, if it's targeting lightning, you can kind of make lightning run in, and then it won't hit anyone else. But seeing that coming and timing it is really hard. Okay, so use Steam Clean, so I'm going to refresh into Bully, give Lightning Vigilance, and also let Vanilla reland D-Shell. So Deep Protect also increases the physical damage enemies take, and D-Shell increases the magical damage. Just kind of realized I didn't really mention that. But here we want both, not only because we're doing physical and magical damage, but also because the more debuffs you have on an enemy, the higher you chain. Due to a system called conditional modifiers, which are very hard to explain, but sufficient to say that stuff happens. Okay, so now we have Medic for Lightning and Commander for Saz, which is helpful, but we also get upgrading. What am I doing? Very fun. So upgrading in this game is kind of weird, and the game does a very bad job of explaining it. He does an absolutely terrible job of explaining it. But through upgrading, we can get really high stats pretty early in the game because it gives us much better stat boost than the XIII will. And even when we get to late game, we can just get high-powered equipment and then upgrade it really high. And that's where most of our stats come from for late game. And since we're not using much XIII, it means we're low on HP for most of the game, but we kind of burn a lot of resources to get around that. Okay.
So this is another fight where you get to see the wonders of positioning RNG. He's going to be doing a lot of blitzes here, which is... Blitz is like an area...
Yeah, Blitz is an AoE physical attack. Can I target that guy? Thank you.
So the soldiers are really, really bunching up right now, that's what you want. This is super nice positioning right now. So you can hit them all with these blitzes. Sometimes they will just spread out and you can just hit one or two at a time.
That was pretty sick.
That was a really good fight.
Oh, there's another one. Whoops. So there's a really strange kind of dodge just coming up here. We can kind of manipulate how the dodge spawns almost by taking a very specific path through this kind of little area, but it's really weird. It should be good, I think. Too late. So if you do that precisely enough, then you can just run past the enemy and he'll swipe just after you walk past him, but I mistimed it slightly. For some, like, it's like, it shouldn't be hard, but every now and again I just start having issues with it again, I have to relearn it from scratch. Because there's a lot of kind of subtleties to like certain positionings we do, and if you start losing the subtleties then you're not really going to have a very good time with it. It's fine though. It's not too long of a fight if you fail it. And if you retry, the enemies spawn like right in that gap anyway, so you can't get past it that way. Oh, this is a weird pattern. Okay. So like we said earlier, that camera trick can like stop enemies kind of aggroing after you, and we're gonna use that here. So we went to the aggro restart, and then we camera. Oh, it didn't work. Wow. So
I think you went like barely too early.
Yeah, but normally the camera trick means that he goes off screen because he's too high up, and then he'll just stop for like 5 seconds and gives you enough chance to run past. If anything, I thought I went too late, but okay. See, like that. So he just kind of stops for a few seconds, and that's because of camera trick. So here I'm kind of doing like attack blitz, and I'm hoping that the soldiers kind of stay together so that my blitz hits multiples. It's kind of hard to read what the enemies are going to do though. Okay, yeah. That was going to be a wasted blitz if I tried it there, so that's fine. The blitz is convenient not only because of the damage, but because in this area enemies have pretty low keep, which means it's pretty easy to interrupt them with anything. And so doing blitz interrupts both of soldiers at the same time, so one won't keep attacking you while you kill the other one.
So this is my favorite minigame in the game.
It's
the only one.
Yeah, we just have a little thing where we have to kill some pulse wick soldiers using a dreadnought. And we actually want to kill between 25 and 35 here, so they get a specific chest at the end, which has 20 thickened height in it, which is an organic component. And we'll use that for an upgrade just before the next fight. This is really satisfying.
Organic components are quite useful for upgrading. I'll explain that in a bit, but we can't actually buy organic components right now, so this is like the best way to get some at this point.
Yeah, right now the only organic components we can get are either from drops or chests. We gain the ability to buy them soon, but not soon enough, because we want to do some upgrading before then. Should be good. Yeah, okay. I just realized I wasn't counting, so I was just kind of hoping that it was correct.
I think you killed way more than necessary.
I usually do, but it's safety.
Find another one of those things.
And it's fun. That dodge is weird. This dodge is also weird. Okay. So by dodging off the bridge, like the Ulan aggro's onto you, and normally he just kind of stops, but if you get him in the wrong part of his cycle, he'll actually follow you down off the bridge. Just kind of comes and looms fiery death all over you. Grab a Phoenix down there. And we're getting quite a lot of Phoenix downs, partly to use, but also because we can sell them if we're low on gil at any point, because there's a couple of menus that we have to do at certain points. And so getting those Phoenix downs just gives us a bit more of a gil buffer.
So before this next fight, he's going to do the first upgrade. So to explain a bit how that works, so you got two kinds of components. You got your organic components, you got your mechanical components. Upgrading is based on XP. You pour a certain amount of XP into a weapon or accessory, it'll level up, it'll become better. Organic components don't give a lot of XP, but they build this thing called multiplier, which means that any subsequent components will give more XP. You can max it out to ×3. We're only going to get up to ×2 here because of the limited organics we have access to. And then you got your mechanical components, which you then just dump in a giant pile.
Yep.
At once.
Sweet.
It's important that you do that all at once as well, because mechanical components actually make the multiplier go down.
Yeah, but the multiplier doesn't change until after the components have been added. So if we did 10 and 10, the multiplier might drop in between, but if we do 20, the multiplier doesn't drop.
So here's Odin.
Yep. I say, like, we also just upgraded the Pyrus one there, which gives us like significantly more strength, and now will be equipped to sell soon. But yeah, so this is the second Odin fight. This is Odin. Odin's kind of annoying. He has a lot of kind of stupid stuff. Oh, Pope might die. I made a bad decision. Okay, we're good. Oh! Okay.
That went barely off in time.
It's fine, don't worry about it. No, 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 no. So, Odin usually targets Hope, but he can also target Lightning, and when he does, all kind of weird things happen. Okay, we're good. Let's go. So here we're going to use ATB refreshing, so you see Hope, like, when Blizzard 5 Blizzard, Blizzard 5 Blizzard, straight away. There's no gap in his casting. I need to get away. I'm going to get hit by any AoE attacks he does. Lightning, stop walking towards Hope. You're going to get blocked.
Follow my lead.
Okay, that was a really nice fight, though.
Nice.
Yes!
5.
Sub 1.
That's very, very good.
That's my second sub 1 ever. I think that's my best fight ever, actually. Sick. Okay, so here again, you can run forward and activate a cutscene, but it activates faster if you run backwards. For whatever reason.
It's a very nice thing about this game is that the game always tells you how long you took in a battle, so it's really nice for speedrunning because you can just immediately tell how good your fight was.
Yep. Okay, so this is the Gestalt tutorial fight, and so I guess we use the first summon of the run here. So summon is a technique, it costs 3 technique points, and the technique points are the, well, you can't see it now because I have Gestalt bar in the way, but there's a bar underneath the leader's health bar that shows you how much technique points you have, and it maxes out at 5, and summon takes 3. And when you summon, your summon kind of appears, like, and casts alongside with you. And then you have 2 bars. The bottom bar is the summon's health, and the top bar is Gestalt points. And the amount of Gestalt points you get changes the kind of strength of the Gestalt mode you get, which we'll show in a minute. And if the health drops to 0, then your points will run out and then the summon will die. So here it says Zantetsuken level 3, and that's because I have Gestalt level 3, which is maxed. And so when you when you go into Gestalt mode, you have a selection of abilities you can use and a finisher. And here we just use a single ability, which is Thunderfall, and then we use Zantetsuken. And Zantetsuken has an instant kill property,
Until next time.
which triggers under certain conditions. So a lot of the times if we're using Odin, we'll set up for Zantetsuken to instant kill. I mean, there are other abilities, but we don't use them in this fight, and we get some more summer fights where it's easier to explain them later.
Zantetsuken is kind of weird. It does really low base damage, which is probably a lot of the reason why people think summons in this game are really bad, because they get. This is like the first summon you get to use, and then its finisher actually appears to be very bad. But the way it works is it does very low damage, but if you get the insta-kill, it's an insta-kill. And the way that works is it's a function of the enemy's chain and its remaining HP. So when we set up for Zantetsuken, it's just mostly we need to get the chain high enough, and then Zantetsuken insta-kill.
Yeah. So now we have access to Decisive Window again. We give Saz a power wristband we upgraded earlier. And I set up some paradigms, but I kind of fluffed it, so I had to go in and change one of them. This area has like a lot of annoying dodges. Bombs, they just kind of oh no, go away. No, go away. So, okay, that bridge is like, if the bomb is on the bridge, you cannot get past at all. No matter where he is. And if you try and run through with a D-set, most of the time he'll run onto the bridge and then you're stuck. But, so we just pretty much D-set that one out of like principle now.
So because we upgraded that power wristband to max, Saz is super strong right now for this point in the game.
Yeah,
You're gonna see that when we get into some forced fights in a bit.
Yeah, his bombs are in a nice position now.
Most of this part in the game, you switch back between Snow and
No,
not Snow.
Saz Vanille and
Vanille.
Hope Lightning.
Right.
Those
And
teams kind of stay the same for a couple of chapters, and then things change up again later.
I like to call this the good party because they have all the buffs and debuffs that actually make you do more damage.
Yeah. Well, like our endgame party is these two plus Snow,
Yeah.
so that should tell you what you need to know. Okay, so now we get this section. Here there's 4 switches, and each switch is guarded by a fight, so we have to do all 4 fights. And the fights are kind of weird. You can get a preempt on every fight, and getting the preempt saves a decent amount of time on each one. But some of the preempts are just kind of annoying. And one of the fights is also very annoying.
This dialogue is great.
I told you, man. Just like watch it. Like if you get bored of the run, just like watch the dialogue. It's great. Okay, so here I'm just gonna do some weird stuff. But not do something. Okay. So I staggered the bomb there, but I attacked the Pulse Hook Soldier to make sure that it doesn't lose chain duration. Okay, this is
Right.
going kind of weird.
So the way chaining works is there's like
Okay, that was sketchy.
there's 2 properties to it. There's the actual chain percentage, and then there's chain duration. The basic idea of the rolls is that Ravagers, which are mostly magic casters and like elemental strikes, they build a lot of the chain percentage, and then Commandos give you a bunch of chain duration and also do good damage.
Yeah, but for actual good duration, the Saboteur roll is even better.
Yeah, Saboteur is also really good.
Because Saboteur adds a little bit less duration than Commando, but it adds twice of it inflicts. Okay, we got the preempts, this fight's free.
Yeah.
This fight is like super sketchy if you don't get the preempts.
Because it's bombs. They blow up. They do a lot of damage.
I'm actually gonna get the double kill. No! Kill it, kill it, kill it! No, come on, I want a CP! Yes!
I think you've gotten enough CP from all the extra fights you've been doing.
What extra fights? That never happened. Yeah, if you don't get the preempt there, you can... It's like pretty much 50-50 if you level die, but the preempt makes it super safe. I'm actually getting really nice with these preempts right now.
Let's get this over with.
But yeah, that's the thing about preempts. You get enemies at almost staggered chain percentage, but you don't get that much chain duration, so you actually need to hurry a bit to actually stagger them before it runs out.
Especially in multiple enemy fights.
Yeah. Later on we get Quake, which really helps out with that.
Yeah, Quake is super OP. Okay. 4 out of 4 preempts is pretty sick though. I haven't had that in a long time. In any case, people are wondering why I'm saying that now, but this one is free. This one is super free. So the other guy's too far away and he can't actually see you.
Luckily this is the easiest to preempt because it's also the most important to preempt.
Yeah, so these guys, not only when they're preempt they can't move and attack you, but they also become a lot weaker to everything. Like they resist physical and magical attacks when they're not when they're not staggered, but when they're staggered they change like form into this and they just die. which is very convenient. Oh, where's my paradigm? Oh, one more should do it, I think. Nice. Just unequipping here because I want to use the accessories in the next chapter, and if you have an accessory on a party member that isn't in your party, you cannot unequip that accessory. So you can like lose runs to not unequipping. And
it's happened too many times.
Yep. Here we're just grabbing a Fortisol because it's just lying there. Like, we used to do these fights in a different order, and then run past the Fortisol on the way out. And then we changed, and like for a couple of runs, people were forgetting the Fortisol. But then we worked out that Vanilla always runs to the Fortisol chest. So we just followed Vanilla.
Vanilla knows.
Yeah.
Thanks, Vanilla.
What have you done? Okay. It's pretty good so far. I guess you want to just like explain the plot of this section while I take a drink.
Sure. There's not much to explain. You run to the end. You get control of Snow in a flashback.
Yeah. So we see Snow again here, and Snow at the moment is on the Lindblom? Palamecia? Something. He's on the ship.
It's the Lindblom, yeah.
It's the Lindblom.
The cavalry's ship.
Yeah. And if you're attentive enough, there's a lot of references to other games in this game. Not as many as 9 has, but like quite a few. So now we came to control of Snow for this little flashback. This is the town of Bowden, and this town is like super important in the story, but we don't watch the cutscenes or whatever. But basically right now, like, Snow is being... He thinks he's being like held hostage, but he's actually not. Like, things happen soon.
I always call this part the Walk of Shame, not for any story reasons, but just because Chapter 4 is so awful. So I've had a lot of times where I've already like been losing time on my Chapter 4 split when I was running this part.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's just like, come on, just hurry up, Snow.
Yeah, I really want my notes for this because I fucked this one up. Okay. Oh. Unfortunately, defaults to save, so... Okay, so now we have Hope Lightning again. Just gonna do some menuing. That's right. So here we're getting a load of spells in Hope's Ravager. I can probably cut out. I can just do the early menu, I think, actually, because I have loads of stuff. We're also getting some helpful things for lightning. I mean, I'm getting kind of a lot of stuff. I'll explain what we do it for. Oh, almost.
Why?
I do need that node, so I'm gonna have to do the extra menu. Okay, so we give Hope. So we give Hope more magic here, and we give Lightning more strength. And we also got Aqua Strike and
Spark Strike.
Spark Strike. That's what it is. For Lightning, which are physical-based Ravager abilities. And so they use the strength stat for damage instead of the magic stat. So we're like pretty much pumping strength right now for Lightning.
It's a little bit of a common misconception that Ravagers are magic users and Commandos are physical users.
Yeah.
It's not really true. You can
spec your characters however you want.
Yeah.
Like you could use entirely Ruin in Commando and entirely Strikes in Ravager. And if you set up your stats sufficiently different enough, the AI will do that as well. Well, once you have enemy information. I mean, the way the AI Ravager works is probably one of the worst roles for AI, but we understand how a lot of it works, so we do a lot of kind of manipulation of Crystarium, so only get the abilities we need so that the Ravagers aren't wasting time doing other stuff. So the first half of this chapter is a lot of dodging.
I guess there's a good time to explain why Hope is bad.
Oh, yeah. So, okay, so the longest time we thought all the characters ran equally. Oh, no, come on. And then, when we kind of changed routes like a few months ago, we changed routes because of a Japanese runner. He was using this completely different route, and so we kind of like looked into it and changed things around, and that's why we use Snow now. We used to use Fang. But he also had like a couple of other discoveries, one of which was a glitch that we already knew about, which we called the Incredible Flying Vanille. Which unfortunately we've not been able to replicate, but it's happened like sufficiently random times that we know it's a thing. But I won't explain it just in case it happens later. I guess we'll explain it at some point, it doesn't matter for now. But the other thing was comparison of running speeds. And it turns out that Hope runs at 92% speed, and everybody else runs at the same speed. So it used to be in the old route we actually used Hope for running like a really long section because we didn't want to do a menu. And it turns out that Hope loses a minute 30 in that running section.
That's rather hopeless.
Yeah, just because
That's
he's
long. I thought it was like 30 seconds.
Once you get to the end of Mahabara, it's like a minute 30. Because it continues on through there as well.
Speaking of hopeless, I'm likely hopelessly late with this donation, but we have $55.05 from Anonymous saying good luck with the run and just say no to this Trudeau.
I hope so. I had a really weird fight in practice actually earlier for that. I'll explain it later. But yeah, now's a good time if you want to plug anything or whatever. There's not much going on.
So yeah, Hope is basically like the worst character for a speedrun.
Well, not in Flapperson.
He has uses. He's not a bad character. There are no bad characters in this game. All the characters have their uses.
Yeah, Hope actually his kind of quote unquote limit break or full ATB skills, it's pretty damn powerful. And his summon is really useful in a couple of fights as well. And he actually has like really good early access to a lot of synergist. Like obviously not early enough to be useful in a speedrun, but he does gain a lot of things really early, and he's a really good Ravager.
Why like me?
Yeah. It's fine, she'll turn up at some point, don't worry about it.
She'll teleport.
Hi, MLSTRM.
Hey Ginny, how's it going?
They get to sit on the couch, I'm jealous.
You can go sit there if you want.
No, we can't.
This is our
okay.
card. Fine. Okay, so now we actually start fighting things.
Yeah, kind of a pattern for a lot of these chapters you'll notice is that they start off with like a long dodging section where there's not really anything that we need to fight, and then there's a bunch of fights like near the end. Well, not really near the end, there's a good bit to go of this chapter.
Yeah, so here like use a little bit of Calm or Sab at the start of most fights just to get a little bit of chain duration. Like, not as much as a lot of people would have done casually, but just enough to guarantee that we can stagger. Because dropping chain, especially on like enemies with high stagger points, is one of the worst things you can do. It's like super painful. But all these fights are pretty straightforward. Like, the first one is just stagger each Lobo and kill. And the second one has something cool if I get the preempt. Nice. So, preempts are really good. Like, really good. Because these guys have a 200% stagger point.
Bye.
Be ready for the next fight.
So we stagger them with a Fire, and the slight delay is to just guarantee that Lightning does what she's meant to. Yeah. Because if you go too early, then...
That's the one thing you need.
Yeah, that's the one thing I needed. I would normally like get a few extra nodes there as well, but because I did some extra fights earlier, I had enough CP. But basically, if you stagger an enemy, like the AI will start to do single target instead of multiple target attacks. So by delaying it slightly, we stagger them all just as Lightning starts up Blitz. So it's super good.
Now we fight Behemoth. As you would expect from Behemoths, they're generally really, really strong.
That was a bit scary.
You can clearly see. Once we stagger him, the idea is to...
Okay, here we go.
Do our attacks in such a way that we keep interrupting him. Like lightning attacks, hope attacks, lightning attacks, etc.
Yeah, and because the Behemoth is weak to water, we use Libra to make sure the Lightning uses Aqua Strike Water, Aqua Strike Water. He should be already dead, that's kind of a problem. Okay, we're fine. Turbojet, nice. So there's 3 fights that we fight that can drop turbo jets here, and that saves just a bit of money in Chapter 7 because we don't need to buy as many. Like, enemy drops for the most part aren't important if they're not shrouds, but there's a couple of places where they just help. Okay, this fight is hella random. This fight is a mess. There's 10 crawlers. If like 5 of them aggro you at once, you're dead. Have fun. That was a good fire. I think I'm dead. Oh, nice! I got the HP refresh. We in there.
Oof.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
So yeah, the strat for this fight is basically just hit as much as you can with Fire. Hope lightning does the same with blitzes.
Yeah. So the benefit of using
Potion.
Fire there is that Fire is a level 2 spell, which means it has AoE properties. But the other thing is as well that it has a sufficient cut to interrupt the crawlers. So if they're in midair, you can knock them out of the sky and they won't attack you. Which is super helpful. Because it also keeps everything on the ground, so lightning won't hit things with blitz. So now the party swaps, and now we control lightning, and Hope follows us. And things get a lot nicer once we can control lightning, because where we've strength Spectre pretty harshly, we can now like abuse that better than the AI would, because the AI won't prioritize strength, but we will.
Yeah, like we said, AI Ravager is sometimes kind of bad. When you'll notice, you may have noticed that when he was fighting the Behemoth earlier, Lightning was doing Aqua Strike, Water,
Yeah.
which is there's a reason the AI does that.
Yeah.
Because there's this thing called conditional modifiers.
Yeah, we mentioned them earlier, and the AI Rav always maximizes chaining. And so by alternating spells, you actually get more chaining than just doing the same spell over and over again. But Lightning has so much more strength than Magic that we lose about 2/3 of our damage from not spamming Aqua Strikes. Or like, lose about 1/3 even. So
The
we're
attack
gonna
animations are way slower too, right? When
Huh?
switching?
not for Lightning. Lightning's actually
No?
okay. A lot of characters have really slow animations switching between Magic and physical attacks, but Lightning's actually pretty good. Lightning has the best switch. So now we're going to fight another Behemoth, and this one's going to die a lot quicker, even though we haven't done any Crystarium and it's exactly the same enemy.
Just because we can just spam Aqua Strike now.
Yeah, just because we control Lightning.
Keep your mind on the battle.
Just starts off pretty basically, we just run in and attacks. So also another thing with Lightning is her 4th attack, she does like a backflip thing, so in a couple of fights we'll be intentionally avoiding that. So I just start with an auto chain, because where I shift in with full ATB, then I just want to like start doing stuff as soon as possible. And so it's just quicker to use the auto battle than inputting all these Aqua Strikes.
Yeah.
But now we're just going to use Aqua Strikes. Hope, okay. Okay, this ATB is kind of weird, but we should be fine. Yeah, we're fine.
Follow my lead.
Okay, so there I did a con buffer. Do you want to just like quickly explain that?
If you've already started in the well, okay. There's rolls have this thing where
I guess I'll help out, yeah. So, okay, each roll has a like roll bonus, and the roll bonuses are different for each roll. Ravager gives you more chain percentage on your abilities, Commando gives you more damage, Saboteur gives you higher debuff chance, Synergist gives you longer buff duration, Medic gives you healing amount, and Sentinel gives you damage reduction.
Like this applies to the entire party passively.
Yeah, well, there's each, well, so each...
it's larger
depending-
for yourself.
Depending on your roll level, there's always a self buff and a passive buff. And those buffs both get higher as you gain more roll levels. And so if you do a Ravager ability and then switch into Commando before the ability hits, the ability uses the Commando damage formula for calculating damage, but it still has the Ravager property of chain and elemental. So because the Behemoth is weak to water, if we combo for an Aqua Strike, we're basically doing a water elemental attack, and since he's weak to water, that does double damage. But it's not efficient to keep combo buffering every time, because the shifts take way too long. Cool dodge.
Here he's just gonna deset because of this bike.
Yeah, bikes are horrible to dodge.
They're pretty much the worst type of enemy in the game.
They
to
are
dodge.
impossible. Like, actually impossible.
Yeah.
Like, there's very few situations in which you can manually dodge a bike, and that's mainly because it like goes on a loop that takes like 10 years to complete. So it's really far away from you. So I am going to run into this next fight using the Deceptor, but then I'm going to cancel it and then go again without a Deceptor, because I don't need a Deceptor for this fight.
And he doesn't want to waste it.
Yeah, there's much better places to use a Deceptor here. We're also going to summon for this fight, because summoning is cool.
Now you get to see Zantetsuken again.
Yeah.
Keep your mind on the battle. Keep up with me, Hope.
Yeah, come on, Hope, keep up. Okay,
For
so
summoning, he just wants to chain the fellow cycle as much as possible.
yeah. Oh, I should summon. Whoops. We're fine. Don't worry about it. I thought I did 2 then summon, but like realized that was a bad idea. So I'm also alternating Water Thunder, partly because again slightly better chaining, but also it means that Water and Thunder hit at the same time, so it's easier to maintain interruption on enemies, especially once staggered. And then we're going to use Down Strike, which is Lightning Strike, and then we're going to spam the side attack, which is Razor Gale. Razor Gale gets used like a lot. Like Razor Gale and Thunder Thought are super helpful for Odin. Everything just kind of gets like mushed around a bit.
Shake the ground.
Stormblade.
And then Zantetsuken.
Storm is here.
Yeah, Stormblade's pretty useless.
I don't even know.
It's just like a ball. But it does like no damage, and it has no elemental abilities, and it's like not even that slow, so you can't even use it for stalling. Like it's whatever. It has its uses, but they're very, very tiny uses.
So because this is the bad party, you can't get any useful buffs without without using a Shroud. So this is where we're going to use a Fortisol to significantly speed up this fight.
Oh yeah, so this next boss is Aster Protoflorian, also known as Slot Machine.
Yeah.
So he does some attacks, and then he will do an exit-proofing ability, which gives him resistance to an element and weakness to the opposite element, and that's random. And we only have 2 elements that we can exploit. So if he doesn't do one of those elements, we have to wait for him to do a second exit-proofing, which takes like a significant amount of time.
Or in the worst case, a third.
Switch it up.
Yeah, we can actually get a third. In the old route, the worst you could get was a second because we magic spect and had 3 spells, but in this route we only have 2 elements.
You'll see what we mean when we get there.
So there's a lot of like potion tanking, which is something we haven't explained yet. But if you use a potion, or if you use any item, your keep, which is like your ability to resist interruption, is set to 100 for the entirety of the animation. So you can't get interrupted by anything. Okay, that's fine. As long as I stay away from Hope, we should be good. And no, you're not watching a Pokemon speedrun, it isn't Bulbasaur. It looks like it, though. There's like all sorts of names.
Just did that extra attack as well.
Ice!
So okay, the idea is we really want to kill this guy in 1 stagger because
We have to, pretty much.
if you don't kill him in 1 stagger, he starts doing this really bad attack where he launches you up into the air and then smashes you down, and it's really fucking strong.
It's super bullshit as well.
So the way we're going to try to kill him is using these strikes after we stagger him of an element he is weak to, which is like the most damage we can get on him. But we only have strikes. We only have Spark Strike and Aqua Strike, so we need him to go into either
Water or lightning.
Yeah, water or lightning form.
Oh, come on!
Yes, yes. So he went Ice, Fire, which are like the 2 that we can't kill.
It's a 1/6 chance.
So we're just having to wait and we're just building up that chain duration and letting Hope heal. Like we are literally just waiting for him to do the thing we want right now.
At least I can't really fuck up the fight this time. Like I don't think I'm gonna die to Frodo, so at least it's that.
If nothing else, it makes it really easy, but
Yeah.
it's so slow. You would lose like a minute from doing this.
Can he go back to ice from here? He can't.
I
Yeah?
don't
No,
think
he can't.
can,
He
no.
can't repeat until he cycled through all of them.
Okay.
Okay, so
Luckily.
now he's in lightning.
And now we use water because he's weak to water but resists... Well, he actually absorbs lightning, which means that if we use a lightning-based spell on him, he'll heal. Like, elemental resistances go We're gonna disagree on this.
Yeah, halve is totally a
Okay,
thing.
fine. It goes absorb, so it goes absorb, so the enemy heals from it, and then it's immune, which does no damage. Then it's half, then resist, then normal, and then
Resist,
weak.
then halve. Like, resist is like 10% damage.
Oh yeah, okay. It's the same as physical. Yeah.
And then halve is halve.
Yeah, and enemies can also be physically or magically resistant, and it does 1/10 damage there as well.
So, once he's staggered, this is just a matter of
Yeah.
keeping him interrupted again.
This is a really good showcase of ATB refreshing. Like you can see Hope like constantly doing stuff.
And he dies.
Yep. And it's a minute slower than it should have been.
Yep.
Nice. Still faster than dying. Okay, so here I get Lightning the Blaze Fire Saber because I want to sell the Gladius in my next chapter for Gil, and at this point we want to even out Lightning stats because we don't want to strength spec as much. And I also equip the Silver Bangle because it makes the menus in chapter 6 like 2 inputs faster. You gotta save the frames, man. I'm trying to walk with like one hand while drinking. It's fine, we got this. Yep. It's surprisingly difficult to remember how many cutscene skips and save prompts there are between chapters.
If you look fast there, you can see Snow.
He wasn't there, don't worry about it.
He's not appearing until the next chapter.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're in the Sunlift Waterscape. We left Saz and Vanille at the Vile Peaks and they've walked into this forest. This area has some of the best lines of dialogue in the game.
Oh yeah, this is
He didn't say it though.
great line.
He didn't
coming
say
up.
it.
No, it's coming up.
Is it? I thought it was at the start.
No, it's coming up.
It better be. I'm gonna be so disappointed if he doesn't
Here
say
it comes.
It
Just
has
wait
the best
for it.
music too.
Oh yeah, the music.
Music
There it
is
is.
Hey.
I love that line.
Saz is an intelligent human being. It's like, we actually have like a pretty major menu coming up in this chapter. We sell and upgrade quite a lot of things and have to do a decent amount of setup for the next, not only the next fight, but like the next kind of couple of chapters in general, where we use Saz and Vanille. But this is where we mainly start using debuffs to their full potential. So not only do we have D-Protect and D-Shell, which like increase magic damage and increase physical damage, but what we also get is Poison. And Poison is super broken in this game.
There's not that much that you can actually hit with poison, but when you can, it's amazing.
Yeah, so Poison will kill an enemy from full HP in 5 minutes. So for enemies who have huge HP, they get kind of wrecked pretty easily. Okay, let's do this. I have really nice organic drops, that's cool. If you don't get any organic drops, you have 0 gil off this menu, it's kind of sketchy. Well, you break even on gil. What am I upgrading? Vegas. It's fine, don't worry about it. We're in there.
See, the thing about this too is we run completely different routes, so I can't help him at all with the menus. If he blanks on something, I'm just sitting there like, yeah.
Oh shit.
I have notes, I just don't want to use them.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, it's fine, we got that, don't worry. So yeah, now we're going to grab Poison for Vanille, and then we're going to just invest in a Ravager a little bit, because we're going to want to grab a load of spells and a Rav in the next chapter. I have so much spare CP, it's like, what do I do with all this?
Oh yeah, people are commenting on Vanille's running animation. I guess it's a decent time to talk about the hitboxes,
Oh, yeah, go for it.
because that's a thing. So, we mentioned running speed earlier. That's the same between all characters except for Hope, because Hope is bad. Hitboxes are actually different between all the characters. So you've got your really slim characters.
So like Lightning is like got a pretty average hitbox. Like Lightning's hitbox makes sense. Hope is shorter, so aerial enemies have a harder time hitting him, but he has the same width as Lightning. Fang and Vanille is slightly wider than Lightning, only because she flails her arms around. Like,
Yeah.
it's literally the only reason. Saz is the worst for width, and Snow is slightly better than Saz. And
Saz actually worse. I thought Snow was the worst.
Oh, maybe it's all around. I don't know.
Snow's pretty
is,
friggin' huge.
Saz and Snow are both like really fat, which causes some problems. And then Fang is like really skinny.
Speaking of weird hitboxes, Gremlins.
Oh my god. So yeah, a lot of enemies have accurate hitboxes in this game, but the enemies that don't are complete bullshit. Especially these guys, which hit you from like half a meter away. It's fine. The retry is consistent, so it's not too bad.
It was really rude to comment on a person's width, though.
Yeah, well, you know. It's important for the speedrun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we say that, but we actually, the way the final party you get in this route is actually the 3 worst people for dodging.
Yeah. We made a great decision there, don't worry about it. It actually works out okay. Like, initially we thought it was going to be much more of a problem than it actually was, but it works out fine.
Yeah, it's...
Like, it was mainly chapter 12 we were worried about, but it turned out okay.
It's doable, it's just slightly tougher.
It's ever so slightly. It's like barely noticeably tougher. I mean, the thing is, like, it's probably harder if you're beginning, but once you, like, you know, like, we've been running this game for like a long time, you know, so once you get used to it, you can just change characters pretty easily for the most part. There's only like a couple of dodges that really need a certain character to perform. And even then you can kind of hack around them with other characters. Hoplites being a good example.
Yeah, there you see the wonderful hitbox of Gremlins.
And the wonderful hitbox of Vanille.
That as well, yeah. If
Vanille has like a radius of empty space around her, and so do the Gremlins, so like aiming your dodges here really sucks.
These guys always make a very nice opening for you.
Not always.
Well,
they really don't.
Usually, they do.
Yeah, I mean, you can lure them all out to the side, so it's not a problem if they don't give you an opening anyway. Just a little bit slower. The record isn't 540, the record is actually like 505.
If the record was 540, we would not set the estimate at 540. Like, we're not stupid.
We just have really high expectations. Yeah, so there's like a lot of plot happening, but it's slow. But the main upshot is that we get Saz back because he just disappeared for a couple of minutes. Like, this kind of story arc with Saz and Vanille is actually a really good story arc.
Yeah, Saz and Vanille not only are the best party, they also have the best story.
I don't want to go into too many details because, like, spoilers in case people haven't played it or whatever, but it's really good. Especially when you get to the end of it. Okay, so here there's like a weird gimmick. There's these orbs, and if you touch them, it switches between rainy and sunny. But it actually just like rainy is so much better, because if you change it to sunny, then you get wyverns, and wyverns are disgusting.
Yeah, you don't want to dodge wyverns.
You pretty much can't dodge wyverns.
You kind of can. I mean, we do it in plat percent.
Ish. But these frogs are like super easy. And there's nothing else we need in this area, so setting it to sunny has no benefit for us anyway.
Yeah, it's just a waste of time.
Shit. Like you mentioned earlier, frogs can be like really strange.
So you might notice that we haven't fought anything in this chapter. There's actually only one fight in this chapter, which is the boss. Which is coming up fairly soon.
It's a really cool boss. This boss is like the hardest easy fight as well, as we call it.
Did you get any bonus shards yet?
Nope.
No?
Pretty sure not.
No, I don't think I noticed any.
We might have to get tech over here in a sec, 'cause there's like a buzz on this headset, it's getting kind of worse. It's not around at the moment, okay.
It smells fishy. I'm gonna find it.
Go for it, Saz. Okay, this fight is a thing. This is Anki and Enlil. This is the first multi-enemy boss fight. And basically, right at the start, all we're going to do is just like stall it out and wait for buffs, because we want Saz to do things that are helpful. Double D protect, whatever, it's fine. So I'm going to wait for Saz to cast Vigilance, Faith and Bravery on himself, and then cast Vigilance on Lightning. And as soon as he does, I'm going to chuck a Libra Scope and shift him to Sabsin. And now what that means is now that he's going to start doing End Thunder, because we're targeting Enki, and Enki is weak to Thunder. And he's also going to cast something else on someone if I stay too long. So now we're just trying to inflict Deprotect and Poison. Deprotect we need for damage, but Poison is also super helpful in this fight for a kind of interesting reason. Like, it's not an obvious reason. Okay.
So these guys can do a bellow attack, which they will do at this point if you give them the chance, which will like get rid of their debuffs and make them more powerful, stuff like that. But you just keep them interrupted like this. The way you kind of do that is Poison has this weird property where it hits twice. It's like the initial hit and then where it would inflict.
Yeah, so every debuff, if it inflicts, it like reapplies. But Poison's infliction is delayed. And the delay, like each kind of part of the attack gives interruption, but it's sufficiently delayed that we can cover the gap between Saz's ATB strings.
So Saz is doing all the damage here, and then Vanille's just keeping the interruption going.
And healing every now and again. And you probably noticed that we're still using potions instead of medic. And that's because potions are like super powerful. Especially with Doctor's Code. Ah, okay. It should be fine.
So we got the bellow off, but he's almost dead, so it's probably fine.
Can I inflict something good, please? Okay. Yeah, unfortunately that debuff resistance resets from the use bellow as well, so it becomes harder to land things. That was a okay fight. Again, I'm just gonna upload here.
Gotta remove everything here because we need it for the next chapter.
Yeah.
But yeah, potions are quite useful.
Yeah, they do 100 and they do 10%. Is like what 10% match HP or 150 health, whichever is larger.
I think that is it. Yeah.
Yeah, and with a Doctor's Code.
Might be wrong on the percentage, but
yeah, and then with a Doctor's Code, that's doubled. So up until chapter 9 or so, we can use potions and heal ourselves for like half health, which is so much better than medic, and it heals everybody.
It also doesn't use your ATB, so
yeah, it doesn't use your ATB.
It's just way better in every way.
So your ATB can be recharging, and it also gives you infinite keep, so you can't get interrupted by anything.
We will be using medic eventually, once potions kind of lose their usefulness. Because you don't get any better potions.
Well, you get renew. It's like basically a better potion. And you get elixirs. That's like a better potion. But yeah, like eventually potions don't become as useful. Like we still use them for like stalling in a couple of places, but they're not like as good healing items once you get to like late through the run.
Mm-hmm.
So this is chapter 7. This is the town of Palampolum, which is another reference. I guess this is what the reference is. It's a reference to like Porum and Porum, the twins in FF4. Okay, so I have to wait for that bike because when he goes away, like if you watch the minimap, he just kind of randomly runs around a bit and then aggroes, but by the time he gets to us, we're already out of the battle zone. But the thing is, if we don't wait for the cycle, like he sees us immediately, and he goes really fast, and that's why bikes are annoying.
Like the one bike you can actually go
Manually
around without
dodge,
a decent.
and that's just because his cycle takes like 20 seconds. Okay. I like how this area looks, at least. It's a pretty cool area.
Can I read off a donation?
Yeah, sure.
We have a $1 donation from Rory Extra Life. Hi Maelstrom, Svanjeg. Keep account of the following, because there's something in it for you guys. Each failed dodge, I'll donate $1.
Oh.
Each death, excluding blindfold fights, I'll donate $5. I'm trusting you guys to be honest about this, since I can't particularly watch as I'm moving. Go team, and good luck.
Don't encourage him.
We also haven't been keeping track, so we could just say it's like, oh, I failed 200 dodges. Pay up, come on. I haven't died yet, so we can keep track of deaths, but dodges is a bit late to keep track of now because you've probably already had a significant number. Should have donated a couple of hours ago, man. I mean, this run was going to start like now, so fair enough. But yeah, this area is just like a load of dodging. We're just running towards the first fight of the chapter, which is kind of an interesting thing to talk about, but I'll leave it a little bit.
It's the city's food production house.
These enemies are great too. Flanators.
Oh yeah, Flanators.
Great pun.
Great dodges.
Great design. They're flans with alarm lights.
Yeah, and they go whoop 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 whoop. They didn't do it though, they didn't make the noise. But next set will, the next set always do. Yeah, so like, you know, like I said earlier, like we have different ways of dodging enemies. Sometimes we camera trick, sometimes we Deceptive Soul, and sometimes we just have a way to just dodge it. And there's some pretty sick dodges coming up. That look like super sketchy. It's great. Surfland. Okay. So there's 3 Flanators here.
How am I supposed to just forget about all this?
Easy. They always run towards you in the same way if you always do the same motion, so you can lure them out. Yeah, you can do something similar as well, but the battle zone's slightly different shape, so you can't do exactly the same thing. Ah. I misjudged the angle slightly.
Yeah, I always just lure these guys out.
There we go.
Nice.
It's like super easy, but it's a pretty precise angle, and I just kind of missed the angle slightly.
So
on the
what you're
first one.
saying is it's not easy.
It is easy. You just run forward and hold an angle, like, what's hard?
It's easy, but it's not easy.
You don't have to react to anything, it's just muscle memory. Okay, yeah, so this next fight coming up is a forced summon fight. It's the first one of the game, and it's Snow. Snow's Glorious Return with Shiva. This fight is actually kind of interesting. So there's a strap on the PS3 version that was like worked 100% of the time. It was like super easy. And we get the PC version, it comes out, and the strap doesn't work at all. And we spent like hours testing this, and it just doesn't work. And eventually we had to come up with like a completely different sequence of abilities to actually guarantee that we get change. Because for some reason, you don't build it anywhere near as much chain duration on the Gestalt abilities as you do in the PS3 version. And we're not really sure why. But it doesn't make too much of a difference to the actual fight, because at the end of the day, stagger, kill everything with Diamond
It seems to be just a thing with Gestalt in general, because there's another forced summon fight later on where the same thing kind of happens.
Yeah. Well, in that case, it's not duration, it's just we don't get as much change. Like, there's also, like, there's kind of weird, almost like subtle rebalancings in the Gestalt fights, but we're not sure if it's intentional or just like some artifact or something else. Either way, we have strats that work, but it's just, you know, interesting to note. And now the game tells us how they properly use the Sentinel. Because this is the first
Even though
time
we did that in like chapter 3 with Menace from Warmare.
Yeah, but now we actually have Guard as well. Like, we have Steel Guard. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. This is actually like, yeah, this is not a skippable cutscene. But I'm sure all of us have tried it at least once to skip it.
Why would I want to skip this?
This is true. And Snow's theme is awesome as well.
Oh, you missed my favorite line in the game. It's Hope saying, "Ice tracks. Is that some kind of Lassie power?"
Yeah, he said it, you just didn't notice
Yeah,
it.
I know.
Failed that one, unfortunately. This dodge is kind of weird. Because they all kind of walk forward as a group, but like, if you retry it, they go back to the original starting point, and then you can just kind of run past them. But if you failed the first dodge, like if you kind of take too long on the first dodge, it'll also run forward, and it becomes really hard to dodge them.
What am I doing?
What are you doing, Hope? Okay.
Just waiting for the right moment.
Maybe? Okay, sick. So that red guy charges at you, but he charges at where you were, and as long as you're like running kind of radially around him, he won't charge at you. He'll charge like where you were, so he'll miss. but it's kind of weird to set up with the other soldiers because you have to make sure you don't get hit by any of them as well. Okay. So now we have Fang. This is Fang. This is a safe character, and she was basically on the limb bloom, like with Snow. And there's like all kinds of reasons and stuff going on. But the point is we have Fang for the rest of the game now. And now Fang's gone. She'll be back later.
Fang everybody. Got to do 2 dodges.
Technically 3, but okay.
Is it 3?
Yeah, it's 3 battle zones. Well, it's 3 encounters. 2 of them share a battle zone though for some reason. So basically, like, we've kind of glossed over the plot for the most part, but what it is the kind of the group of 6 people that you control, they turn into Lassie, which takes too long to explain what that means, but it basically means they're getting hunted down by the government. And now they're in this town. This is where Hope lives, and they're trying to go back to Hope's house. So now, like, the military's here, and kind of bad things are happening.
This guard right here is really good at his job.
I think the Orion's even better.
I've heard this speech about the Sanctum military operations way too many times.
Well, he says it like 4 times
Yeah,
going
exactly.
through this area. Okay, so just run backwards there just to reset the battle zone. Because otherwise if I'd failed the first dodge, I would actually have respawned back at where the cutscene triggered. Also, that's something called a reverse camera trick by looking up instead of down. And it kind of freezes the soldiers in place, you can just run past them. Good audio cue.
Time's a wasting.
Now you get to hear like 10 seconds of Blinded by Light. And then the music changes again. We're almost to the end of this running section. There will be fights soon.
There's a menu first.
There's a menu first, right?
Speaking of which, I need to load my notes up. Whoa. Whoa, that was way too close.
He actually condensed his notes for this run specifically, and now they're in a really weird format.
Dude, they're great, don't question it.
It's good. It's like very condensed. I like it, but I can't read it. It's so. we have like this notation that pretty much everyone uses. It's like the official.
Yeah, so like one of the longest menus in the game, in my full notes is 61 lines, and in these condensed notes it's like 5.5. You recall wrong, PX. He has him for a while now.
I mean, he has the Lou Dolphin has the world record on console.
He has a PS3 world record.
But he doesn't have a PC that really runs this game well, because this is a really bad port, and it doesn't run well on a lot of PCs.
It runs really strangely on like everything. Luckily, the computers here are really good, because if they had issues, I was gonna have to run PS3, and things are gonna get very interesting.
And then I would just be sitting here, yeah, try to beat that estimate now.
I guess they'll do it. Don't worry.
Funny for me, because I've been trying to get sub 540 for ages on PS3. Just can't do it.
Yeah. So here we're just gonna sell all of the things we've picked up. Weapons, some other stuff. Yes please. And chips. 2 incentive chips and no other chips. Nice. And then I'm gonna buy some turrets for upgrading, and I'm also gonna buy 3 power wristbands, which give us strength, if I can. Yeah, okay, I've got just enough. I'm actually gonna sell some stuff to get some potions because I need some potions. Some pretty long potions. Okay. So there's not really much time that I can buy potions for quite a while now, and I need those to be able to survive. So we're just gonna upgrade the Blazefire Saber a little bit, which is Lightning's weapon. And then the Wild Bow, which is Snow's weapon.
You'll notice that during a lot of these upgrading sections, the number 36 pops up quite a few times. The best like multiplier to gil ratio you get from these components called Sturdy Bones, Barbed Tails, and Vibrant Oozes. They all do basically the same.
They're all exactly the same. They have the same properties.
And 36 of those max out your multiplier. So that's what we're going to be using most of the time.
Just kind of upgrading a bit of Snow's Commando, and then giving... Oh, no, not that one. Giving him a power wristband for more strength. So basically we set up Snow so he hits like a truck. And you're going to see this on this boss. So this is Ushamgul's Subjugator, or as we call him Ushu, because his name is way too long. And again, since we jump up in the air, we want to be prioritizing aerial paradigm shifts.
He has a pretty high chain resistance immediately, which just means it's hard to get his chain up.
Yeah.
But once you do enough damage, he goes into an overdrive mode. Which hopefully should be soon after we summon.
Yeah. Should be after this attack.
Once he goes into overdrive, he starts doing more damage, but he also inflicts D-Shell and D-Protect on himself.
He gives himself bravery, which makes him stronger, but he also inflicts D-Protect D-Shell, so he takes more magical and physical damage, and his chain resistance goes ways down, so you can chain him a lot faster.
So the summon is actually really good at keeping him interrupted here.
Yeah, and now you can see like the damage Snow is doing. Like if you watch the health bar.
Eventually the summon does run out, but it's fine.
Yeah, I got kind of bad attack patterns because he did a tail hammer that launched me and Shiva and attacked Shiva. And if the summon gets attacked, that decreases the time gauge and also by interrupting me. But that was fine. Good fight. And that's like kind of a good example of why it's important to keep chaining once you get to stagger as well, because it acts as a damage multiplier. If we can double the chain gauge in less than half the stagger time, then we're going to do more damage overall. Like I know a lot of people, myself included, like would just stagger and then try and go commando and like just attack. But by continuing to chain post stagger, you can get a lot more damage out of everything. Here's like one of the best dodges in the game. Just run straight past. Like a lot of enemies like hesitate before they attack you, which is convenient for us considering we're just gonna run straight past them. But it's kind of enough to like kind of, you know, juke you out if you're playing, because you're like, do I run in or do I like try not to fight it? And then by the time you've made that decision, it's already caught you.
Okay, double Orions, let's go.
Oh god. This dodge is a thing that's not fun. So this is like the most obvious use of camera trick in the game. There's these Orions that charge forwards unless you camera trick and then they get stuck over there. And then you just kind of run like this and hope you don't get hit by the Orion. Like this is another dodge that's like slightly different on PS3, it's a lot easier to get through. But also on different PCs it seems to react differently. So like I have a couple of different position setups, there we go. Based on different amounts of like not camera tricking to try and get them in a place where they can't attack me. And that one works, that's fine. Like you can eventually just like start camera tricking later and later to get them to come further and further forward, and then it makes it a bit easier to get past them. But the later you leave it, the harder it is to get the dodge, because if you get them too far, they can see you as you're running past even with camera trick, and then they'll just attack you anyway. But second try is fine. It's fine, don't worry about it. They always look super scary.
This is a fun dodge as well.
Oh yeah, so me and Swansea, at least for the longest time, didn't know that the edge of this area isn't in the battle zone. So you could just walk to the edge and the enemies stop running at you.
Yeah, like the little side areas in between the pillars are like outside the battle zone. And when you're outside the battle zone, the enemies don't see you.
Yeah.
So
Super hard strat here. Okay, got it. So the idea for this fight is to die, and then your full party comes in. You actually can't beat Yushu solo. Like even if you cheat the game, you can't do enough damage. He hits a HP barrier and then triggers this part of the fight anyway. But by switching to Synergist early enough in the fight, he does a laser range straight away for some reason. Which makes no sense.
2 quick donations if now's a good time.
Very quick.
Okay, we have $50 from Nathan Mills, who says Milla swimsuit or riot. And we have $1 from Damien Stryker, who says, I like the use of different summons in Final Fantasy XIII. Do they see a lot of play during speedruns?
We use some of them quite a lot. Sometimes. Hackathon gets used the most. I think
Odin gets used the most.
Yeah, okay, fine. Like Odin and Shiva
we get him early.
Yeah, yeah. Odin and Shiva get used like a decent amount. Hackathon is also like really good though. And we don't use Bahamut at all in the speedrun or Alexander.
Brynhildr gets used a couple times.
Yeah.
So he actually exited out of that battle because this battle is quite annoying, and you would have to do all this Crystarium eventually anyway, so might as well do it before that fight and speed it up.
Yeah, like a lot of this menuing is mainly just setting up for this fight, but the important thing to note is I've been grabbing accessories, which let me equip more things onto my characters.
So the thing about this fight is it's actually, I mean, assuming all fights go as intended, this is like
the second longest fight in the game. And the longest is one of the final bosses.
Yeah.
So that should give you a sense of perspective.
This is because you don't really have a good party for this. You can't do any of the offensive buffs or debuffs to really maximize your damage output. And unlike stuff we had with like the Astra Protoflorian fight, we can't use shrouds here.
Yeah, because of the first section with Hope, you actually can't use a shroud going into the real fight. You can only use it going into the Hope section of the fight, and that also uses the shroud. So that's like a terrible idea.
Useless.
Like, don't do that, please. So like, if you pay attention to lightning, you see that every time I shift, she runs straight in after doing a thunder and doesn't have a spark strike, and that's an ATB refresh. And again, here's like a really good place to see it because I can kind of make the camera a bit more visible.
We have totally loaded up on the strength on Lightning, so she's doing a lot of the damage here.
Yeah, Lightning's our main damage dealer. Like, she's doing pretty good damage even while just chaining in Ravager. She does even better damage.
If only we could control her and actually make her do only Spark Strike.
Maybe. The interruption would get kind of weird though.
So yeah, this is the first boss in the game that we actually have to stagger twice to kill.
And one of the very few. Like, it doesn't happen very often.
There's maybe like
4?
5, or somewhere around there. I can't be bothered to count right now.
Okay, so I'm just going to provoke so that targeting comes onto me. So the reason I use that is because he does an attack with Pinpoint Beam, which does like a huge amount of damage. And I don't want that to happen to anyone else, except Fang. Because it will interrupt Lightning, and I also don't want Hope to die, because he's actually doing some helpful things in this fight. So yeah, second stack is pretty similar to the first, just ATB refresh Lightning.
This fight's pretty basic.
Yeah, there's really like, unfortunately, like this fight is really like not exciting.
My least favorite fight in terms of like appeal of the strat. It's just
okay. I'm gonna go for a earlier launch because bad things are gonna happen to boys. Okay, we should be fine. We should kill before stagger ends. I don't know. Go lightning, go! Come on! Okay, nice.
Getting him in the
242 is
second
good.
stagger is actually kind of tricky sometimes. You need
Yeah.
to be pretty on point.
Yeah, yeah. And anything less than a 245 on that fight is really good. So yeah, second longest fight under 3 minutes. So that should explain a lot about bosses later on. Okay, so now we're at Hope's house. And all kind of horrible things start happening. Like the army breaks in. And some other stuff happens.
So this fight coming up is kind of annoying. It's another fight where we're going to try to use Sentetsuken to kill everything.
God, yeah.
But you need to stagger everything before doing Sentetsuken, and it's kind of tricky because you need chain duration on everything,
The main
which
thing
we're
is
trying to do with these blitzes.
The main thing is getting the chain duration. So the blitzes are kind of designed to try and hit as many things as possible, but
It's
everything
based
keeps
on how they
running
run
in,
around.
and they can like interrupt you because they have stupid high cut as well. Okay, maybe this is gonna be close. I don't think the back guy got it. Yeah, that back guy. I don't think.
Yeah, he might not die.
But everything else should. Come on. Oh. No. Okay, so once you run out of Gestalt points, you have to use the finisher, which is fine, but because we did stagger the other scavenger, he doesn't hit the threshold for Zantetsuken's instant kill.
Well done.
And the issue with that is that if you don't get the instant kill on Zantetsuken, you do like no damage. Like he still has half health. So like a string of attacks from lightning was doing more damage than the failed Zantetsuken there. That's why we don't use like Zantetsuken everywhere, because like if instant death was a % chance or something, we wouldn't want to use it anyway, because we don't want to roll the dice. But like if we can get it, when we can get it consistently, it's really good. But when it fails, it's horrible.
So for this fight, you want to stagger the bombardier as fast as possible, because he uses bazooka, which is stupid strong.
Bazooka's just stupid anyway. It's not, like it's strong, but it's also stupid. And then it's just positioning RNG on the blitzes.
I had a fight here once where I targeted the wrong guy, and I realized my mistake just as a bazooka was flying towards me and killed lightning.
Good job.
It was fun.
Okay, so now we're just gonna go grab a Brawler's Wristband, which is like strength. So accessories in this game have like tiers, and you can like upgrade. You can catalyze an accessory into a higher level accessory. And for strength, the Power Wristband is the least, and then the Brawler's Wristband is the next highest. So if we can just grab one instead of having to catalyze a Power Wristband we already have, that works out better.
This is where lightning
Yeah, this fight's
gets
great.
fun.
So unfortunately, this is the only fight in the game where it happens, but Lightning Gunblade does actually use it as a gun sometimes. Like right here. And it's so fast! Also, potions are sick.
Yeah, that attack launches you into the air, but using a potion at the right time there, which is not too difficult to time, you don't get launched. It's pretty good. So now, he is just letting Fang tank the attacks and Hope heal, and Lightning is doing all the damage. But she's so good at it in this fight, because we've loaded up on strength accessories on her. We've got the Fortisol, so she's doing even more damage, even faster. And then these attacks from the Gunblade just come out so fast. So you kill all these auxiliary parts.
Yeah, so this is like a 5-part boss. If you try and kill the middle part straight away, you can do like no damage, and he has like stupid high chain resistance, and you're just gonna get wrecked by everything anyway, so just don't do that. But by killing the outside sections, which are pretty easy to kill, wow, the targeting. It not only hurts him like significantly, so you see now he's at like 20% health, but also it makes it a lot easier to do things. Because once you take him down to a certain HP barrier, and only if all the side parts, yeah, sit here, that explosion, that's a HP barrier, but it only triggers if he has no extra parts in the fight.
Cannon again, at which point his
yeah, so right
chain
here,
resistance drops.
So if you were paying attention to the chain gauge, you would have seen it go from 999 at max. Oh wow, to 200 max, and this chain resistance goes to 0. So you can stagger him really quickly, but unfortunately I didn't stagger him fast enough. Or rather I shifted too soon, so I got hit by main cannon, which is unfortunate. Again, just timing attacks to not get launched there.
And guys.
That was an okay fight. So that's the end of chapter 7. It's one of like the longer chapters.
Yeah.
But now we get another really short one, like another interlude with Saz and Vinil, which is chapter 8. And this is the theme park Nautilus. Because they decided it'd be a good idea to go to a theme park for whatever reason.
And we've received another $10 donation from Anonymous who says, OMG, I just want to hear your voice, Pack. Thanks for that. Remember that all donations are going to Doctors Without Borders, so it's for a very good cause.
The world's coming undone.
Some kind of
Gil says we've got another.
sure everybody's fine. In light of recent events elsewhere.
So yeah, the first couple minutes of this chapter is just running around hitting cutscene triggers. There's not even any dodging. This is like nothing happens here. It's all story. It's good story,
Yeah.
but we're skipping all of it.
It's really great cutscenes as well. Pompous Actor Parade looks awesome.
Yeah, it does.
So this is the city of True as the females keep. Wish they would have really gone.
Oh no, I forgot to buy presents. Wait for it.
Oh no, I forgot to buy.
After a while, you like the dialogue's always the same, so you just end up memorizing it, whether you want to or not.
Passengers?
Yeah. Also, you probably noticed me like pausing before the cutscene skip actually appears. It's because in a couple of places there's an audio cue that I can pause, and then the cutscene's still loading in, and as soon as it's loaded in, you can skip it. So I can pause it a little bit early, but still skip the cutscene on time.
For some cutscene skips that works. For others, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's only very specific ones. It's usually if the audio starts playing, then you can skip it.
Yeah. But the fact that you can pause the game before the game will actually let you skip the cutscene is one of probably my least favorite thing about this game as a speed game, because it happens so many times in every run where you just pause too early. It's way worse on PS3 as well because the load times are so much longer.
I was like, why can't I skip the prompt? And I realized I was mashing B, not A. Good job. So now there's just like this little kind of chocobo hunt. You just have to find the chocobo chick in 4 places. And if you haven't played this game, this chocobo chick lives in Saz's afro. Okay, but doing that gives us a star pendant, which is a useless accessory, but it sells for money, so it's all good.
My favorite thing about this area is, well, it's probably less so here because the load times are way shorter, but you always get to escape this area just before the lyrics start.
Yeah, you have like 20 seconds spare on PC.
I know.
And another $5 from Anonymous who says, why does Saz, how do you pronounce S-A-Z-H?
Saz.
Why does Saz in this game look like tryhard? Raise your tryhards.
Oh dear.
Raise your Saz with it.
This is clearly where Tryhate's got his look. Okay, so we're upgrading Saz's Synergist, grabbing an accessory there, and we're also going to grab Enfrost. We're basically heading our way to grab all 4 end spells. There's the last one. So the last one we'll get in chapter 9. Get a little bit later. And they're super helpful because they give you a... Wow, that's a lot of tryhards. Good job, chat.
Coffee knows what's up.
Good job, chat. Yeah, so an end spell gives your attacks the same element So it boosts elemental damage of the same element, but also if an enemy is weak to that element, then it does more damage for like normal attacks. And we also got a load of Vanille's Ravager because she needs some spells, and then we're just going to upgrade her medic because basically we're heading towards her ATB and her medic. We won't get it for quite a while, but we set up for it kind of early on. Okay, we're just going to give Saz some strength and a thing, and then we'll give Vanille the Shield Talisman.
Did you mention the glory of Blitz?
Not yet, I'm getting to it in a bit, don't worry.
I think they'll notice by themselves.
Yeah, yeah. So we also gave Vanille Shield Talisman, which gives auto protect, which means at the start. Oh my god, he never runs anymore. What is this?
I've never seen him do that run.
It's the mind games. Like on my PC at home, that guy always runs to the right when I get near him. Like every time, like 100% consistent. But on this PC he doesn't, for some reason, and it's like messing with my head. But yeah, so a Shield Talisman grants auto protect, which gives you, I think it's like a minute of protect at the start of a fight. It's either a minute or 30 seconds, I don't remember which.
It's a minute.
Okay, so we're just gonna cast Bravery. Oh, no, that's Faith, that's Bravery. So I wanna kill this guy. So Saz's Blitz is, well, it's a thing. So it does 7 bullets of damage, which are all at 0.6 times strength. No, 0.8 times strength. For reference, a normal attack is 1.2 times strength, but Saz's is split into 2 bullets of 0.6. So if you land a blitz and more than 2/3 of the bullets hit, you are doing more damage than attack. You're also, you know, doing it faster because it's a single blitz, not 2 separate attacks.
This guy.
This guy is a troll.
Yeah, kind of the intended use of Blitz is the same thing it is for every character's Blitz. It's you hit multiple enemies. It's an area of effect kind of thing.
Oh, I had it, but I went too slow.
But because Saz can, with his Blitz, he can hit one enemy multiple times as long as it's, you know, its hitbox is big enough to overlap with all the, you know, bullets that he fires out like that.
There we go.
You can do way more damage than they probably actually intended for you to do.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see it more in this fight, but especially when we get late game, like, all the bosses are conveniently huge. It's like, who would make story bosses smaller in the game, right? So
yeah,
that works in our favor immensely. Everything gets destroyed. It's great. So this fight is rolling dice for a minute and a half. We want to land debuffs, specifically D-Protect and D-Shell, but Poison is also nice. Come on, Vanille.
Vanille is a really good character because of her debuffs, but we also hate her because
she
it's
doesn't
so
land
random.
Debuffs enough. Needs more debuffs. I'd have any right now, which is kind of like a bad place, but we can make this work.
Again, debuff chance increases with chain, so...
Yeah, that she did an Aurora, which actually uses free ATB, but she won't do it again because when she casts her Aurora, it works out, the game works out that it's not actually weak to air. Okay, so now D-Protect landed, and now each blitz is just kind of doing
tearing through
significant
this guy's
damage.
HP.
Oh crap, I need to actually like heal or something. Okay, we're good. I wasn't paying attention to my HP. Luckily, the edge of the screen goes red if we're getting low HP, so I can. You can keep track of it. It's just like should be keeping it track of it better. Is this gonna? Oh, maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
So you really want to kill him before stagger ends, because when stagger ends, chain gauge go back to 100%, and so we go from doing 3 times damage to 1 times. I mean, that's significantly slower.
Also, he starts firing a big cannon.
Yeah, but that takes like a year to come out, so it's fine. Okay. So the next fight is actually going to be Saz's Eidolon, which is Brunhilde. And, I mean, we've been talking about fights having positioning RNG, but it's all got nothing on this. This fight is dumb.
So you want to explain the idea of the conditional mods here?
Okay, yeah. So we mentioned conditional modifiers a couple of times. But basically, they apply on every attack, and they apply on every hit of every attack. And you get a conditional modifier in Commando from using a different ability to the one you previously used. So in Commando we can go attack Blitz, and then we get a conditional modifier on every bullet of Blitz. And Saz shoots like 8 bullets of Blitz that will have conditional modifiers attached to them. You have that with the extra like chaining bonus that Commando gets on guest star fights, and we just spam blitz for days. I mean, you can see that the attack does nothing, and then the blitz does like 10%.
So then what he meant about the positioning RNG is you want Brynhildr to get close so that as many
we're in there. Let's
like
go.
this,
Let's go.
so that a lot of these bullets are going to hit, and you can see how much that filled up the bar right there.
So satisfying. One more. One more. Nice. Oh, that's bad. 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 Bad.
Oh,
Bad.
dear.
Bad. Bad.
First death.
Whoa.
Yes. Daddy's not gonna make it home.
That was unfortunate.
That was unfortunate.
Well, it was just unwise on my part, really. But
Yeah. We were getting too excited over the positioning.
that's usually what happens.
Yeah.
Oh. Rip. Luckily in this game, dying doesn't mean run over.
Yeah.
You can just go back to the retry point of the fight.
This is as far as Final Fantasy games go, this one is probably one of the hardest to learn, but it's
Whoa.
pretty forgiving.
The immediate scythe. That's really bad, actually.
Like, getting good times is really hard, but at least, you know, finishing runs is pretty much always possible because you can just retry everything.
But yeah, also, like, I guess to mention that even though Vanilla's still alive in this game, if your party leader dies, you die. Like, it's game over if your party leader dies. What? Brynhildr, please. I have never seen that happen. Vanilla, do you want to do something? Thank you. And yeah, the reason for using Enfrost here is that Brynhildr's weak, so we get extra conditional modifiers on every hit because of attacking with a weakness.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, right now he's kind of just playing it safe.
Yeah, I don't want to die again. It's a really bad fight though. Like, this kind of distance is the worst because she also won't back up, and usually when she backs off forward to the edge of the arena is when she uses Scythe again. Yeah, that was already a slow fight and the death, but okay. Whatever.
So now we get to be on the Lindblom, and if you watched our FF9 run the other day, you'll know how much time we spent on the in the city of Lindblom in that run. So this is the Lindblom in FF13.
Lindblom has the hardest boss in it. Rick Deer is the hardest boss in the game. Okay, we got it.
And we're off the Lindblom.
Like, okay, that doesn't seem hard, but this game has like so much menu lag. In like a lot of
You default to
annoying places.
no, I'm not ready there. So.
Yeah. Okay, so here's another summon fight. I guess we really do use Odin a lot more than I think.
Yeah.
I just don't think about it. Here, chain duration isn't actually too much of a problem because Odin is OP. Oh, maybe not. I'm not sure about the right guy. Wait, they're all like, where's the third one? Hello? Where is he? There he is, okay. He was hiding. Oh. There's the infiltrator, there's one of the raiders. Come on, come on. I don't think this is gonna do it. Think he would have been staggered by now? Yeah.
One of them actually died.
Yeah,
already.
The infiltrator will.
Again, staggering all of these enemies is kind of tricky a little bit.
Until next time.
Unfortunately, we have a really bad paradigm setup because it's the start of a chapter and the game auto sets them.
Right.
So if you fail it, it's a lot of the time.
You could retry this fight and set up better paradigms, but it's not worth it.
Yeah. Well, especially the point, like, we don't expect to fail it, so we'd have to, like, basically assume that we failed it and take the retry, but that would add, like, an extra 20-30 seconds onto the fight. It's not too bad though, because we have strikes.
And now he's gonna set up those better paradigms.
So it's just like grabbing a lot of stuff here. You got Quake for lightning, and we'll explain what that does in the next fight because I use it there. We're also just kind of getting some strength. Whoa, 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 whoa. Go away, Hope. We're also going to get Fang's Adrenaline, which gives you higher damage at high HP. And we're going to go towards Curse, but not be able to grab it because we don't have enough CP for it yet. And then we do some weird equipment stuff, which is this.
This menu is so weird for equipping.
Cool.
So yeah, we're not actually developing Hope anymore.
Nope.
We're completely done developing his Crusadarian.
So this is a really cool strat. We're going to run in and stagger this guy first. And then I'm going to potion. Hope's going to do something helpful. Maybe. Hope might do something helpful. But here's
I think
Quake.
he keeps getting interrupted.
Yeah, I can see that. So Quake maxes out the chain gauge on an enemy.
Well, it maxes out the change
No,
duration.
yeah, change duration. It maxes out change duration. I know what I meant. Which means that if that happens, we can basically not have to worry about maintaining chain anymore on an enemy. And then basically each time what we do is just stagger and let Fang aggro. And then go on to the next enemy, and Fang will remain aggro until she kills the enemy or her next string. And she basically just launches and then kills them in midair while we're going to do some other stuff. Cool. So here, like, I'm coming up to a menu in a little while that actually needs like a... It's like the only real gil kind of cap in the game that we need. We need 54,960 gil for an upcoming menu to be able to do everything we want to do. If we don't have enough, we can do a slightly shorter menu. And then we have to upgrade some stuff later. And it works out a little bit slow overall.
The gil you have at this point is mostly dependent on credit and incentive chip drops, which you get from the soldiers.
Yeah, every incentive chip is 2,500 gil, and every credit chip is 500 gil. And since we need 54,000, it kind of adds up. Like, we're guaranteed around 49,000. So we need like 2 incentive chips in the credit chip. But the chances are such that that is not anywhere near guaranteed. Cool dodge. This outside section... Oh, wow. This outside section is kind of weird for dodges. Like, they all kind of respond weirdly to different things. And again, there's a dodge here that's different to PS3, and we actually have to decept it on PC, because it's not possible to do without a decept. Well, not sensibly, like not without wasting a lot of time setting it up.
Find a way. Sure,
I did, it took
possible.
like a minute. So it's these soldiers here, they run in, and on PS3 you can just run straight past them and go here, and they don't catch you, but on PC they spawn in a slightly different location, so they catch you. But it's fine, because we can just run through here, like, ignoring everything.
Makes you dizzy, doesn't it?
So I guess something I probably should have mentioned that we didn't at all, we just completely forgot, is that you can also repeat strings with abilities that you set up manually instead of using auto battle.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's something I didn't know till I started running the game as well.
Yeah. So like if you go onto the abilities list and then hold right and then press A, you'll repeat the last string you did, which is really helpful, especially for partial strings. If we don't want to necessarily do all of our ATB for whatever reason, you'll repeat the partial string.
It's especially good when you, after you do an ATB refresh, because you get full ATB and then you don't want to spend time inputting stuff,
you don't want to
because you can
everything.
execute immediately, because you already have full ATB.
Yep.
So it's really useful for that.
Okay, easiest dodge in the game right here.
I failed this dodge a bunch of times and he always makes fun of me for it.
Pretty much.
It's because of the camera, man. It's hard, okay?
Just roll with the punches.
So this corridor's kind of funky as well. You can pretty much camera check the entire thing and just run past all the soldiers. But they can do some weird stuff sometimes. Again, all these chests we're grabbing are just for gil. Like, it's all just items we're gonna sell. There's nothing actually helpful in them. Like the Ember Ring is, it gives you fire defense, like 10% fire defense or something. And then if you get multiple of them, you can boost your fire damage, but like, we don't need that at all, so we can sell it for money.
You don't get any gil from just fighting stuff in this game, so we just sell stuff that we pick up.
Yeah, the only random gil
drops.
is from drops from enemies, which like things like chips and some other stuff as well. But chips are the most helpful ones. Just gonna double check what I need to do in this menu. Oh, no. No, what? Did I press the wrong button? I guess I did. Oh my god, please. Pay attention. So now you have haste. And haste is OP. Like, super OP. So like now we can manually cast it, we don't have to use Fortis Souls. And having that ability is ridiculous. Like, haste breaks a lot.
Haste makes you go fast. It's good for speedruns. What's not to like?
Okay, I remember to remove the Doctor's Code. Oh, I didn't set the default. Okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I removed the Doctor's Code. It's the important bit. Ah, no preempt. So preempting this fight makes it silly easy, but without it we have to do a little bit more work for it. But both these slants are weak to water. They didn't go off. Wait, what? No, it didn't.
No, it didn't go off. It's really annoying when you're trying to do stuff and you get interrupted and re-input it again.
Yeah, I'll just use haste there.
Yeah, might as well.
Oh, can I not die? That would be great. Okay, bye. No, don't do it.
That was a bit close.
Okay, Vibrant use, nice. Flans are really annoying to dodge. They do strange things.
So that one back there you had to fight to get to the door to progress.
Yeah, this one is technically optional, but it's guarding another door that has a chest behind it that we really want. Sick.
That's what that looks like if you preempt. So there's more enemies behind this door, but
so like, a couple of times we said that we had to kill enemies if we wanted the chest, except in this case the chest isn't actually in the battle zone, so we can just kind of run past the enemies. Nice. Okay, so this next menu is the one where the guild is important. This is a pretty big menu as well. There's a lot of buying and selling stuff. Also, here's like another early cutscene skip that you can do. Come on, there we go. So you can skip on the now loading screen. That's only actually applicable in 2 places. And one of them's at the very start of the game and the other one's here. So hopefully, this is where I find out if I've got enough gil, or if I have to do other stuff. I'm not going in with very much, so I don't think I'm going to get it unless I got really good chip drops. Nice. Let's go. I actually have a lot of gil spare, which is nice, because it means I can buy some stuff here. Okay, so now we're going to upgrade the Vega 42s and the Wild Bear, which are Saz and Snow's weapons, and then we're going to upgrade a couple other things as well.
So I mentioned before the thing about using 36 of an item. There he actually did 18 twice, which works out because you get the multiplier to ×2 from the first 18. So then the second set of 18 will actually give you a bit more XP, which actually matters to the point that it's worth doing that.
Yeah, it means you can use one less crankshaft here, which saves some gil, because we don't have that much to go around at this point. So we upgrade Brawler's wristband to max and we use the Uranite, which turns into a Warrior's wristband. We're also going to upgrade the Doctor's Code and dismantle it, and this is why we're keeping the Doctor's Code, because if we dismantle a max Doctor's Code, we get Fort Assault, Age Assault, Ether Assault, and an Elixir, which is like super broken.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I say it's broken a lot, but it's more like we can exploit it.
I mean, there's limited Doctor's Codes.
Yeah,
so
there are so there's 4 elixirs in the game, and you can get 3 of them from dismantling Doctor's Codes, and the other one is in a chest at the very last chapter of the game. And that's the only way you can get them. You can't create them any other way. You can't synthesize them. You can't anything. And you can't make any other Doctor's Codes. So that's it. Like, you get 4 elixirs, and we used 2 in the speedrun. So now we're just going to get a little Saz Vanille section. Like, the interludes are about to stop. We're getting to the point where we have control over our entire party at the same time. Just waiting for an audio cue there for that cutscene. So this is a kind of new type of dodge that we haven't shown yet, which is like luring an enemy. And this is a really sick dodge if I pull it off, so no pressure.
So this guy is completely blocking the way. So you lure him out like this. He's still blocking the way. You go out of the battle zone.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Nice.
Yeah,
See you later.
He turns to face you, and then because you're out of the battle zone, he backs up.
Yeah. So basically what it is when you're inside a battle zone, an enemy will aggro onto you. And then when you leave the battle zone, they'll still aggro onto you for a short period of time. So they'll track your movements, and then Thermodon's idle animation. Oh my god. Wait, and Thunder. No, come back. Oh no, bad things. Don't do it. Okay, he didn't. Vesper Soldier can. No, that's even worse. Okay, we're maybe alive. This is kind of sketchy. I think. Oh, wait, what?
Huh?
Photon Burst didn't happen.
What?
Oh, did it miss? Was flick.
I have no idea what
Okay,
just happened.
whatever. It's fine.
That Thermodon there was charging up for his big Photon Burst attack, but for some reason... I mean, it was targeting Vanilla anyway, so you were fine in terms of...
I wasn't.
not
Vanilla had
dying.
300 HP, she would have died.
Well, yeah, but that's not, like...
Problem
at
is
least it's not
because
the
the
party
Roga
leader.
launcher. Probably, but
No, yeah, Virgo launched us. I think, what?
nice.
I had over 500 HP.
I don't know why that did so much. I'm confused.
So Photon Burst is meant to do 500 HP at most. So
a lot of
that
damage.
fight was crazy weird. I
It's
had no idea.
stored. It's stored the previous photon burst.
Can that not be a thing? Really, please, like, no.
That was all kinds of weird stuff happening
Okay,
there.
whatever. So it all went wrong because the Thermodon interrupted my Thunder, and I had to get in Thunder back. He's gonna do it again. No, he didn't. So if the soldier interrupts, then you can get an attack off either Cyclone or Eroga, and both of those are bad.
Blitz is so fair.
Yeah.
So we can potion tank that. So here when we so we did End Thunder gives us thunder based damage. And when he's not like Thermodon isn't actually weak to thunder, but because we're not using thunder, we don't get the boosted elemental damage. Oh,
Yeah,
this is
please
kind of
heal.
bad.
Not taking any chances this time.
Oh, I thought I was way too early with that. Let's go. So we don't actually lose the end spell, because the game will like get rid of the end spell. Okay, whatever. If you hit an enemy that isn't actually weak to that element.
Follow the old man's
And then we end water because he's weak to water, let him run in front of us, and rip.
You let him get close on purpose, so that, yeah, that happens.
Blitz is a thing. Fringe ward. That's the only node you ever actually have to go back for in the entire game. And I have missed it several times in runs.
That would be bad.
There was a troll in plat as well. Like the first time we did it. Where's Fringe ward? Where do I find it? I can't find it. Okay, so now we're gonna grab Curse for Fang. And Curse, going back to the whole cut and keep thing we keep mentioning, it basically means that enemies do less interruption on their attacks, and they also can be interrupted much easier.
And there's a reverse, like a positive buff.
Which is Vigilance, yeah. Vigilance does the opposite. So if you're Vigilance and your enemy is Cursed, like, pretty much everything you do will interrupt them. Which is pretty helpful for a lot of fights.
We don't use Vigilance much in Speedrun, because it's, well, Hope has it.
Our only use of Vigilance is from Age of Souls, which we still haven't explained. So the
Because we haven't used any.
Yeah, this is true. I was going to explain it when I got a bonus one, then I never did. So the Age of Souls is like the defensive shroud. It gives you Protect, Shell, Vigilance for Veil. So Protect and Shell are physical and magical defense. Vigilance we just mentioned, and Veil is pretty useless, kind of. I mean, it has very specific uses, but it increases your resistance to debuffs and removal of buffs. So it basically means that if you have like Protect and Veil, it's harder for an enemy to get rid of your Protect. I mean, it's mainly, it's there. It's not really super helpful in many fights. It's got a couple of like uses, but it's not like an important buff. At least for the speedrun.
And now we fight Kalavinka Striker.
Yes. So the idea for this guy is Fang's gonna get slow and curse eventually.
Any day. Slow.
This is really bad debuff RNG.
Yeah. Gets it like
okay, there we go. So now he has curse, and you'll see that every attack hits him, and he kind of flinches. So now I can time my attacks to keep him flinched, basically. And okay, that was a bit more of a gap than I was expecting.
Yeah, he's not gonna get to do much. We don't like playing fair.
To be fair, playing fair against Kalavinka is pretty nasty. He doesn't really play very fair either. So this is like kind of a double fight, like the Dreadnought and Gerudo fights from earlier. But what actually happens is you technically do kill the first one.
And another one just flies in.
Yeah, and another one just comes out of nowhere. But if you die in the second one, you go back and you have to fight the first one again.
This one's stronger as well.
Yeah, this one's stronger, has more HP, it does more damage. And it has Hellstorm Bolt, which we saw at Gerudo.
Even though
Hellstorm Bolt is nasty.
I think it's technically the same enemy because you don't have to get the enemy information
yeah,
on this guy.
It's really weird. Like, the game does that a couple of times. Like, technically Gerudo Interceptor has two different forms. Like, first fight and second fight. Oh, wait, I didn't shift. Okay, whatever. So now I have Shell, but I didn't need Shell. I was meant to shift when I had Protect, but it doesn't matter too much. The general idea is just to chain, let Fang debuff, and wait for everything before doing this. So now we're just going to sit chaining. And eventually he's going to do a move called Hellstorm Bolt. There it is. It's targeting lightning as well, so I need to time this properly. Should be good. Yeah, so again we can potion tank. Okay, the start off on that attack is really silly. Hope, please don't die, I need you. This aggro is pretty nasty, but it should be okay. I don't have that much chain. We should be fine. So Slow's going to run out at some point during this fight, but it doesn't matter because we have Curse. Okay, this makes things a lot easier to deal with. Okay, nice. So now we've killed Kalavinka Striker. Our party is all synced up. We have almost full control over our party. And that's pretty much the halfway point of the speedrun as well.
Yep. The only thing that's limiting you right now is the game forces you to still use Lightning as your party leader.
Yep.
Which we might still do anyway, even if we didn't
Yeah,
have
we probably
to.
would.
We probably would.
Like, we haven't really messed with it too much because it's kind of hard to work out if we would or not because you can't test it. So this is an area we call Bridge. There's 4 fights here. And then we have a pretty cool boss fight. But the fights here aren't... Well, the first 2 are pretty basic. The third one has some interesting stuff in it, and the fourth one is kind of weird. But
Let's get this over with.
oh wait, potion. Okay. Always respect the potion.
These guys aren't very smart. Once you start damaging them, they will spend most of their time just healing each other.
Attempting to kill each other.
Yeah, they can't get anywhere close to healing the damage that we're doing.
Yeah, and they do Cure as well, which is AoE, so it hits multiple targets. And Snow's just going around being a truck, like... Boom.
That's how it's done.
Okay, come on.
For this area, since we can't control Saz and like uses blitzes and whatnot, he's set up as basically support, and Lightning and Snow are doing all the big damage. But like, this is where we start getting haste on every fight.
Yeah.
So Saz is cooled.
Yeah, every fight we start off with Saz as a synergist so we can get haste. And Bravery, Faith, and Vigilance, which is the order he'll buff Lightning in for the most part. This fight is kind of sketchy, or it can be kind of sketchy, because these aerial soldiers are pretty nasty. But we also have Snow as a Sentinel, so we just let Snow kind of tank everything. Okay, we should be good.
The thing about the whole if your party leader dies it's game over thing is that if enemies just all decide to target your party leader, there's not much you can do.
Do you want to explain like challenge and provoke?
Okay, so Snow has 2 different "oh, here I am, come attack me" moves. The one is provoke, which is not 100%, but it's AoE. And then there's challenge, which is like guaranteed to work, but it only works on a single target.
It's 99%.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, rip Snow. That's kind of a problem. We should be fine.
It's just the one left, he'll die.
Well, Saz managed to buff himself as well, so we're fine. So that's kind of the problem with this fight, is that if you like stop getting the pressure on the destroyer, he'll just immediately use Bazooka. And Bazooka is nasty. But yeah, but Provoke is some kind of weird thing. So it sometimes counts as a debuff inside the game, and sometimes doesn't.
There was sort of a big discussion about this a while ago.
I still haven't fully worked it out, but like for some purposes, it counts as a debuff. So things like conditional modifiers and fault siphon. But for other stuff, we're not so sure. And the thing is, we kind of want to know because it actually changes how we would route a couple of things in the kind of like kind of not 100% category, but like long category, which is Platinum Trophy, which is like all achievements. And in case anyone doesn't believe me that it's long, it's like 20 hours. Okay, nice. So shift to Sentinel there just to make sure the Photon Burst is aggroed onto Snow. Because he can tank it. He has so much HP. Like look, he has 500 HP and he's at half health, and everybody else has 554 near max. Like, Snow has too much HP. Okay, so we stagger Thermodon, and then he becomes water weak, so Saz knows this and gives us M water. Also the sound effects change.
When you hit something with them water.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, they change for every end spell, but
Yeah.
End Water kind of goes sploosh, sploosh, sploosh. And Thunder's kind of obnoxious because, well, I mean, you'll get to hear all of them very soon. So.
I find the Unfire sound very satisfying.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. So this is the last bridge fight, and again, this is the same kind of idea as the second one. We're going to go in, Snow's going to go Sentinel, and we're just going to blitz stuff.
These guys are pretty tough, so you want to kind of just chuck potions at the start until you get paced.
Yeah, luckily Saz will prioritize you over himself. And the AI synergist will always do haste first before buffs, which is very convenient for fights like this. Okay, I need a... Okay, that was a good call. So I wanted to kind of heal Snow there, but the thing is they were doing Missile Burst, which does like crazy damage, but you can avoid that by keeping them interrupted. So that was a bit of a gamble, but it paid off, so it's fine. Yeah. So once you killed all the additional things, we're gonna just like chain a little bit, because again, you know, chain counts as a damage multiplier. Saz got launched by Ruinga because this guy can apparently cast Ruinga. Ruinga is like the blitz equivalent of Ruin, which is a non-elemental magic attack. It's the 4th commando ability, but we don't get it in the speedrun for any character. Yo! That was not very nice. Oh, whoops. Let's go grab some stuff here. So we're grabbing end fire, so now we have all 4 end spells. We're also gonna grab a couple other things for Saz just to kind of set up for later. Snow, we're gonna get some more stuff in his Rav. Because Snow's Ravager is really good. He's like a really fast Ravager. Okay.
So we're coming up on the first Bard fight.
Yeah, yeah. Again, we're just kind of pumping CP into Vanille's Medic to try and get towards her ATB for later on. And then we're going to grab some more debuffs for her, but they're not going to be used in this fight. Do I get Quake? Yeah, I get Quake. Of course I get Quake.
So Bard is just that guy that you hated fighting in casual play, and we kind of hate fighting him in the speedrun as well.
Yeah, you're going to have to explain what's going on, because I can't really explain in focus.
Yeah, this is pretty much a fairly difficult strat to do. It's not very often that it really works out the way we want it to, but if it does, it'll be really sick.
I had a really weird fight earlier, actually, where Chain ran out before he did the thing. It was like, wait, what? Okay, so here's the extra Fortisol. This is the 3rd one that we got at the start of the game, but from this point onwards we don't need any extra ones that we carry over. We carry over the Sept Souls, and we actually use the last one in chapter 12, but the Fortisols will get used by this point.
We want the Fortisol here so we could just pretty much immediately go ham.
Yeah, so having the Fortisol already gives us the first 3 buffs that Saz would do, so he doesn't bother doing haste.
We've got all these little parts here, and they all have different elemental affinities, and using a Libroscope immediately reveals all of that information. So now Saz has cast different end spells on everyone in the party because they're all targeting different pieces. So
yeah, you can see it now when the camera like kind of zooms out that we're targeting 3 of their heads at once.
Like lightning is doing frost attacks on the fire head, etc., etc. And they're just kind of all getting wrecked at the same time.
And you'll see that Snow's already killed 1 of the heads.
2 out of 4 down.
Yeah, so after you kill 2, they start using tier 2 spells, so things get a little sketchier, but they only really get super scary once they're on the 3rd one, because then they use tier 3 spells, and they do crazy damage. Especially if he faiths his heads, which he can do. Oh, that one already has faith, okay. This could be kind of sketchy, but it has not much health, so we're fine. We should be okay. Oh, okay.
You want to kind of kill that head before he gets a chance to cast a tier 3 spell, but it's fine. So now you get to the main head.
Yeah, Snow likes jumping at things.
Yeah.
So once you get to the main head, after he's done that animation, his chain resistance becomes like a sensible number. When all the heads are out, it's 100 chain resistance. He's also like immune to most damage. And the idea here is we're going to chain him, pass stagger, and then we're going to attempt to stun lock.
Let's go.
Yeah, because he has vigilance on everybody, he should be able to interrupt this guy.
But you don't
with
even
the
need
correct
vigilance
timing.
for it,
You don't?
technically.
Oh.
No.
Follow my lead.
And this might be kind of low chain, I don't know.
So he's timing this to keep him interrupted with snow and lightning. Looks.
Oh, come on.
Drop the
fine.
interruption there.
We can get this back. No. So that's what we were trying to avoid.
Yeah, it's really hard to do.
It's a shame.
So the reason we try to do that is at some point he does this Destrudo attack, which, besides being a powerful attack, also completely resets his chain.
And since we don't have any debuffs in this fight, we're going back to doing the same amount of damage as we were doing at the start of the fight.
Which is not a whole lot.
So right now we're just kind of attacking him down because the more you attack him, the less strong Destrudo is. And this is the weakest it can get, and it does half health to our characters.
Yeah.
It's kind of sketchy.
The second tier of it would, I think, almost kill you from full health.
It pretty much does,
The
yeah.
strongest version is just death.
So I'm just going to chain back up a bit because I have like loads of HP left to go from. So we have to go for a restart, I guess. This is a pretty slow fight. Just a shame. I would have loved to show that straight off, but it's really hard to get. Oh, rip. That was exact damage.
What, really? Was it?
Pretty sure. Well, I guess I can never try and do it now.
Yeah. We can try the cool strat again.
Yeah. That was just a bad call on my part. I wasn't paying attention to my health properly. That was dumb.
Cocoon's nothing to you?
Oh,
you
fought
did-
us all. Okay.
Yeah. You do need to remember to actually use the Fortisol for this strat. Kind of important.
Come on. There you go.
Cocoon's nothing to you? Thanks.
Also, another thing I didn't mention earlier, because I was talking about a bunch of other stuff, but you might notice that he's doing 3 attack strings even though he has 4 ATB. So that's because if you do a full attack string with lightning in the air, then after she lands, she'll do a little backflip, and it actually works out faster to just do 3 attack strings, because she won't do that backflip. It's just a waste of time.
The last attack is super slow as well.
Yeah. Cast Protect, that's something that's kind of random. Sometimes he'll do that, and then it takes a bit longer to kill this head.
Yeah, he can either protect Shell ahead or Faith Haste ahead. And we'd rather have Protect Shell than Faith Haste, to be honest. Because especially if they're not doing as much, like if they do Faith, like it really helps their damage, which is what you don't want to happen. The backflip does look cool, but it is really slow. Perfect. Okay, so I'm actually gonna go use the backflip here because I just want to kill the head. It wasn't enough. That's fine.
Defeat is not an option.
But actually here you can see that like Lightning has 645 health, Saz has 765 health, and Snow has over 1,000 health. And that's like with no health accessories or anything, that's just base health. Like, really I didn't chain him high enough, so I'm going to chain him higher this time. Should be a bit easier.
Here comes the interruption again, hopefully.
Am I being late? Okay.
Okay. Mike got this. Nice.
There we go.
So that's how that's supposed to go. That's good.
Okay, that's worth the retry. Take that.
At least we got to show that off.
I really wanted to show that off.
So you just completely skipped him doing the Strudo.
Okay, so I'm going to do a little menu here just to set up for the next couple of fights. Now, we don't need to change equipment or XIII or anything, we're already pretty much set up. And there's only 3 fights in this chapter, and one of them's an Eidolon, so like offensive stats don't matter too much, it's only really HP. So this fight, this is the last fight we get before we kind of open things up. We use Quake here to give them all chain duration, and wait for Saz to haste everybody. And then we get shift to Mystic Tower, and we're gonna just like stagger both of them. I'm using a Libra to expose the fire weakness and lightning weakness. That should be enough. Yeah, so one staggered. Just work on staggering the other one, and because we used Quake, like the chain didn't drop, so we have a nice amount of chain duration. Okay, so we end fired, and now we can just kind of run in and wreck face. These guys pretty much just melt.
Yeah.
46, wow. Okay, so now this chapter has like a lot of dodges and a lot of optional fights. But right now it's just like pretty much 5 minutes of dodging. This is a really nice chill section off the kind of end of chapter 9, which gets pretty intense.
Bombs are pretty annoying to dodge though, because they're kind of unpredictable. So even though we have full control of our party setup right now, we're not actually using the final party that we'll be using from Chapter 11 to the entire rest of the game, pretty much.
Yeah, so the upcoming boss fight, we actually have a really good setup using the same party we used in Chapter 9. And so for now it just works out a little better to leave this party setup as it is. I mean, pretty much what we want is lightning, because lightning casts really fast for Ravager.
Yeah, and the bulk of the next boss fight is just chaining him to stagger, because it takes quite a while.
And we can't really use debuffs effectively in the fight either, so having Vanilla is not very helpful. And her Ravager, it's pretty slow.
Yeah, I don't think we've really talked about that in detail, but casting speed is really a thing in this game.
Yeah, every character has a offensive casting speed, a defensive casting speed, and a kind of mixed casting speed. Like a not like a mix, but like a changeover kind of delay that you get when you switch between magical and physical.
And lightning's really fast.
Yeah, lightning's offensive.
Snow is also really...
Yeah, Snow has the fastest offense. No, Snow has... Is it the fastest? I think it's the fastest
I think he's
offensive.
the fastest offensive, yeah.
But he has a really slow defensive, but we don't use him defensively, so that's not a problem. Fang is also very fast overall. Lightning is, again, pretty fast. Whereas, but in this place, because we haven't been upgrading Fang, so she's not got that many stats, and we don't have a Ravager yet either. And we're using Snow to Sentinel, so our only real choice to get good fast chaining on this next fight is Lightning.
But even though if we could freely develop all characters equally, then it would probably be better to switch our party up a little bit more than we do in the end game. But hi Snow. Because Crystarium is pretty slow, it just takes way too long to develop everybody. So you pretty much have to choose a party and stick with it for the speed run.
Yep.
And I think we've probably already kind of alluded to what that party is, but
yeah,
you'll see it next chapter.
Oh, this looks really good. This looks really good. Oh, come on. I thought I was like...
Return of the Gremlins. This dodge is really, really annoying.
It's probably one of the worst dodges in the game, to be quite honest.
Not only are you having to dodge a bunch of these gremlins with their weird hitboxes in kind of a
See, they're so far away.
But the thing is also that they're really hard to lure out because they don't really come towards you as you enter the battle zone. You have to like get close to them. Like right there, those guys in the back are just standing still.
Yeah, I'm trying something here, but it's not really working that well. Okay, that works. Oh, it doesn't work.
Oh my god.
And the thing is, you can't even Deceptive Soul this one because if they don't see you, the gaps between them aren't big enough to run through.
Again, these guys have just terrible hitboxes, so
that
that's
works.
nice.
That works.
Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. They just move.
Nope. Okay. Luckily, this gremlin is slightly less obnoxious because I can just run through on the side. Okay, this is an Alicanto, I think. Yep. And again, this is just like picking up chests mainly for selling things. Like when it's a chest that's something important, it will explicitly say what it is, but for the most part, it's just grabbing random stuff to sell. Okay, Behemoth, be nice. Yeah, we in there. So if you kind of walk in front of him, he'll do 2 charges, and then he can't catch up to you. But sometimes he'll just turn to the side, and then he'll run straight into you. Okay, this gremlins can be annoying, but that wasn't too bad. And here we're just going to grab an Ether Soul, because this is one of the very few places we can get Ether Souls. Because you can't create them out of... You can't get them as a drop, and you can't buy them, and you can't really create them sensibly either. So we have to like hold on to all the ones we have.
We do want quite a few Ether Souls for the end game.
Yeah. It's like 4 or 5. So especially as we get later into the game, we start using a lot more TP for renews.
So this is Sid. He's a Lassie like you, which means he can shift into different roles like you.
You know how this fight works, right?
So you start off by quaking him to get the chain duration you need. And then Snow is pretty much just going to tank for the most part of this fight while the other 2 characters chain. Because this guy really wrecks face with his attacks and like he launches you into the air, combos you to death. He's pretty strong. But the idea of this fight, with the strat he's using, is to try and get him staggered before his third shift, so to his fourth roll. He always goes, he starts out in offensive and then he goes into cure phase.
Well, he either goes into defensive shift or recovery shift here, and it's random, but at this point it doesn't matter because we're just chaining. Yeah.
Oh, I've never seen him do defensive here.
Yeah, yeah. It's random.
Then he goes offensive again, and then the fourth one is random again. So then it's either the cure phase or the defensive phase. And if he goes defensive phase, like his defense is through the roof, and it's pretty much impossible to kill him until he comes out of that.
Well, yeah. The only way you can kill him is to chain to max chain, which is like a lot. This is kind of weird. I might have messed this up. Oh, hello. That was really odd. Like, that was really strange. I might be dead.
Might be dead.
I'm not dead. Let's go.
He decided to target.
Okay, he did defensive shift.
Okay.
Oh, that's really bad. So, okay, we might be okay.
So he's in defensive shift, so we can't really attack him right now and do appreciable damage. So we're just gonna chain him up as high as we possibly can, which is 9999. And then as soon as he comes out of it, we're gonna try to kill him before he comes out of stagger. And if we don't, we are dead.
Go. Snow, what are you doing?
Think it's good? Yeah, he'll die. Cool.
Hey.
That's a little sketchy.
So the reason you really don't want him to recover there, and you also you need to keep him launched during all of that. It's not that hard with this strat. You just alternate chains with lightning and snow. But if you've played this game casually, you probably know that he grows wings and like goes completely mad, and he does this attack called Seraphic Ray, which resets his chain and
it does crap tons of damage.
does a crap load of damage. It dispels all your buffs
Yeah,
and his debuffs if you have them.
It would one-shot us at
It would
max
have one
HP.
shot. Yeah, that's the main thing. We would have just straight up died if he did that. But yeah, using this strat, you kill him before he ever gets a chance to do that.
You hopefully kill him before he gets the chance.
Oh yeah.
No, I actually got pretty lucky there because I stagger cancelled the guard, which can sometimes lead to him doing a double length guard during stagger, and then he won't come out of defensive shift before stagger ends, which is death.
So there's two elevators in this part of the chapter. This is the bomb elevator. What are they doing?
I don't care, but it works.
New strat.
Dude,
They're
what?
supposed to be chasing you around the arena, but they seem to all be stuck on each other.
They're having a party.
Oh shit, go, go, go!
You got it.
That was
Fine.
amazing.
That's never happened before.
That has never happened before. That was so good.
Oh man. They used to happen more often.
So yeah, those elevators are kind of annoying because if you get caught by that, then
You go back to the start of the elevator.
yeah, if you retry, you go back to the start of the elevator.
That one we always manually dodge, and the second one we pretty much always use a decept on. Or at least I'm going to, I'm not going to take the risk.
You can't fight the bombs in this setup, can you?
No, you can't, not sensibly. Like, with the older route, we used to use Saz lead for Sid, and we actually had a decent backup strat for if you got caught by the bombs. But if you're not directly controlling Saz, you can't do anything helpful. Because they're weak to Frost, like they're weak to Blizzard. So you can Bravery and Frost and just spam Blitz for days, but the AI won't ever do that.
This behemoth is kind of funny. He just charges past you, kind of. Good job. There's the return of the birds.
Behemoth, what are you doing?
Running into the wall, it seems.
That looked really close. Was it actually really close?
It was actually pretty close,
Okay.
don't worry.
Like sometimes I don't know. Sometimes
So this is
everything's
the
flat.
bird elevator, and you don't need to deset this, right? They'll just run into each other for days.
Yeah, that's not happening.
This one's actually like the bombs were doing something really weird, but they're usually not that bad to dodge.
They're pretty
either.
easy to manipulate, and they're also quite slow.
But these birds are a different story. This elevator ride is a lot shorter. At least the part where you have to dodge the birds is pretty short, but they are so fast and
they move in random directions on spawn.
yeah. So, and again, because if you fail this, you have to start all the way at the back at the top of the elevator. We usually don't take the risk.
Yep. And again, this bridge is just full of birds, so we just deset through it all.
Yeah. Doing this without a deset is basically madness.
Okay, so that's pretty much chapter 10 done. We have one more fight, which is our fourth Eidolon fight, which is Fang's Eidolon, which is Bahamut.
Did you do the menu already?
What menu?
I thought there was a menu after
No.
Sid. Oh,
Yeah, I changed the equipment.
right.
Okay, yeah, fine. It's not really like much of a menu. I mean, I barely count it as a menu.
Just asking because I didn't remember you doing it.
No, I did it, don't worry. This guy did it fast, he didn't see it.
Good job.
Okay, so this fight is easy. It's pretty easy.
He does a lot of damage really fast to you.
Yes,
so you
let's
really
go, let's go!
Okay, he targets lightning there, which is, I mean, she'll die, but it's okay.
No one cares.
You don't really care
Expected
about lightning that
sacrifice.
much.
It's actually the best opening he can give you is if he targets
Yeah.
lightning.
Because
Oh, let's go!
you want Fang to get those debuffs off, and
Sick.
then Vanille is doing...
Oops.
Since Vanille is in Ravager, so...
Okay, I'm actually running out of Phoenix now, so please don't die again, lightning. Okay, I need those for things. Okay, now he's aggroing Vanille, which is also fine.
Like, this guy does shit tons of damage, but you can build his Gestalt so fast. That was a sick fight. How fast was that?
Oh!
45, nice.
Like, anything sub 1 is good, so
Yeah.
45 is super good.
Guess it's time to face the peril of our plight. Sounds smart. Whatever it is the Falcons want, we're the ones who decide what we do.
So the first 10 chapters of this game have been on Cocoon, which is like the world hanging above the main planet of Grand Pulse. And now we're actually going down to Grand Pulse itself. If I can ever skip the cutscene. So chapter 11 entirely takes place on Grand Pulse. And
It's by far the longest chapter.
yep. Well, it's by far the longest chapter, but we're only going to be here for just over an hour.
Oh yeah.
And then we go back to Cocoon for the end of the game.
It's a lot longer if you take the time to do the side stuff, but any percent, so we don't.
Yeah, this is where the game gives you a lot of stuff to do. And you can like go to different areas and like do a lot of exploring or a lot of grinding or a lot of like fighting stuff. But first of all, before we get to any of that, we have the next Eidolon fighter, which is Alexander.
Yeah, this is kind of the Eidolon boss rush, kind of.
Yeah, we get Bahamut and Alexander next to each other, and then we get like 15 minutes, and then we have Hackathon. Yeah.
Yeah, he has big arms.
It's pretty bullshit.
That was bullshit.
Like, I try and aggro him to the left so I can just run past, but if he does the swipe, then it's like GG. This is a weird pattern. Okay, we're fine. That wasn't too bad. Those dodges control really hard.
So here's Alexander, and right off the bat is the most difficult part of this fight. It's pretty...
Yeah, let me listen a sec because I use a visual audio cue. Okay, we're in there.
Good. So what you do there at the start is you shift into your offensive paradigm, so Fang runs forward, and then shift back into her Sentinel, so she'll provoke, which both of those things are really important. You want provoke, so, you know, he attacks Fang instead of, you know, Hope, who will die pretty freaking fast to this guy, because he does shit tons of damage.
Yeah, bear in mind we haven't upgraded Hope since Chapter 7, which was like over an hour ago.
And then her running forward is also really important, because otherwise his attacks will, even if they target Fang, still hit Hope, which again, bad.
He has huge hitboxes because he has huge arms. But see, when she lands, she does a lance twirl and then she does provoke, and then I can get to another twirl by shifting paradigm, and then she'll start guarding. And that prevents her from walking backwards back into us.
The reason that's kind of tight is you need her to run forward, but you want to shift before she actually starts attacking.
Yeah.
Because if she does that, she won't be able to provoke in time.
Well, you can do it in time, but the thing is her first attack jumps up.
Yeah.
Because Alexander's hitbox is what are you doing, Fang? Okay, we should be fine. Unless he does Blast Punch next round, we're good.
Yeah, a lot of the time, over time, she'll kind of back up towards you, and then sometimes at the end, some attacks might hit you. But
yeah, and for the most part, that's not too much of a problem unless he doesn't move like Explosive Fist, Blast Punch, and that's when things get really scary.
Because at this point, you've cast Protect on everyone, which is just for insurance, really.
Well, Fang also has Tritronic Crown for insurance, which gives you Protect, which it basically gives you an Aegis at low HP.
But otherwise, his pattern is pretty much just do 2 attacks and stand there for a while, take hits. So you just switch paradigms to accordingly.
Oh, I could have YOLO'd it. I could have YOLO'd it. I didn't want to go for the sick YOLOs. I really could have YOLO'd it, actually.
Yeah, quite easily.
Oh, man. I was like, I want to, but I really don't want to die. Like, there's lots of places where you can take really unnecessary risks to save like 4 seconds on a fight. Oh. Okay. My notes like died, but they're back. We're good.
And that's the last we see of Hope in this run.
Pretty much. Well, he's in a cutscene a couple of times, but that counts, right?
So this is the part we were talking about way earlier, where you start off with Hope at this part, and you have to run a ways to get through this through the step. And if you run with Hope, you lose a lot of time because he's slow.
Yeah, it's like 30 to 40 seconds here, and then you lose some more time in the next area as well because there's a lot more running there.
In this route, we're actually going to fight a little bit of an optional battle at the end of this part, but even if we didn't, it would still be way, way worth it to change party leaders.
Yeah. So there's an enemy near Mahabar, which is the Behemoth King of Ethereum fight, and a lot of people know it as a very good grinding spot. And while it isn't an exceptionally good grinding spot, it's like pretty good, and especially for the way we're set up, it gives us 6,600 CP, which is a lot, and lets us get loads of really useful stuff. And the thing is with this route is even if you can't really cut that out, because it means you can't get to Assassin's Cold Blood in Chapter 12, and then everything falls apart, like pretty quickly.
There's one boss that's like almost impossible to do if you don't fight this fight here.
Yeah. But it basically is impossible because you can't get Cold Blood. And also grabbing the CP now makes up for missing out on 6,000 CP or so later on because we're going to skip a fight which is meant to be mandatory. But we do some clever stuff. I was thinking it's like heavily implied to be mandatory, like it blocks the path, but we found a way to get past it.
Yeah, there is a sort of a completion category for this game, which we've done 2 races of with 4 people.
Yep.
It's a fun category, but it's pretty bad for like serious runs.
Well, it's like a 20-hour run, right? And like the first 17 hours are fine, then the last 3 hours are basically all RNG. Like you're just rolling dice for drops and gil.
Because you need to upgrade everything. We define that category as plat percent or getting platinum trophy,
which is all achievements.
And there's one for which you need to upgrade everything.
Well, you need to have obtained every item in the game at least once. So you don't necessarily need to upgrade everything to max, but we need to like catalyze a lot of things that we wouldn't normally get.
So we need some really rare drops, and getting those is kind of bullshit.
Guys, here's the fight. It's pretty straightforward. We get the preempt, so they're at really high chain. Stagger the Behemoth King. Let me stagger the MLSTRM. Kill him. Launch the Behemoth King. Hope for Imperil. And then blitz the king. Oh no!
Nice whiff.
Whatever, it's fine. Sad's got this. Snow's got this.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's the kind of problem with blitz, is that it doesn't track very well, and especially when enemies are launched, it becomes a lot harder to hit them with blitz. So now we're getting into the Mahabara, which is just kind of a area between this place and... Well, we're pretty much just kind of going through places to get towards the end of the chapter. Making our way towards Tajian's Tower, which is a bit of like a dungeon-style area. You have Mahabara first, then Sulia Springs.
First dodge here is pretty trolly.
Yep. And we have a few dodges here, and then we have like one of the biggest menus in the game, and we set up a lot of things there.
Need to get these guys to move.
Oh.
And sometimes one of them is just like, I'm gonna go over here and block your way.
Okay.
Oh wow, that actually worked. Nice.
The first dodge is pretty troll, the second one's on a cycle, this one's simple, you just run straight past. And the fourth one's pretty cool. So there's an enemy that's like really wide called a box phalanx, but you can get them to just kind of like turn around and just run past them. Because enemies like turning around. It's like, yeah, you just turn. Oh no, I went too fast. I was impatient.
Wow, you actually failed that dodge.
Yes,
Good job.
I did.
Gotta go slow.
You really do. It takes quite a while to turn around. If I just ran through with hope, it would have worked. Okay, just gonna get those hoplites otherwise they're annoying, and then just kind of... Come on, do it. There we go.
He kindly gets out of your way.
Yeah, because he kind of shuffles around a little bit and then does his full step round. And I just kind of misread when he was going to do the step. Okay. So here's my bar menu, as we call it. We're going to sell a lot of stuff, buy a lot of components, and then upgrade a lot of things. So, yeah. That's it. Is it tungsten or titanium? Crap. Titanium. Thank you. So foul licks are really important because they give us, they heal daze, and daze is really stupid. Okay, so now we're gonna finish up by upgrading these. So then we have a load of maxed warriors responds, which are pretty super damage. So it's like almost double the amount of strength you gain from one. It goes from 100 to 180.
Yeah, at this point you can buy Warriors wristbands, which when upgraded give you plus 180 strength, which is quite a lot, so... Everything we give that to is going to hit like a truck, which I think for now is going to be only snow.
I think so. So we're just kind of getting through into Stasis Com, getting up to this 3rd role level and then spending the rest in Rav because we want to get Thunder soon. And we need to push through his Rav anyway to get some stuff later. For now we're just going to keep pushing our medic because we're trying to get her ATB, which is just a couple of rings from here. And this 6,000 CP actually guarantees you can get the ATB. So we'll go up to like just before it and then we'll actually grab it after the next fight. And then Rav, Snow, we're just going to keep upgrading in his Rav. Snow gets pretty evenly upgraded actually. His Rav is mainly touched because he has an accessory in stage 8. His Sentinel we use because it's good to get more roll bonus because it's high damage reduction, but also he has an ATB segment in his Sentinel. And then his Commando is obviously really good, so we want to keep putting stuff into that. So like this route needs a lot more CP than the older route we used to use, but it uses it a bit better. So here's challenge, we mentioned earlier. No, whoops. Short Tasman. Should be 2,000 more, is it? I think. No, wait, what is it? He's gonna have power respawn, I think. I unequipped like the wrong strength accessory from Saz and then got confused which one I had to put back on.
Are you not using that Warriors wristband on anything then?
No, Snow has 2.
Yeah, but you had like that one unupgraded Warriors wristband.
Yeah, I'm not using that yet.
I'm not questioning your route. I'm sure you know what you're doing. So these guys are yeah, kind of blocking the way.
I did mess it up.
I was gonna say.
It's Warriors 8, yeah.
It seemed weird to use a weaker one.
Whatever, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's confusing me. I don't think I'm gonna have a power respawn, which is why I'm confused.
Thanks.
So even though it's technically possible to skip these guys, it's not worth it all to set up time.
It takes like 10 minutes to set it up.
And they die fairly easily.
Auto battle blitz! Oh.
That's you. Done.
Sorry. So now I'm gonna grab Sas's Thunder. Vanille's ATB. I'm gonna spend a little bit in a Saboteur as well. Okay. Well, Rory, we didn't keep track of dodges, but I think I've died 3 times, so
Yeah.
you're up to
3
15.
times.
We'll let you off on the dodges, because no one was keeping track. I don't think you want to pay that much. So again, same idea here, we can turn the box Phalanx around.
For a
Come on,
while.
there we go.
But
That was a bit close. Those hoplites almost caught back up to me.
yeah. Now we're coming up to Hackathon, which is In a lot of ways, a pretty similar fight to Alexander.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same sort of pattern of he does a bunch of attacks that are really strong, and you want to be in Sentinel.
Yeah, but you want to have
for a while.
yeah, Fang Sentinel and keep her very far away from Vanille.
Fortunately, you only get 2 party members for this, which makes it a pretty long fight.
But we do have Vanille's 4th ATB, which makes the fight a lot nicer.
This is the only Eidolon fight where we in any way get anywhere near running out the Doom timer.
Well, only if things go badly with this setup as well.
Yeah.
But it is, yeah, it's definitely the longest.
We've a quick donation here, if now's a good time.
Yeah, very quickly.
Okay, we have received a $10 donation from Blind Matrix, who says, "Good luck with the run, Maelstrom. Also, save the animals. Pig." Thanks for your donations, guys. Remember that they are all going to Doctors Without Borders, a very good cause.
So I already have all 3 debuffs inflicted, which is really nice. And basically he'll do Looming Wrath for like 2 strings worth, basically, and then he does 7 ATB worth of attacks. So we know when his attacks are coming, and we can plan around that.
And because in this route you don't equip or you don't upgrade Fang much beyond, like, when's the last time you upgraded her, like chapter 9?
Yeah. It's not even that much in chapter 9, you just get adrenaline and
She is your dedicated Sentinel for this fight, but she doesn't have that much HP.
Vanille
so
pretty much has the same amount of HP as Fang in this fight.
So you need to chuck a lot of potions.
Also, since I landed in peril, I'm just doing D-Protect, D-Shell, D-Protect, D-Shell. Oh, never mind. And that gives you slightly better guest ult on average, except until it runs out when you have to then re-apply it. Like, Saboteur modifiers are really strange and don't really make much sense. Oh, Quake, okay, this could be bad. Okay, we're fine. Oh. Wow. Well, that was okay, I think. So yeah, he always does 7 ATB worth of attacks, but Quake counts for 3 ATB, and he can randomly do counter at any point past the 4th, and that ends his string. Oh no, Fang's not going to run forward in time. Fang, please.
Oh.
Yeah, like with Alex.
I keep getting confused.
Like with Alex, you really want.
Double Quake!
Jesus.
He mad.
Like with Alex, you really want Fang to run in so that the attacks don't hit Vanille as well.
Yeah, this is the issue when he does like really short strings, is that Fang's ATB gets really desynced.
Yeah.
And then things get like kind of sketchy. This should be fine. I mean, the benefit is because she doesn't end a string, I can ATB refresh into her provoke, so that works. Whoa! Okay, cool.
Fine. It's fine.
Yep. So a small thing to note as well is after you kind of have like something like a Eidolon fight or whatever, it resets your battle team and you get all your paradigms back, but it sets the default to the top paradigm, no matter what you had default before. So we actually manipulate paradigms in the earlier menu to put the paradigm we want to be default at the top, so that the game auto selects it for us. And just saves having to go into the menu.
So now there's a kind of a bit of a slow section until we get to Tajin's Tower. So I guess this is kind of a neat time to talk about why we are using this party specifically for the end game, because we haven't really touched on that in detail.
Yeah.
So Saz is basically the best character. That's like, you've seen his blitz, it's amazing. He has haste, he has other offensive buffs.
I mean,
like
Saz's buffs combined with his blitz make him a really strong character to use. And he has a decent Ravager, so that works out as well. Especially when combined with Vanille, who has a slightly better Ravager, and then has all the Saboteur that complements Saz's buffs. You can set it up so you're doing absolutely crazy amounts of damage without any chain on like a lot of fights.
And then Vanille is also a good medic, which we will need at some point.
Yeah, she doesn't get used as a medic much, but it does. It is used, and it is helpful when it is used. And then Snow is our third character.
Yeah.
he
the
is a very
third-party slot is a bit more debatable.
So we used to use Fang, and she is a good commando and a good sentinel, and she has slow and curse as a saboteur, which we thought were almost necessary. And then we gave her some Rav just because we needed some extra Rav in a couple of places. But Snow doesn't have saboteur, but he has much better Rav, and he Ravs, like his Rav chaining is so much faster. So it basically works out that we end up getting a lot more chain in fights and chaining a lot quicker, so we don't need to have slow because enemies die faster. That was a pretty sick dodge.
Yeah. That bomb was so in there. Trying so hard.
Trying too hard.
So basically, you need to get some extra stuff in this route. You need to do that extra fight we didn't, that Behemoth King against the Therian, we didn't do that in the other route. You need to do more Crystarium for some of the final bosses.
Yep.
Because you don't have slow and curse, but mostly slow.
Yeah. Slow makes one of the fights pretty sketchy, but well, I mean, it's still pretty sketchy.
But we do think, even though we haven't really timed out the differences in detail yet,
we're working on it.
Yeah, it's like a work in progress, but it takes so much time. But we think that this Snow does work out faster. This Ravager is just really useful.
Yeah, and if nothing else, we at least all agree that it's more consistent, which is good for a marathon. Like a lot of the bosses have a lot less of a capacity to troll you. So this is Celia Springs. This is like such a tiny area. Like its only purpose is some cutscenes.
And then as for who we have as the party leader, for the most part it'll be Saz, because like the AI isn't really smart enough to make use of how broken Blitz is for the most part.
And it doesn't buff properly either. Like we know what we're doing. We
And
know exactly like what we need and what enemies are weak to what, so we can buff without the use of Libra and get really effective buffs from that. And the Sin AI tends to prioritize like single characters, get them all buffed up, and then move on to the next one. Whereas we'll probably just give everybody 1 or 2 buffs instead of going for like 4 or 5 on a single character. So there's Cocoon up in the sky.
See that planet in the sky? You can go there. You can go anywhere in this game, it's so open.
Okay, so now this is pretty much Tation's Tower. You'll see it in a second. And Tation's Tower is like the closest thing this has to like a standard Final Fantasy dungeon in the game. It's got like a lot of backtracking, and you have to do Sea Stone missions, which are these like stones you'll see up on the side here. And if you like interact with one, you accept a mission where you have to kill something, and then the mission is passed. And completing the missions in Tation's Tower actually kind of gives you access to the higher parts of Tation's Tower, and then eventually access to the top of the tower, which is where we want to go. I really like Tation's Tower as an area. I think it's really great. Swansea disagrees.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this area just takes too long.
This is also an introduction to Monogamars.
Yeah, Monogamars are sort of a thing. Mostly started out with one particular one we'll see when we get into Tajins.
Sick. Okay, where's the Wyvern? So Decepticel lasts for 30 seconds. So I'm just using the timer on the projector to give me a bearing on how long I have my Decepticel for. This is pretty convenient when I do runs at home, because I can just look at my timer. But yeah, okay, front cancel. So if you get really lucky with the Wyvern, or if you set it up correctly, but it takes quite a while to set up, you can run all the way into like the shadow of the rocks. And then use a Decepticel there, and you can pretty much take it all the way to this door, run through the door, run back into the monogamous battle zone and cancel it on the back of them. But it's like super tight, and it's RNG dependent if the monogamous actually stay near the door, because if they run too far away, your Decepticel will burn out. But that was fine.
I always love it when people ask, how are you going to beat the bosses if you're not leveling up? Just like, get good. That's all it is. And I mean, technically we are leveling up, just not as much as you would in a casual playthrough. So,
yeah, we have like really uneven stat distributions because we focus very much on the roles we want to upgrade more.
We just upgrade a bunch of accessories for the most part to give everyone crazy strength, and then we don't have that much HP, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Just kill stuff quickly.
Because the other thing is, like, casually, you'll probably pick up a lot of the items and keep them, but we sell everything off because we want money, and then we use that money to give us more strength. Or magic. Mainly strength. We get some magic, but...
The name of the game in Tajin's Tower is Preempt.
Yep.
There's 6 fights that you have to do. Are you going to activate that mission? Kind of important.
I was confused. I was like thinking about preempts.
Yeah. There's 6 missions that you have to do in here, and we preempt all but one of them.
Yeah. That sounds right. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, we intentionally preempt all but one of them. We can accidentally get the preemptable last one, but it's like impossible.
Yeah, I've done it once in practice, and
it's so
nobody believes that I got it.
Well, I believe you got it, I just don't believe that I have a good strat to make it work.
Right.
So that's 1-0.
Yeah.
That Monogamous is called 1-0. Don't
yeah,
question it.
we call that guy's 1-0.
Oh, nice. We got a fan.
Dude, nice.
It's my biggest fan.
So this is Gelatitan.
Yeah, so running into the battle zone makes him run towards you, and then, we want to... Oh,
You didn't make him get close enough the first time.
yeah.
It's a bit tricky. People always used to run to the other side of the battle zone and do it there. And then I was like, just do it from the stairs, it's so much easier.
And no one worked out what he meant for like a month.
Yeah, no, everybody was like, it doesn't work, you can't just run in from the stairs. But apparently I never explained properly that I meant run into the battle zone.
To lure him over to the stairs and then turn around. And he's much more likely to turn around at a convenient angle if you do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're just going to buff Bravery and Thunder because Gelatine's weak to Thunder. Oh, god damn it. That's bad. Snow, why didn't you stagger? What are you doing? Nope. Okay. Good done. That you totally didn't miss. It's fine. So yeah, preempts are pretty good because these enemies have like high stagger points. So you just preempt and then just blitz pretty much.
Yeah, you saw how much damage that guy did with one attack. Like, Vanille's almost dead.
Yeah, so Gelatitan hits like surprisingly hard.
Preempts are pretty important for these fights.
Okay. Fastest menu in the game.
Oh yeah. So I said that we were going to use Saz as the party leader for the most part.
Yeah, with the exception of when we want to summon.
Yeah, because Saz's summon is not very good.
No, it's not really that. Like, Brynhilde's good, it's just Vanille's summon is broken.
Well, okay, yeah. Vanille's summon is really good. And we will use it pretty much whenever we are going to use the summon to deal damage from this point on. So there's Swansig again.
Good boy. No! I
I
didn't make it out of the battle zone.
No, you didn't. The reason we call this guy Zwanzig is there was one time when MLSTRM was doing a run and he got to this part and I said that I always had issues dodging this guy and he was like, it's easy, it's super easy. And then he failed it like 5 times. And
Yeah.
since then this Monogamer is called Zwanzig.
We started naming some other ones as well. We started just naming enemies in general, so it's fine.
Uh-huh.
So this preempt's pretty dumb. These guys apparently don't see you if you just kind of run in like this.
So now you're going to see the awesome power of Hackathon.
Awesome is definitely a word for it. So we stagger and then we summon, and then Hackathon can kind of keep him away while we're going to Rav. And we use Fire Aurora, and then some Force Blasters, because Force Blasters do really good damage and pretty decent chain. And the Hackathon's finisher has the highest damage multiplier of anything in the game. So we can do this.
You know the real reason you're actually switching to Vanilla.
Yeah,
Just-
we're just doing it for that sound.
You can't prove anything. Okay, so basically, yeah, there's a couple of fights we summon against, and we just use Vanilla for the summon and Salsa voice. I think chat likes it.
I think so, yeah.
Don't worry, guys, you get some more. We use it like 3 or 4 more times, so don't worry.
It's so good. It's the best attack in the game.
It actually is.
It
Like, it's such a
literally is.
broken move.
Yeah,
'Cause,
we use that attack like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, yeah. So like some finishes use a multiplier based on chain, but then they have a damage multiplier attached to them as well. And Zantetsuken has the lowest, as we already explained. Like it's mainly based around the instant kill, but Hackathon's is like so high. I'm pretty sure like Hackathon's is like a 16 times damage, and the next highest is Bahamut with like 12 or something. Oh yes, yes, yes. Let's go.
Oh, the hover.
That's actually super nice because it keeps him launched, but at the same time he's close enough that Saz's blitzes are actually completely wrecking him.
21.
Yeah, that was really good.
It's so sick.
So that's the first set of fights.
That's on the second floor, and then we go up to floors like 4 through 6 and do the next set of 3 fights there. Okay. Is he here? Can't see.
Oh, right. Yeah, Nep, this is your Monogamer. We named this guy after you. Or one of the two, anyway.
Yep.
We never quite worked out which is which. But the other one's Webster. You dodged those guys really easy, too.
Had a really nice pan.
Scrubs.
Okay, I got 3, so I got a manual preempt. Sick, let's go.
Oh, yeah. You haven't gotten any bonus trides, have you?
No.
At least you had really good drop luck in chapter 2 at least, so that was nice.
Yeah,
Didn't
yeah,
have
really
to
good
grind
chapter 2,
anything.
and I had like 3 incentive chips to chapter 9, so that was good.
Yeah.
That's all I need, really. Like, bonus shrouds are nice, but
Yeah.
we'll just get like an Aegis off from TML or something, it's fine. So yeah, like I said, we preempt 5 out of the 6 fights, Intuitions. We manually preempt 2 of them, 3 of them, 3 of 4, 3 of them? 3. The first 3, we manually preempt those. Of the second three, the middle one we don't preempt, the last one we use a Deceptor Soul. But you can manually preempt it, but it's really stupid, hard, and dumb. Just don't do it, ever.
Yeah, so this is where we actually start using those D-sets, because all the times he's used a D-set so far, he could have done that with just the one, because you proliferated infinitely.
Yeah. And then this fight, we used to Decept it, and then we found a way to do it without a Decept.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky, but it's quite possible.
There's like a really good pattern you can get where you can just run straight in and they don't see you, but for the most part we have to manipulate them. The thing is, like, going for that YOLO pattern is like, if they randomly turn around, which they can, you just like get caught. So we tend to just try and set it up anyway. See what we got. Oh. No! See?
He turned around in the last second.
It was worth going for though, because that was a really sick pattern. So that would have been the YOLO, but I didn't get it. So now I'll do the manipulation.
So you kind of lure them to the edge here, then you walk out of the battle zone over here, which will make him back up into the wall. And after he turns around, you run back in and preempt.
Easy. In this fight, it's just let Snow do things.
Yeah. You buff Snow and then let him completely wreck these guys. Like, Snow and the enemy kind of go up into the air and only Snow comes down.
Well, eventually. There we go. It takes a while. So again, because the allies won't target the same enemy, we can get Snow to attack the other birds while we target the Masushi. So he'll launch them, punch them a few times, and they die. Oh, I need a menu here. Crystarium. So here we're going through Saz's Ravager. Again, we're trying to get towards Cold Blood, which is in his Ravager for Chapter 12. But we also pick up Renew along the way. And we need Renew for the next fight or we're going to get wrecked. Like, really hard.
Yeah, so Renew is another skill that
yeah, it uses
TP.
Yeah, it uses 2 TP and it heals you for half your health, even if your character is dead. Grab one node and calm, that's fine. So much extra CP, I should not be able to grab that like anywhere near that close. Vanilla we're getting Jinx, which is an ability that extends the duration of debuffs that are already inflicted when you inflict a new debuff. For most fights that doesn't make too much of a difference, but we mainly want it for one of the final bosses. And then Snow, we're just gonna tank him up by getting him a load of HP.
Yeah, so the thing for the next fight is like, you give Saz a Soul Font Talisman, is
Soul
it?
Font Talisman is auto shell.
Yeah, which is auto shell, to make sure he can survive. Snow doesn't need that, he just...
Yeah, Snow has 2,000 HP, and so basically, the next fight is Vitala, and he randomly targets a single person. And if he targets either Saz or Snow, then it's fine, they won't die. And if he targets Vanille, she will die. But that's fine because the way the strat is set up, that it doesn't matter if anybody dies. It's like a really scary looking strat, but it's like pretty consistent. But the thing is, if you try and like play it safe, you just die because it just doesn't work. Like you just have to outgun Vitalo. And Vitala is the guy that we said that you can like manually preempt, but it's really hard. He's not called Snow because he has ice attacks, but but Snow does get Blizzaga as his only tier 3 spell, and he does get Blizzard before water. Like, characters do have kind of an elemental affinity in their Ravager. Like, Lightning obviously gets Thundaga, and Saz gets Firaga.
I think Saz gets Thundaga as well, though.
I don't remember.
I might be wrong on that.
But I mean, we never go that far into Rav to ever.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see the same thing with their summons as well. Like, obviously, Odin is like electric elemental or lightning elemental. Brunhilde is fire elemental. Shiva is snow elemental. Ice elemental, whatever. And then the other 3 summons don't actually have an elemental affinity. Alexander is basically holy, but holy isn't actually like an element in this game. Whoa. Bahamut is kind of like, well, Bahamut is, yeah, Bahamut. He does
What is this guy doing?
non-elemental damage.
Jesus.
And then Hecaton is like kind of earth-based, but most of his Gestalt moves do non-elemental as well. Yeah, the vampire's a troll. Maybe? I don't want to go for I should have gone for it. Okay, let's go. That was kind of weird. Like, I haven't seen that pattern before, so I wasn't really sure how to dodge. But I ducked into the room just to get out of the battle zone for safety, so if I'd failed it, I would have retried there instead of back around the corner. Okay, so this is Vitala. Is he going to run away? No, he's actually going to go. Like, when he sees you, he comes towards you, but sometimes he's facing backwards and he just flies away. It's pretty good. Okay, so we're going to start off with Bravery and Thunder. Oh wait, I was going to Haste, I think.
Probably.
Yeah, Haste sounds like the thing I was
usually
gonna
good.
Yep. Okay, so his first multicast is AoE Elementals, and then we use Renew. And this is where Vinor might die. Okay, target Snow, we're good. Now we're going to buff Snow, Saz even. He didn't stagger? Crap. Okay, it's fine. This is kind of weird. Okay, so as soon as he's staggered, we can flick Deep Protect. And since we have elementals, someone might die. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
Live
people
now.
kind of die in this fight. It sort of happens. It's fine.
Yeah, I staggered a little bit late, so he was like an attack early, but it was fine. Oh, I don't remember how to do these paradigms. Maybe I do. No. Hang on. I'm messing this menu up. Whoops. Yeah, okay. I'm so confused right now. Is that correct? Yeah, okay.
That's what happens when you condense your notes.
No, that's what happens when I changed my setup like 4 days ago.
Ah, what did you do?
I moved 2 paradigms around. It's like 1 less input or something. Yeah, the menus in this area are like the ones I have the least memorized. This is why I brought notes for the run.
But yeah, we switched to vanilla again, so you probably know what's coming.
Yep.
Again, another fight where we're just gonna preempt and then hit it a bunch
Blow
and
shit
then
up.
blow shit up, pretty much. But yeah, this is where we're gonna use a Deceptisol, because so one person in the community, Leave the Coffee, he found out that it is actually possible to get a sort of working setup for the manual preempt, but
Sort of.
it's
terrible.
yeah.
No offense, Coffee, but your strat sucks. Like, everybody pretty much hates it. Like, people are like, oh, I guess I could go for it, but no one wants to, like, ever.
The setup is also long enough that if it takes you any more than 1 attempt, you're not really gaining time over just getting the extra D-set.
Yep. So again, we just kind of do a Quake to get chain duration, summon, and then Force Blasters. One more, just for safety.
Big guns.
Convenient 17-second water break. It's like the one misleading thing with battle times is that if you do finish a fight with a summon finisher, it doesn't count the animation time in the battle time. Which like doesn't really affect things for the most part, but when we're like testing strats, it's hard because it's like if we take a summon out, then we have to like time all the summon animations. I'm out of the battle zone. We're fine.
Yeah, one thing is sometimes enemies will chase you past their own battle zones, and then you respawn past it. So
yeah, once you're out of the battle zone, you retry and you land outside the battle zone because the game just won't put you back inside an active battle zone. Let's go do the odd menu then. That wouldn't end well.
So now we're coming up to the end of this section.
Yep.
It's just the boss remaining at the top.
Yeah, there's a pretty big menu before that, but
yeah,
just gonna upgrade Vanille's weapon and some more strength things. We're gonna max out 3 Warriors wristbands, which give us like crazy strength, and Vanille's weapon's gonna get maxed out as well. But not, I don't know, it doesn't get maxed; it just gets upgraded a bit, just for some free stats, because it's pretty cheap to upgrade. We've switched to the Pearlwing Staff because the Pearlwing Staff has better stat growth under upgrading than her base weapon. I think it's also slightly magic tilted as well, and that's what we want.
Yeah, it definitely has good magic.
Okay, those birds are random. I'll get it on the retry. Dude, nice!
Oh,
they went outside of the room.
Yeah. If you look at the map, they're in the corridor.
You can't really see it, but you can see the one guy in the corridor. That's cool. Oh, apparently it's massively magic tilted. Never mind. I don't remember my weapons. There's too many things to remember, I just have notes. That's what they're there for. So yeah, start off some stuff first. We picked up mainly weapons and accessories. Because everything we have we don't need anymore with the exception of that one Warrior's wristband. I'm fine for potions.
It's time to upgrade more Warriors wristbands.
Gotta shift some equipment around first.
Get all the strength.
Okay, we do max it, never mind. I lied. Or I messed up. Find out soon. Okay, we're good. So yeah. So max Pearlwing Staff, max out these Warriors wristbands, there it is. That one's already hiding somewhere random in my inventory. There should be another one as well somewhere, but I didn't see it. It's probably in the top left corner. Yeah, there it is. Whoop. And this one we use the free particle accelerators and the perfect conductor. There we go. Wait, no. Wait, no. Okay, yeah, I do upgrade the Dodge Code. Go back. So you upgrade Dodge Code here, put it to max. Again, we'll dismantle that for Shrouds later, but they're not needed just yet, so we don't bother. We'll do it when a little bit later, because we have to go into the menu to dismantle something else in Chapter 12. Okay.
I think we're almost there.
So the next boss is the Haka. That's a pretty cool fight. Wow. Okay, that was rude. And the Haka is kind of like the one fight that I like to show people if people are like, how can you speedrun this game so fast? Because it's like the perfect example of how we can set things up and also our knowledge of how the enemy works in terms of being able to stay alive and just absolutely wreck things. Okay, I'm doing the backup strat for this because the fast strat isn't working. So you can lure these guys all the way around like this, but it's slow. Like, most of the time you can run straight through, but there's a couple of bat patterns that just mean you can't at all. Yeah, luckily when your allies run into enemies, they don't trigger the fight. But they can react. They can push enemies around, which is very helpful a little bit later on. We're going to abuse that to skip a fight. So yeah, this fight should be really easy, but I've died to it an inordinate amount of times for what it is. It's kind of a bit of a joke at this point. So we're just going to start off with a blitz for some chain duration. We're going to buffer into calm because we still get the chain duration from it being a calm ability. Yeah, we still get the chain duration from it being a calm ability, but we also get the chain bonus from doing it in rev.
Yeah, that's something you're going to see a number of times.
Oh, I messed up.
Oh.
I have snow and fiddle the wrong way around. So you can put snow on the left side here, and it means that all of his physical attacks come from the same side, so they'll hit snow and they won't interrupt vanilla. I thought my paranoids looked weird, and that's why.
But you want snow on the left?
Yeah.
Okay.
Its physical attacks always come from the same side. So by having snow on that side, they'll hit snow and they won't go any further.
Right.
Time to get serious. Time to pull the old
There we go.
switcheroo. Back off.
Oops. That's my flame strike. So you can see how much damage like snow just doesn't take.
We ain't going down.
So the flame strikes there as well are just to get snow, like Saz out of range. And so even his AoE attacks will only hit snow at this point.
Follow the old guy's lead.
This guy has all kinds of really strong attacks we're just not going to see.
Bobbing and weaving.
What a shame. So we're setting up Bravery and in water. Bravery boosts physical damage, and Dahaka is, well, he has Imperil, so he's now weak to elements, which means they do double damage. And we use water instead of anything else, just in case we have to use a backup strat, because he gains a water resistance after doing Formless Firestorm. But, I mean, we wouldn't technically survive it anyway. Lanty, protect, please. But no. Are you serious? Hello? This is kind of a problem.
Okay.
This is going to be really weird.
Yeah, that's why we don't like Vanille sometimes. Because she takes ages to get debuffs. But, yeah. This guy falls down when he's staggered, and he's huge. Like, one of the biggest bosses you fight. So, Blitz absolutely wrecks him. But...
oh, I'm so dead, I think.
very sketchy.
Time to pull the old
They didn't refresh? Okay. Snow punch him in the face. Okay. That was a lot
Fine.
closer than it
That
needed to
wasn't
be.
close at all. That was intended.
Yeah. If he gets back up, he starts doing things we don't like.
Added suspense. It was fine. Don't worry about it. Right on 420 too. That's nice.
Okay, well that tells me about the pace of this run.
Right behind you.
So now we're going to the town of Urba, which is where Vanilla and Fang had originally come from. And little they know, it's now like a crystal wasteland. And then some like more plot stuff happens here, but we're kind of late. It's a bit late to start explaining what happens because we've kind of missed out a lot. But Cocoon's really big here, so we're really close. And the reason I switched to Vanilla here isn't because of fights, but because Vanilla's slightly smaller, so dodging is slightly easier as Vanilla.
Yeah, and there's one particular dodge
Yeah,
near
yeah.
the end of this section that we really want to have as smaller hitbox as possible. Like in the old route, when we used Fang, we would just use Fang here because Fang has an amazingly tiny hitbox.
Yep.
But right now we're kind of having to make do with Vanilla. Because, I mean, we could switch to Fang, but it would mess up all of our paradigms.
Yeah, it would completely reset paradigms.
When you change your party composition, all your paradigms get deleted. But if you just change leader, they'll stay.
Yep. That's why we haven't actually changed parties since the start of Chapter 11, because it's unnecessary menuing to do so. And although we actually lose our paradigms for start of Chapter 12, but again we reset them up and then we won't change party because of that reason again for the rest of the game. Because it's a lot quicker to make incremental changes to our paradigms than completely having to redo them all from start. Especially since you get free randomly generated ones and they tend not to be very helpful for what we want. Sometimes you get a couple of good ones, but they're not like... I mean, they're generically good, but they're not set up well for the fights. Because we set up mainly for boss fights, we don't like set up to beat random enemies. Because we don't fight random enemies. No, 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 no. Cool. That was really weird. Come on. Seekers have like a really strange hitbox that like isn't active for like most of the time. So sometimes you can run straight over them. Especially when they're not aggroed. Like they don't like barely have a hitbox. But when they're aggressive, okay, that's good. There we go.
So yeah, the boss coming up is pretty bad. But first there's this dodge. This is the dodge we were talking about.
Yeah, this is really cool. So, when you disrupt someone in an enemy's area, they'll drop aggro on you, and they won't see you anymore. But they won't necessarily react to it. Oh, whoops. I went a little bit late on that Decepticon. I went too far right as well, so that wouldn't have worked anyway. This is kind of weird to set up. Okay, that should be good. So by doing this, Decepticon, and then waiting for him to go back into his idle animation, there's just enough room to run past on the side. And then there's this convenient Vitala here that we can use to cancel the Decepticon.
Yeah, it's useful too, because dodging this guy is pretty hard. Warrior's gonna just look up at the sky.
No, I'm gonna decept.
Oh.
It's not consistent.
Really? Huh.
So we used to reverse camera trick here, but for some reason, at least recently, I haven't been getting it anywhere near consistently. And it's not worth taking the risk because you go back to the start of the bridge if you fail it. The decept is like fast enough. It's like, yeah, this guy, like, I can just like run into him before he hits me. Oops.
Now it's time for Bar 2, which I'm sure if you've played this game, you hate this boss.
Or you
Pretty hard.
overgrinded and you're like, why is it so hard?
Yeah, if you like did all the side stuff in this chapter, then he's like not that bad.
He can just take a massive dump on us at pretty much any time during the fight.
Yeah.
This is like one of the hardest fights in the run, for sure. I want that strength node. I want Sentinel.
Because I talked earlier about how when there's multiple enemies, if they all target the party leader, you kind of get screwed. This guy attacks so fast, and he does so many individual attacks that he can kind of do that by himself. Because pretty much the whole time you're fighting this guy, he is firing lasers constantly.
I also notice I'm stocking up on HP for everybody right now. It's like I really need that HP.
Yeah.
Pretty much one of his attacks does 17,000 health, and so I can only survive it if I'm at full HP when it starts. So I really need to be able to do that. Popping Shrouds. I mean, this is the first time we used the combination of Force Assault, Ether Assault, and Age Assault. But it's a pretty combination for all the fights from at this
I
point.
don't think we ever said what Ether Soul does, but it refills all your TP, and we need TP for like healing and summoning in this fight.
Yeah, renew and summon. The main users. So we start off by chaining, and we need to land Deprotect, Deshawn, in Peril, and stagger him.
Staggering him is pretty easy. Like
he hasn't touched snow yet at all.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay, that's a really early stagger, but that should be fine. Thing is, now I need to wait for Vanille to do things that are helpful. Okay, there we go. Okay, interesting.
So, once you push him past a certain threshold, he like starts opening up. We call that a head split.
Yeah, it's half health.
Yeah.
And like you can see, we're at max chain now, and we're just like all the damage. Okay. So I just check his HP there to know, because if he's under 1.3 million, he can do an attack with Thanatos. Yeah, this. And this is the attack that does like 17,000 damage. Like watch, 1735. Potion heals for 150. And I have 300 left. So a couple of lasers must have missed there, because, well, no, I think the potion tank saves you a little bit. But that attack is scary. Pushing, like, this is called pushing laughter. Okay, hang on. So by going guest dot here, Apoptosis is uninterruptible, so it continues to attack. But then the actual ability, which removes all of your buffs and dispels all of his buffs, it misses Saz because he's in guest dot. And so we get to keep all of our buffs, which is really helpful. And pushing laughter early like that, it makes the fight slightly slower on average, but it makes it so much safer because you can't use it now in the second phase. I've been fogged.
Oh. Yeah. All his lasers can like inflict random pain, fog on you.
They have a 1% chance of inflicting pain or fog each.
Yeah. And then he can also do Curse Ga and Daze Ga, which...
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, the thing he just did. Daze Ga is awful. What Daze does is it makes you unable to do anything, and then the first attack that hits you does double damage.
Vanille, please. Vanille,
Although
please.
it does get rid of Daze.
Vanille, I really need a Deprotect. Oh my god.
Yo. See, this is why we hate this fight, because he can just control you for days with Daze Ga.
Days for days.
Days for days.
Okay, we should maybe be in there.
This would probably be a lot worse if he hadn't pushed Laughter, because
Oh yeah, this would be so much worse if I didn't push it.
you would really have to worry about that.
Wait, I have like full health. What? Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. You'll get him.
I was like, I should renew. I'm probably about to die, and then it's like, oh wait, I have all this health. Okay, cool.
That was good.
Fine. 430, nice.
So that is one of the trolliest fights in the run.
Yep. I can't even sub 520. I can't sub 520. Rip. So yeah, so now we're done with Pulse, and now we go back to Cocoon, and we go into Chapter 12. And in Chapter 12, we have the 2 Proud Cloud boss fights. And thanks to all of your generous donations,
Yeah.
I'm going to do them blindfolded. Oops. I'm also going to fail at skipping cutscenes because I'm trying to find where the camera is.
Those incentives got met like days ago. You guys have been really nice about that.
Yep. So I've got a little bit of Chapter 12 to do first. But then both the Proud Cloud fights I'll be doing blindfolded. Yeah, unfortunately we skipped the cutscene at the start of Chapter 12, and it's like the best cutscene.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I mean, we skip every cutscene, but
Well,
that
yeah,
one we feel kind of bad about.
Yeah. That one and Pomta Sancta.
So this is the other forced summon fight.
And if you're on PS3, you would stagger after this attack. Whoops. If I ever execute it. You would stagger there. But for some reason you get 2.5% less chain. But you get like 3%. You get like 0.5% less chain on every Gestalt or something. It's weird.
So on PS3 you don't need to do Zentatsuken, you just kill him with Gestalt attacks. It's a little bit faster.
Kyogre.
Next time.
I
like
see it.
Yeah, it's good. Rip, Tiana's got banned. Tyrannus, no! Pause the time and watch the cutscene? No.
To stop the Falcon.
Oh, okay, I did get out of that zone, we're fine. Yeah, the game's frame dropping a bit on this computer, but it's fine. The game doesn't actually slow down until it drops below 30. And it isn't doing that, so it's fine. Thank you. The cutscene skip is weird. Like, I haven't found a single consistent audio cue, so I think the audio starts at a different point when the loading starts or something. It's weird. Okay. Here we're just kind of going along this kind of hallway thing. We want to decept some enemies because we don't want to fight them. And we also want to use a decept on an enemy coming up. And these Adamantherons are trolls. Maybe. Nice.
Oh, nice. And conveniently, we're actually going to use this decept as well for the next fight.
So you can maintain a decept over a party change as well, which is something we didn't mention. But now I can run straight into the next fight, and we want to decept this one. So Hackathon's back, guys. Don't worry, you didn't go anywhere. And this used to be the last Hackathon use for a while in the for the whole run, but we actually have another one now with the new route.
Do we? No, wait.
Yeah, we do.
Oh no, it used to be we used one for Adam and Kellett, but now it's, it's further up.
Oh right, yeah, sure. Okay. I forgot about that.
It's the same amount.
Yeah. Point is, there's another one coming. Don't worry. Okay, I need
second to last one.
I need my Crystarium note too. So now we're going to get our first secondary roll of the run, which is Vanille's Commando.
Yeah, we didn't really touch on this, but at one point in Chapter 10, we gained access to all the roles for all the characters.
Yeah, it's after the first fight.
Yeah. And for the most part, we don't really spend much in there because it's outrageous CP costs for really little stat gains, but you do gain access to using those rolls, which in itself is pretty useful. So now we have...
yeah, and because Vanille's magic stat is so high, we went all the way up to her Ruin, just so she can use Ruin. And it's super strong. So yeah, we're getting Snow's ATB and accessory, which is super helpful, and then we're just pushing Saz all the way towards Cold Blood.
So Cold Blood is Saz's full ATB skill,
Yep.
and it does a ton of chain once an enemy is staggered.
Yeah, it does a ton of post-dagger chain. And it's also really good at interrupting enemies.
Yeah.
Because it's a sequence of 11 bullets within like 5 seconds or something. Oops. Triple socks. Out of Warriors Response. Did I say that right? Oh, I didn't do Paradigms yet. Wait, Battle Team. So the next fight is the Behemoth King. So we fought him earlier when he was like preempted and staggered, and he was super easy. And this guy he's not super easy when you don't have that. You actually have to work for it. So he hits really hard, which is like the main problem.
And if you don't know, the gimmick with most of the Behemoth enemies in this game is at a certain HP threshold they stand up, then fully heal themselves, and become way stronger.
Oh yeah, they like give themselves, they get rid of all their debuffs, they give themselves a load of buffs. It's just generally nasty. 218 should be fine. If Snow can ever land challenge, that would be great. Snow! Please. Thank you. Good job, Snow. So I'm end firing everyone because Beam is sweet to fire, and I'm also giving Faith to Vanille instead of Bravery. I'm waiting for... Okay, let's go. This should be fine.
Dead.
Oh crap, I didn't wait for Pearl. I might be dead.
Might be dead.
Sick.
Oh,
It's fine.
wow, that was
Not
so
even
close.
close. No,
That was really close.
I know.
Right, yeah. What you're supposed to do is you wait until after he does hurl, because basically you just... You're supposed to damage him so fast that he doesn't have time to go into that other form. But because Snow got launched, he didn't really contribute at all.
Yeah, so... You're gonna have to take over commentary for a while, because this is where I'm gonna take my headset off to like set up for this.
Right. Okay, so to explain the fight that he's going to do pretty soon, which is going to be blindfolded, it's the first fight with Proudclad. The idea behind this fight is that it's not a very random fight. It's pretty consistent, which is why you can do it blindfolded. But it's a very tight fight because you need to kill this guy in one stagger, and it's fairly tight to do so. Because when he comes out of stagger, he does an attack called Retaliatory Strike, which will just kill you. This is also where you'll first see him do Cold Blood, which, as I explained, does a ton of stagger post-chain. So most boss battles from this point onward will utilize that at least once. I think here he'll do it twice after staggering him.
Maybe. I don't know. I can't think about it.
It's
right
muscle memory, so yeah.
Yeah, I can't think about it right now because I'll get fucked up later.
Yeah. But so you want me to shut up while you do the fight, right?
Yeah, because I can't. Yeah, I can't get rid of the commentary. I need to be able to hear. So.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So I kind of explained the basic idea of the fight. It's just going to be buff everyone up, work slowly to stagger, make sure you have enough chain duration so that you can kill him in one stagger, and then...
And don't freak out too loudly if something goes weird. But yeah, so... Yeah, this is pretty serious time.
So here we go.
Oh, I'm going to turn it up a little bit more. No. Okay. Something weird happened now. Let's try it again.
You want to know what happened?
Yeah, actually.
You buffed Vanille twice instead of Snow.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah, messed up the targeting.
Yeah. I moved the camera a bit late. Like, the buffing is like the only close to RNG part of this fight. What? Okay, what?
You buffed Snow twice.
Yeah.
What? Oh, come on. This is so dumb.
You were compensating.
This targeting, man.
I was getting this fine in practice. It's hard. Wait, what? Oh, right, yeah. You donated for this, guys. You better be appreciating it.
Unload. Yeah. I appreciate that. Ah, for the love of yeah. ESI special. This is gonna stay. Yeah. Time for the second win. ESI special. No thanks to rock. Time for a second win.
Yeah?
I owe ya.
No, this is... Everything's going wrong with this right now.
You buffed Vanille twice again.
Oh my god, this is so dumb.
Do you want me to just tell you next time?
Yeah.
Sure. Buffing is hard, yo.
Apparently.
It's because you use the weird targeting.
It's faster.
Just do from list.
Shut up.
So much better.
Oh, getting serious now. Much appreciated. Appreciate it. I owe ya. I know what this calls for. Get in my sights. Don't stop. This is gonna sting. No further. Old man, new tricks.
Fuck. Oh,
I keep going, keep going.
No, he's dead.
I'm
He's
dead.
dead?
He's
Okay.
definitely dead.
I can show you if you want.
He has like no health left.
Yeah, but he just healed, and
Oh,
now he
okay,
does
okay.
this.
Okay. I'm
It
gonna
was,
give up.
it
on
was
this.
very
That was
close.
so close though.
Okay. I'll just do it as I did, and then if we have time afterwards, I'll try it again. That's a shame. I already want to show it off.
You got the buffs this time.
Yeah,
But
that was
you just barely didn't kill
close,
it.
though.
Yeah, I fumbled the cold blood because I couldn't see the menu. I went to techniques instead of...
Yeah, I
abilities.
saw that. This is what that's supposed to look like.
Much appreciated.
You can do it!
But to explain a little bit why he was having such a hard time with that buffing, I mean, that's not just him not knowing what he's doing. Basically, you're targeting, the way he has the targeting set makes it so that it's based on like the actual character's positioning. Like he's not choosing it from a list. So it's kind of situational.
I mean, it just changes based on where the camera is too, right?
Yeah.
The camera keeps switching back and forth.
Yeah, which is what makes that so awkward to do.
I know there's a reason you have it like that, but I forget what it is. You can do things faster that way.
Yeah, so things like Libra and single target items can be used faster. Well, okay. Apparently Proudclad just hates me today.
This fight is just conditional attack.
If he just doesn't hit Saz right now, I'm...
You were saying?
Yes. Daddy's
You were
this
doing
fight,
better
man.
blindfolded.
I have no idea what's going on, but it's terrible. Horrible things are
For the
happening.
record, this is the only fight that he dies to in his world record as well.
This fight is just hard. Like it's.
It's not meant to be that hard.
Well, you were doing it blindfolded. You have an actual excuse.
Yeah, something weird's happening somewhere. I'm staggering late. I don't know why. But that was happening with the blindfolded ones as well. I was staggering late, so something's going weird somewhere. I'm
I
not
would
really
be
sure
able
what.
to tell you if I ran this route.
Oh, that's what it is.
What?
I'm in a bus snow first.
Oh, right, that's
That
the
explains
thing.
everything.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Okay, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, 140% chain, that's where it's meant to be. God damn it.
I know what this calls for.
Oh,
Get in my sights. It's gonna stay. It's gonna stay. Old man, new tricks.
Scary. Oh, I didn't refresh. Interesting. I am gonna refresh, okay. This is weird ATB. Oh my god, stop it!
He is just not hitting snow.
Stop saying things, one sec. Yeah, we in there.
Okay.
Okay,
If that attack had hit Saz, you would have died.
Whatever.
it's fine.
That was a train wreck.
Okay.
Moving on.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, if we've got time after the run, I'll try it again from a save file, but I don't know if we're going to. Hopefully PC2 goes much better.
You're gonna try that with the blindfold?
Yeah, I'm still gonna do it. People donated for it, and I don't have like a dumb reason that I could fail it on like that one.
Yeah, okay. PC2 is like, in theory, a much harder fight than PC1.
It's all just timing though.
But you don't have to buff.
Yeah. Well, like, the buffing was fine, it was just the order of the buffing, which explains why my camera movements were being weird as well, because I have like setups based on where they should be.
Okay, so this is Adam and Khaled.
Yep.
We're actually using Snow as the party leader for once.
We can use Shiva as well. Makes this fight sound really cool. Just listen to it. Vanille survived, wow, that never happens.
Because this guy's weak to ice, so
Oh, he's super weak to ice.
yeah.
Wait, is this a new thing? I haven't. You usually use vanilla here.
Yeah,
It
this is
was
Snow
vanilla
Root
in the
thing.
old route, yeah.
This is a Snow Root thing.
Ah, okay. I haven't seen this fight in Snow Route apparently.
So there's one annoying thing that can happen here. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
We in there.
Okay, cool. You need to make sure that when you move up to him right there, you don't go off center, because if that happens, a lot of your attacks won't hit as much as you need them to.
Yeah, spin freeze drifts in position ever so slightly if you're pushed up against a side of an enemy. And so you drift further and further away from his main hitbox and you do less and less damage. And so you can't get him to the required damage and stagger to kill him with Diamond Dust. Easy.
Way to go.
Should have done Vernal Harvester and Tyrant blindfolded.
We had time now. You didn't want to understand.
Alright guys, we have a $1,000 donation.
Whoa.
From Carl saying, step 1, profit. Step 2, donate. Thanks a lot for that awesome donation. You topped the lead. Thank you.
So yeah, so right now, there's not really much happening until the next Proud Cloud fight. It's actually the next fight we do. We just have to get through chapter 12 and then do a little bit of menuing in Eden Hall. But there's a couple of like subtle things here. So like these bird dodges are terrible. Like everybody. Oh, come on. It's fine. I'm out of the battle zone, so whatever. What I was trying to do there is go into the battle zone, then come out again on the front side, and that manipulates them into not being able to really catch you. But this also works. Maybe. Okay. Those dodges suck. Like, really badly.
So coming up, we have the Vernal Harvester and Tyrant dodge in this next area.
Yeah.
Vernal Harvester and Tyrant are two enemies that are just completely standing in the way, staring each other down and don't pay any attention to you. So there's no way you can like lure them out or get them out of the way in any conventional manner.
Yeah. And there has been a method known about how to dodge them for a long time, but it was deemed too long and unfeasible for RTA. And then we found a better setup.
So that's what we're going to do. We're going to enlist the help of our party members.
It's
10 hours of Final Fantasy. It was 9:26, thank you very much.
Yeah, Rory, I'm doing this all for you, man. Every reach around Proud Cloud counts as a death. Have fun.
That was what, like 5?
Probably.
4, 5? I can't remember.
Too many. So just kind of running through this area, and then the enemy's here in the corner. We get a better view of them now. It's these
There they
guys,
are.
and we're gonna dodge them. Kind of need to wait for my party members to catch up because I'm doing a bit of a setup. So basically, party members react strangely to enemies. Like enemies can be pushed around by your party members because they can't get into a fight. So I can do kind of this thing. It should be good, actually.
Nice. First try.
Nice. Wow, okay.
You just push them out of the way.
I actually haven't seen that before. That was cool.
Yeah, that setup works like a lot of the time.
Fighting those guys takes like a minute.
Yep.
So you save quite a bit of time.
Well, you have to set up for the fight as well. So
Yeah, that too.
So we're kind of closing in on the end of the chapter, and there's some kind of funky dodges coming up really. There's a few weird ones along here, and then we get a bit of a cutscene. And then there's some soldiers that can be kind of annoying. But there's not really too much going on.
Also, for some reason, this chapter has a bunch of these, what we call fake cutscenes.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you can't skip this. You have to wait.
It's because it actually uses your party team. Like, the team we're using.
For whatever reason, that happens 3 times in this chapter.
Free? Yes. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we argued about this last time.
Yeah, it's
it
free.
is
It's
free.
free. PC1 Eden Hall and stairs, yeah. Okay.
There's
So,
no?
oh, yeah, no, go for it, it's fine.
Okay. There's a $3 anonymous donation. Our glorious Lizard King, you know who you are. We love you.
Yeah, so there's 2 chests here, and you can only pick up one of them, and then the elemental always comes, stomps on the glass, and it breaks. Unless you kill him, and then you can get both chests. But we picked the one up on the left because it's 6 particle accelerators, which are really helpful for upgrading. The other one is like a chocobo puppet or something, or like a Moogle doll or something. It doesn't do anything except sell for a lot of money.
I think it's a Moogle puppet.
Yeah. It's either that or a chocobo doll, but I don't remember which it is. These soldiers suck. Pretty much.
Yeah, they are really fast when they chase you.
There we go. Nope. Come on.
Yeah, see, they outrun you.
This is so dumb. Just accept it, whatever.
Once you're at the stairs, you're like past them.
I didn't decept. Cool. Okay.
What did you use then?
I don't know. I used an Nephasol. That's fine.
Oh yeah, you were gonna use that anyway.
Okay, that was a little bit scary.
You didn't have a decept here.
That's a good point. I forgot about that.
Right.
That went better than expected.
Dude, mental decept is totally a thing, because you got that first try once you did that.
A placebo effect.
Yeah,
It's like I'm invisible.
totally
It's
works.
just fine.
I didn't even try and dodge him. I just ran straight through as well. I was like, why are they running at me? Should I just activate it late? Okay, whatever.
But the new dot setup, just assume you have a decept and run.
If only that worked for the entire run. It'd be sick. Yeah. Okay. So this is Eden Hall. This is the last area in chapter 12. We got some dodges here. This guy you can lure to the side. He like walks towards you, and then you can just kind of go around him, and you can't reach. And all of these soldiers are really bad at their job. Like they're all really terrible at their job. Easy.
A cutscene.
Yep.
I guess I should start explaining PC2 because I'm gonna need to shut up again. So
I mean,
we're gonna fight that robot again.
Yeah, the general. So this time he's like on the ground, and the general kind of idea is that we want to stagger and then juggle, and then stagger again and then juggle again.
Yeah, so this guy completely wrecks you, so we pretty much need to keep him launched. That's the main thing about this guy. You need to time everything really well so you keep him launched pretty much for most of the duration of the fight. We can't kill this guy in one stagger. So in the first one he needs to push him past an HP threshold where he will do this thing called remove limiters.
Limiters deactivated.
Yeah, that's
like 2.17 million or something.
Which makes him stronger, and then he inflicts deep protect on himself, so you can actually kill him in the next stagger. It fully heals him though.
Yeah, so the damage we do in the first phase doesn't matter too much as long as we hit that barrier.
And he's also gonna do this thing called a stagger extend at the end.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. So that's you need a little bit of extra time on this guy. So what he's gonna do is do Cold Blood right before Stagger runs out, and then while Cold Blood is going, the Stagger can't end. He also can't die, but then he'll die like as soon as the Stagger ends. So when learning the game, this is like the hardest boss to learn because there's so many little timing subtleties. It's really difficult.
Yeah, and there is some RNG to the fight in terms of what attacks he does on when, so we have to be able to react around it.
And he's gonna do it blindfolded.
Hopefully.
I've seen him do this in practice.
You see me do both of them in practice.
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Wait, where's the volume? Okay. I turned the sound up pretty high because I have audio cues that I use for a lot of things. Because obviously I can't see what I'm doing. Bad, maybe. Oh my god. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. I didn't get the stagger extend.
No, you were actually nowhere close. He de-staggered really early. I'm not even sure why, honestly. Like, you seem to have really little chain duration. Like, he still had like a quarter health remaining at the end there.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, he had a lot.
He had like half after the second
I'll
stagger.
give it one more try and then just do it as I did. So I wasted too much time on the first one. Okay, never mind. Let's try again. I got lost in the menu somewhere. I'm not counting it as an attempt.
Dude, the blind setup.
If I must die, so be it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, he had like no chain duration.
You did like only cold blood was the only thing you did to stagger. Like no one else did
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, he de-staggered sort of late, so I think like only half your blitz hit him
Yeah.
of that string.
Sorry guys, I tried.
If I must die, so be it.
Well,
Tried for longer than I should have done, to be honest.
That arrow there is great.
The air attack is amazing. He dropped from that? What is this? It's much easier to confirm the juggle when I can see as well, because you get weird things happening like that.
Yeah, he also he didn't launch for like ages that last time.
Yeah, I know. You could hear it. Because has his attacks change pattern.
Right. Like, there's actually a random component to launching this guy. He resists it, so...
Yeah, it's 50-50. He's launch resistant, which in this game means it's 50% chance to launch or not. Bye for now. Nice. Good stuff, Snow.
no MVP. There you go. Nope.
Come on, Snow, you got this. Launch him. There you go.
Launch the fucker.
So this here is the stagger extend. Should be dead. Yeah.
Or not?
Yeah, he's
okay.
dead. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Well,
Fine.
I mean, me and Swansea both saw him do these fights blindfolded in practice. Like,
I've seen him do it.
It's not something he just like, oh well, I guess I can just do this without looking. Like, he's practiced this. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, I've already tried it for longer than I should have done as well already, but I already want to show it. Well, XIII had a schedule, it's fine.
There is a $5 anonymous donation.
Okay, so chapter 13.
Hang on, top of the donation. It's fine. You can wait for the do a donation. It's fine.
Again, it's in
can't
French,
really
but it practically translates to "Let's help the doctors." I won't try to read the French one. And also $5 from Rico Shuma.
Yep. Hey, Eric.
Hi, Chris. Good luck on the last part of the run. Also, thanks for Neil for everything. And thanks for your donation.
Oops. Okay, whatever. Turn the game right down, it's really loud. Okay, that's better.
So, should we talk about flying vanilla?
Yeah, go for it. I might have got it. We'll find out soon enough.
Yeah. So there's a glitch in this game, and basically the idea is that when you initiate a jump and then do something in the menu, it seems,
We're pretty sure it's changed party leaders.
then sometimes it'll later then make you jump back. Yeah. Like
shit.
right there you can do it to where she immediately just jumps back
Jump
to
back here,
here, yeah.
from the top of the slope.
Which saves like a few seconds there, and otherwise it's just a really amusing glitch.
It looks awesome.
We've no idea how to do it, but it's happened on accident like a couple times. It seems to have something to do with changing the party leader, but like when you actually have to do it and what causes it, we have no idea.
Yeah. Zwanzig's done it once, Lude's done it once, and the Japanese runner Shirasu's done it a couple of times. I've never done it. But it happened to Lude on flat percent,
Yeah.
which was all kinds of weird, because we were like, what is going on?
Yeah, that 2
Because we
second
couldn't
time
see
save.
it.
The 2 second time save must have been useful in flat percent.
Well,
No, it actually lost him time in flat percent.
Yeah,
Because he jumped down in Arkeo, and then he tried to dodge, and then it sent him all the way back to where he was. Like, he dodged the enemy, but like, he was like 20 seconds away then. It just looked crazy.
like, it's not, even if we got it working consistently, it would, for any percent, it would really only be useful in that one spot, because it can only make you go back to where you've already been.
Dude, it's such a chip. Nice. Is that it?
But in plat percent, it might actually have some cool uses,
Oh,
because
oops.
you run all over Arkild step.
I bought too many souls. Shit.
Oh, you bought 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's pretty bad. Okay, sell everything.
Sell the sub-soul.
It sells for like 200.
Oh. Wait,
That's why it's a problem.
you buy them at 30,000 and you sell them at 200?
Yep.
Terrible mechanics. That buys you about 1.5 shroud.
Yeah, this have sold 500. Well, this is gonna be interesting. I'll walk it down. It's fine. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We get the seeds from Battle Slash.
That's a random drop, though.
Oh, is it? I thought it was fixed.
I'm-
Okay.
Pretty sure it's random.
Well, okay. Let's hope.
Let's hope we get that. Otherwise, Tiamat strats will be fun.
I have no idea what I'm gonna do if I don't get one. Like at all. Because it's 12k each, right?
12? Is it 12? It might be 12.
It's a lot of gil I just burned by accident.
Because he's gonna have to use a Fortisol and an Aegisol for every one of these next 3 boss fights.
I'm trying to think if there's anything high value that I can grab and sell.
And he only has 2 sets right now. He has enough money to buy at least 1 other shroud.
Rory Extra Life has donated $75.
Wow.
So, I lost count, and I don't think anyone else has been counting either. So let's just call it 75, Kappa.
Sounds good.
Good luck
Thanks,
with the
Rory.
final chapter, and may the Imperials be ever in your favor. Donation goes towards the runner's choice.
We'll be fine. You'll see.
Is there anything?
So here's the Yankee and Enlil recolors. This is the last hackathon fight of the game. We actually only use it to kill this one guy.
Well, if you
Because
don't die first.
this guy is immune to physical attacks, so this is pretty much the best way we have of dealing with it.
Yep.
It's just summoning. And then the other one we can just kill with physicals.
So, Maelstrom, is there anything you want to put the donation towards?
I'll work it out after the run.
Okay, yeah, good.
Actually, no, put it towards save the pig.
Oh, nice. Oh, wait, no, that was nice. Kill the pig. Oh, save the pig. Go for it.
This is where this fight gets really scary. It's coming.
He has this attack called Breath of the Beast, and it's pretty strong. And it kind of kills you if it happens.
Even with the renew, you can't survive that.
So why did that happen again?
I don't know. This fight's just random. I've lost like a few good runs to this at this point.
We'll be fine. You'll see.
Okay, she's going much better this time.
Yeah, we did it for the Vanille. Hackathon again.
Jag ska få se, jag vet inte om det är typ snart.
Thanks a bunch.
Sure.
So the annoying thing is if he runs forwards, which is pretty much random, and if he does, then everybody becomes in range of Breath of the Beast, and that's where things start falling apart. Like, really badly falling apart. Also, if I don't land in peril, that would be great. Okay, whatever. Okay, Saz is dead. Bye, Saz. See you later. Oh, dude, nice. Okay, no, he's not dead. Go.
It's all fine. All plan.
And again, we're just using poison here, because you can juggle them easier with poison.
Don't even need Imperil.
Well, no, but it increases chaining, so you stagger faster for Breath of the Beast.
Obviously, but yeah.
That's like the reason I was trying for it. Okay.
Oh yeah, Vanille Imperil.
Okay, I got a Star Blossom Seed. That might be
Okay.
enough. There's a save point here somewhere, yeah.
Blind Matrix donates $10 saying, good choice, save the pig.
Oh, nice. Okay, we in there. Everything is fine.
Woo.
That's such
Okay,
a
we
dumb
got all the
mistake to make.
shrouds, guys.
That's such
fine.
a dumb mistake to make. Whatever.
Wait, did you actually end up using that D set and not burning it on the, or like burning it on that one dodge before Bandersnatch.
You always burn it on that one dodge.
Oh right, you do. Wait, what am I thinking of?
You're
then?
thinking of here.
I'm thinking of this one. Right,
I'm
might
gonna-
as well use it.
I'm gonna burn it here as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have an extra one now.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, so there's an enemy up here called Mega Refresher, and he's really obnoxious. But luckily he has one of the most accurate hitboxes in the game, so we can just kind of do this. See you later.
So good.
And normally we'd cancel that, but he has the extra D set, so might as well burn it.
Let's go, preempt lowest levels. Oh, no, not anymore.
You know, if you'd just gone ahead and like
Cancel it on the fight. Where's Libra? Go.
if you hadn't hesitated in the menuing because of it, like buying the 3D sets would have actually worked out faster as well. So you didn't have to cancel that one.
Okay, so this fight, we want to use Endfire because Velaslas is weak to all elements. We're pretty much just getting people to smack face. Sick evade. That was sick. Good job, Snow. Fighting the good fight. So I'm waiting for his next attack right now because I don't trust him. Okay.
Sunshine.
Oh, the second one? Really? Wow, that's pretty weird. Oh.
No, with the 18 HP.
Fine.
Let's go. Okay.
All good.
Okay, whatever, that works.
This you get so many close fights with this guy. It's amazing. I've had some fun ones.
I know what I'm doing, don't question it.
And there's a $20 anonymous donation with no comment, but with the thank you anyway.
Yeah. Optimize strats, best strats. Okay, so this is the final like mini boss of chapter 13 before we go into the real fights. Just the real final bosses. This guy is Tiamat. This is a pretty fun fight. If it goes well. It's a pretty weird fight if it doesn't go well.
It's another recolor of Ushumgal Subjugator, aka Proudclad.
Yeah. They're all the same kind of enemy, and they all have two forms, and Tiamat
Yeah.
actually switches between them. It's the first time he does so.
Starts off an aerial phase in which he is immune to debuffs. And now we're actually using Cold Blood for interruption. Because this guy gets interrupted by Cold Blood, and like he can't do anything right now. It's pretty good.
Super good.
Those ice grenades can randomly do slow, which would, for the first time, it would just dispel your haste. And if it happens again, you'd get slowed. It's pretty bad.
Okay, just double shift there to give myself an ATB refresh. And then we go into commando and just kind of smack him around a bit. So I'm trying to alternate against these guys. But Saz does have a pretty big amount of downtime between his blitzes, so yeah, that can happen still. Unfortunately.
You do like a good amount of damage, but
yeah, and
you
luckily
can't
I
really
didn't get
kill him.
slow, so it's fine. You can get pretty damn close.
Yeah, it was a good first phase.
Okay, now I gotta wait for him to use the Sen. Okay. And then we're back on the Cold Blood.
Now all of his attacks like dispel all your buffs, so those are going to be gone in like seconds.
Yeah, and the reason we start with Sab there is because we want to build the chain duration. Like, we're not trying to actually aim for this debuff, we just want... Oh, God.
23 and 0.
Come on.
Rip.
Yeah, that's why you really want to maintain the interruption. Pinpoint beam does ridiculous amounts of damage, especially once Protect and Shell get dispelled. He's never killed me that well. He wadded me. Whatever, let's use the Decept. That was pretty bullshit. Damn it. Okay. Oh, okay, there you go. So that inflicted slow, so my haste is dispelled. Which makes Saz basically useless in this fight. Like, on this phase. It's really annoying when that happens.
No, got wrecked.
Yeah, he does that sometimes. That was weird. Vanilla stayed still for
Might
very
want to
long
renew.
time. I'm fine.
Okay.
Not today. No, you don't.
But ideally, we'd also have poison on him, but
Poison doesn't matter too much.
it does appreciable damage.
True.
You get the Imperial Armlet as a drop from that fight, which sells for, like, what, 60,000?
50. But yeah, it's a lot either way. Rip my estimate.
It's fine, it's not like we still have the hardest boss to go.
So now we're just getting as much strength as we possibly can before the final bosses. I might have enough for an extra node actually. Okay, I do. I can grab that one as well. Just. Get some more snow.
So here you just load up on HP and strength.
Yep.
There's a $1 donation from Bobo. Guys, that pig is so dead. By the way, did I miss the shaving of the head? No, I don't think so. I'm not sure when that's coming up though. What? But we'll see. And also $20 anonymous donation. Good luck, smile face.
Okay. So you also FF9. And people are probably hoping like, oh, Deaf Guy's wife, come on, it's like 1 in 7 chance. It's gonna happen, and it happened. This is
literally Death Guys.
This is FF13's equivalent of Death Guys. 3 bosses before the end of the run.
Games.
Alright, see ya, man.
You guys have a... So if Tech could like mute my mic.
Dragonflies can never leave. Okay, so yeah, so third boss from the end can randomly wipe you if he wants to. Where's my lever scope? There it is. Oh, I didn't buy an extra lever scope. Okay, whatever. Fun orphan strat. Let's go. So here I need Deprotect, D-Shout, and Imperil from Vanille. Okay, Deprotect, good. Come on.
Vanille. Imperil.
Do it. Do it. Vanille, seriously. I'm running out of time. Like, I can't wait any longer. Okay, sick.
You
Let's
got
go.
it.
And that's why I can't wait
Just
any
in
longer,
time.
because Ultima's on the timer. Oh, I'm... Okay, we're not dead.
Fine.
Still got... That was like the tamest Ultima ever.
Yeah, Ultima is basically Meteor. Like, it does random damage.
Okay,
It's stupid.
we should be good. So you need those debuffs, you then use Cold Blood to chain super high, and Bard's chain resistance is pretty low in every fight anyway, so it's easy.
This is the fight where having Fang and her slow really helps. I mean, this strat is faster, but it's so dangerous. That attack can't kill you, it's percentage based.
No, but not doing enough damage can. I'm nowhere near. That was a really early laughter. Or I guess a late stagger, maybe? Oh! No! Oh!
You're not
Let's
gonna kill.
Go. Shut up. Yes. So yeah, we wiped death, guys, and we wiped it, but it's fine. Yeah, rip my estimate. That was odd. What happened? Like, I staggered late, I guess. Like, really late. It's probably because I got in peril really late, so weird things happened. Okay.
Oh, nice debuffs.
Yeah, it's actually more inconvenient than anything because I now have to actually intentionally not do
Yeah.
anything or I'm gonna stagger early and then I'm dead.
You chain faster when you have Imperil.
I can get like 1 or 2 more hits in. It's perfect.
Don't give up.
You definitely can't stagger too early or you won't be able to kill before it ends.
So yeah, using Provoke just to stop the interruption. Yeah, we should be good.
Old man, new tricks.
This seems better than last time. Yeah, yeah. Oh, where's my ATV? Okay. Right. Vanille, don't die, please. No, no. Okay.
So that's what you don't want to happen. You don't want Snow to get launched into the
I
air.
want Snow to jump like an idiot. Snow. Yeah. It's really rare for this guy to warn you, but when he does, he tends to do it for days. Vanille. Vanille. Ah, fuck. Okay. No, Snow, what are you doing? I shifted as well and he jumped right before the shift. So I saw him doing it, I was like, you're gonna jump. Nice,
He's
okay,
dead.
whatever. We'll take it.
There we go. Okay.
2 more fights.
So this is the longest fight in the game. He takes quite a while because at some point he's gonna, at an HP threshold, he's just gonna do this attack again.
Yep.
He does this at the start.
And this is like really scary casually, but it's percentage-based damage, so we're not that scared of it because we know it's coming and it, like, we survive every time, so it's not too bad. And having 2 sentinels really reduces the amount of damage we take from it.
So the inputs for this part are really tight, so he can't waste any inputs here.
Okay. Basically, he slaps on a timer, so you have to go fast.
He has just enough time to do all these buffs and then get healed in time to not die to this. Very good.
Easy. Easy. Okay, so now we're going to chain, and then we're going to start getting debuffs. And the most important one here is poison. So we mentioned earlier that poison is pretty broken, and poison is doing like most of the damage on this fight for us.
Yeah.
Like, we inflict poison like a minute in, and the fight lasts 4 minutes, so we're getting 3/5 of his health from poison alone.
To explain, poison.
Oh no.
Poison will kill an enemy from full health in 5 minutes.
Nice, and there's poison. That's inflicted at 385% chain, so it'll last for just under 4 minutes, which is perfect. And we already have everything I need, so I'm just gonna Cold Blood and then Sift into Tarnus. And I have another Renew as well that I can use as a backup if I need it.
But like, he's pretty freaking strong in the first phase, and in the second phase he just gets ridiculous. Like, he'll keep doing these
Yeah, luckily,
slaps, but he gets some really strong
luckily he keeps
attacks.
pushing me and Vanille into the low HP barrier, so Vanille's actually healing me, like healing Saz and herself. If you have everybody at full HP, then she'll go into red health first, and then she'll heal herself only.
So he'll always
Bad
do
things happen.
this.
Yep. This
And
is
go
scripted
into
at
his-
40% HP.
Now he's going to go into a strong phase.
This is where we pop the other elixir. It's going to rehaste.
Now, in addition to that orb being there, which is constantly launching shit at you, he also gains really strong attacks. So we pretty much just go into summon for this, because we can't, like, reasonably survive otherwise.
Pretty much.
So we're pretty much just using the summon defensively. And then after a little bit of chaining to get the Gestalt up, you're gonna do it without the soul?
No, I was just timing it.
Right. Yeah.
And now we're just going to stall out the fight.
Yep. Now we're just gonna wait for poison to do its work. That's the strat. You wait for poison to kill him. Because he can't do anything to us while we're in this form, and you can stay in here for
yeah.
a decent while.
And not only that, but the white orb actually heals him, but the heal doesn't take over either. So he's not healing himself back up. You want swag? We'll go for swag.
Oh, actually going for the finisher. It's so pointless as well, because poison doesn't actually work during the finisher.
His health bar's though. It's dead. Easy. Like,
Good
once you
job.
get past part 3, everything's so much easier.
Yeah.
Okay, last fight. We're almost done. So we said kind of earlier that Saz's Blitz is really good, and in this fight we actually set it up so that every bullet of Saz's Blitz is hitting the damage cap, which is pretty awesome. This strat is great.
Yeah, so Orphan 2, you can't damage him at all until he's staggered, but once he is, he will frigging melt. Like, he doesn't have a lot of HP.
And you're gonna go for a slightly like quick kill. It's kind of RNG dependent, because then you've been able to do helpful things, which, as we know, is very bad at happening. Oh, Snake ran forward like an idiot and lost his haste. Great. That's annoying. It's like if you walk forward or physically attack this boss. That's
Yeah,
really
he
bad.
can use Necrosis, which causes pain and fog. Which
Oh,
makes
he's
you
already
not do
staggered?
things.
Okay.
You
This is
don't. You
interesting.
have pain.
Yeah, I know. I have no debuffs, that's the problem.
Right. Wow. Vanilla's not doing any debuffs right now.
She's not doing it power, which is the important one. Okay, let's go.
Doesn't matter at all, because this guy, like, he's gonna die now.
Okay, so watch when he lands, pay attention to the numbers we're getting.
That's damage cap on every single hit of that blitz.
I mean, that was like half his health in 2 blitzes.
And
There we go. So yeah, I guess we're done.